Chapter 1: The Bootlicker Actually Broke Up? Magic City. In the evening, on the Bund Riverside. Honey, I really didn't do it willingly. He just kept stuffing it into my mouth. Then what?
Then I refused to eat, and he kept stuffing me with food, and I fought back desperately.
And then? You also know that there is a huge disparity in strength between men and women. How can a girl like me have the strength to resist a grown man? So? Go on.
So, in the end, he still forced a pill into my mouth. Chen Yuan lit a cigarette, his face turned pale, and he stared coldly at his girlfriend Lin Wei. Lin Wei's eyes were red, and her delicate eyeshadow was a little off. She pulled Chen Yuan's arm aggrievely.
It's true, husband.
After taking the pill, I fell asleep quickly and then I knew nothing.
You mean you were forced? Lin Wei nodded. Yes, he took advantage of me while I was asleep.
Chen Yuan gritted his teeth and brushed Lin Wei's hand away.
Then why didn't you call the police?
I did it for my reputation. Besides, he was drunk that night and took advantage of me on impulse. Chen Yuan raised the corners of his mouth and laughed in anger.
Lin Wei, is it fun to lie to me?
Lin Wei pursed her lips and said in a tearful voice, Hubby, I didn't lie to you, don't you believe me?
I really didn't do it voluntarily, please forgive me this time, and just pretend that this thing never happened, okay? Stop calling me hubby, it makes me sick. Chen Yuan, how can you say that to me? Lin Wei's pupils dilated. He looked at Chen Yuan in disbelief.
During the 4 years of their relationship, Chen Yuan had always been obedient to her. He was afraid that she would melt if he held her in his mouth, and afraid that she would fall if he held her in his hands. She had never seen Chen Yuan so cold and heartless towards her before. Chen Yuan smoked in silence.
After a while,
he turned to look at Lin Wei, his eyes fierce, and he said, I know everything you have done behind my back recently.
After saying,
he pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and opened the photo album. After enlarging one of the photos, he placed the phone screen in front of Lin Wei.
The moment I saw the photo,
Lin Wei's eyes trembled and her face turned pale.
Who took this photo? Chen Yuan, you actually hired someone to follow me.
Chen Yuan shook his head slightly and sneered.
Do I need to find someone to follow you? You were so open about it, hugging and kissing that guy on the street.
If my friends hadn't seen it, I don't know how long I would have to wear this green hat.
Faced with irrefutable evidence,
Lin Wei was speechless and looked embarrassed.
If I'm not mistaken, you got together with him after attending the class reunion last month, right? No wonder people say that class reunions are the best way to break up couples.
Yes, I'm sorry,
Chen Yuan.
Lin Wei, if you want to find another man, you can just tell me openly and we can break up.
I won't pester you. Why do you have to play two games at the same time? Do you enjoy the pleasure of playing between two men?
Lin Wei was speechless for a moment and his lips turned pale. She originally wanted to stabilize Chen Yuan first and not break up with him for the time being. After all, her relationship with the rich second-generation Zhou Wanhao is still unstable.
It was just a few dates and sex after a class reunion.
Wait until the relationship becomes stable, preferably to the point of discussing marriage, then it won't be too late to break up with Chen Yuan.
During this period, what if the talks with Zhou Wanhao break down?
At least, Chen Yuan loves her wholeheartedly.
But now,
I'm afraid there's no hope for Chen Yuan. She had no choice but to give it a try, relying on her good looks and clinical experience to win over Zhou Wanhao, marry into a wealthy family, and enter the upper-class society.
Think about this. Lin Wei sighed lightly and just told the truth. I'm sorry, Chen Yuan. I was vain and obsessed with money. I agreed to the pursuit of the rich second generation for money and betrayed our relationship. Chen Yuan gave a self-deprecating smile.
It seems that in the 4 years we have been together, you have been looking for another horse while you are still with me.
Chen Yuan, what do you think of me? I'm not a gold digger.
In the past 4 years, I have always loved you sincerely and have never done anything to let you down.
This time, I was just impulsive. Chen Yuan waved his hands impatiently. Okay, stop talking nonsense. It's not important anymore. Just leave it at that. I wish you all the best.
Lin Wei was stunned, his eyes full of disbelief.
Chen Yuan, what do you mean? Are you breaking up with me? Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. What else? Don't you love me very much? Didn't you say you loved me more than life? You actually want to break up with me now?
Lin bit her lip and her shoulders trembled slightly.
She really couldn't accept it. Chen Yuan suddenly seemed like a different person and looked at her as if she were an enemy.
She knew she was in the wrong.
So I softened my tone and said sorry. Why is Chen Yuan still so persistent? Why is he still looking so cold?
Is this still the same boyfriend who loved her humbly, spoiled her unconditionally, and obeyed her every word?
Chen Yuan looked at Lin Wei speechlessly. Lin Wei, please wake up. You are the one who cheated on me, not me. If I don't break up with you, do I have to weld this green hat on my head? Hearing Chen Yuan say this,
only then did Lin Wei realize that Chen Yuan was not joking and he really wanted to break up.
Somehow.
At this moment, Lin Wei suddenly felt an inexplicable fear.
She was surprised to find out.
She has become accustomed to having a bootlicker around her who loves her unconditionally, takes care of her like a servant, and pampers her like a princess.
I don't know what happened after leaving Chen Yuan. Will there be anyone who will treat her like Chen Yuan? After hesitating for a few seconds,
she decided to humble herself and give Chen Yuan another chance.
Chen Yuan, I find that I really can't bear to leave you. Otherwise, please forgive me this time.
I will find a suitable opportunity to break up with Zhou Wanhao, and we will be together in the future.
Impossible. Chen Yuan looked at the calm river surface with a firm and resolute gaze. The first time I was rejected by Chen Yuan.
Lin Wei was stunned for a moment. Her beautiful eyes trembled, and anger instantly ignited in her eyes.
She stamped her feet and roared, Chen Yuan, do you know what you are saying? Are you sure you want to break up with me? I tell you, don't regret it. I won't regret it.
Chen Yuan, I advise you to calm down and don't act on impulse and do something that you will regret later. Chen Yuan suddenly shifted his gaze from the river to Lin Wei. He took a step forward.
He lowered his eyes, his gaze as sharp as knives, staring at Lin Wei's eyes. Shut up. If you say one more word, I'm afraid I won't be able to help but throw you into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. After saying, Chen Yuan glared at Lin Wei as if she were trash. Then he turned around and walked away quickly. He walked alone, sighing silently all the way. He really couldn't understand why Lin Wei was so narcissistic. Is she having a seizure? She had cheated on him and even slept with another man, but she still fantasized that he would forgive her and love her as deeply as before. She probably doesn't know. No matter how much a man loves a woman, he cannot tolerate betrayal.
For men, women can be pretentious, can lose their temper, can be petty, and can have all kinds of minor flaws.
But never cheat.
The moment she cheated, all the feelings disappeared.
Because,
in the eyes of men, she is no different from garbage.
P.S. Add to favorites, it's worth investing.
I wish you all own luxury cars and mansions, and become as rich as a country's top leader.
Chapter 2. He will definitely kneel down and beg for reconciliation. Watching Chen Yuan's back gradually walking away.
Lin Wei was stunned, and her whole body froze in place.
I don't know how much time passed. Suddenly someone called her from behind. Lin Wei.
She suddenly came to her senses, turned her head to look at the other person, and found that it was her best friend Sun Lang.
Luing, why are you here?
Sun Lang frowned and sighed softly.
Didn't you say that Chen Yuan has begun to doubt your relationship with Zhou Wanhao?
I was worried that you two would quarrel, and you didn't reply to my message, so I came to check on you. Lin Wei folded his arms, looking worried.
Don't mention it, it's all over. Sun Lang glanced at the direction where Chen Yuan left and asked in confusion, what happened? Did you two really have a fight? Why did Chen Yuan leave by himself? This is really too much. He actually left you here alone in the middle of the night. We broke up. Break up? Really?
Really, he was the one who suggested it.
Sun Lang's eyes widened in shock. Chen Yuan actually broke up with you? How is that possible? Are you kidding me? You have been together for 4 years, and hasn't he always loved you like a dog?
When you occasionally quarreled, it was you who broke up, and he tried his best to coax you and kept apologizing to you. This time it's different, he knows everything.
Know what?
Lin Wei bit her lip and frowned. After learning about my relationship with Zhou Wanhao, he was very determined to break up with me and leave me completely. Sun Lang's mouth opened wide, with an expression as if she had seen a ghost.
I was stunned for a while.
She suddenly seemed to realize something, and a smile appeared on her lips as she said, Wei, don't worry, Chen Yuan won't leave you.
What do you mean?
Lin Wei looked puzzled.
Think about the 4 years you've been together. How much does Chen Yuan love you? How much has he sacrificed for your relationship? What do you want to say?
As your best friend, I have witnessed with my own eyes how deep Chen Yuan's love for you is. He himself eats takeout that costs no more than 10 yuan, but he is willing to buy you big-name skincare products worth tens of thousands of yuan. He himself is reluctant to replace his old mobile phone with a cracked screen, but he is willing to buy you a 3-fold folding phone worth 30,000 yuan. After graduation, in order to support you, he not only got a stable job, but also worked several part-time jobs.
Sun Ling talked incessantly.
The sadness on Lin Wei's face gradually disappeared.
Her beautiful eyes lit up, and she suddenly realized, are you saying that Chen Yuan is just angry with me? He broke up with me just because he was irrational and angry? Will he come back to me?
Sun Ling patted his chest confidently.
Don't worry, within 3 days, he will come to you and kneel down to beg you to get back together. Men all love face and have self-esteem.
When they find out that you have found another man, who is a rich second generation, they will definitely be angry and find it hard to accept.
Is that true?
Of course, when his anger subsides, he will miss you madly. Maybe tonight he will be heartbroken because of the breakup and cry for you until dawn.
After listening to my bestie's analysis, Lin Wei breathed a sigh of relief.
The corners of her lips raised in a smug smile.
You are right. I feel relieved.
Sun Luing squeezed her eyes and said with a smile, Wei, I didn't expect that you are more greedy than me. I am just greedy for money, but you are both greedy and lustful.
Luing, what are you talking about? What am I greedy for?
Sun Ling raised her hand and patted Lin Wei's arm.
Hey, stop pretending. Don't we understand each other?
I know you don't have any love for Zhou Wanhao. You just want to cross the social ladder through him. But at the same time, you don't want to lose Chen Yuan.
You have love for him.
Lin Wei stamped her feet lightly, her cheeks slightly red.
Well, nothing can be hidden from you. After the haze in my heart was cleared away,
Lin Wei began to look at Sun Ling.
She was surprised to find out.
In just 2 days, Sun Ling not only got a new hairstyle, but also changed her LV bag to the latest model.
Even the dress she's wearing is the same one worn by female celebrities. It would be a lie to say I'm not envious. To be precise, envy is mixed with deep jealousy. Sun Ling's looks and figure are not as good as hers. But Sun Ling was lucky.
She met a powerful man at the age of 19 and lived a life that her peers could not even imagine. The man not only paid for all her college expenses, but also bought her a house and a car in Shanghai.
Wei, what are you thinking about? Seeing Lin Wei's dazed eyes, Sun Ling couldn't help but ask.
Lin smiled and tried to stay calm. Oh, nothing.
By the way, you are dressed so beautifully tonight, why didn't you go on a date with your director Wu? Instead, you came here to find me.
Sun Ling curled her lips and sighed softly.
Don't mention it. Every time I ask him out recently, he says he's busy. I'm starting to wonder if he has another woman. Luing, are you overthinking it? He is the director of the Public Security Department. Maybe he is really busy with official duties. Sun Ling waved her hands impatiently. Oh, let's not talk about him. Let's talk about you and Zhou Wanhao. Where are you at now? Mention Zhou Wanhao.
Lin Wei straightened his chest, his expression confident and proud. She touched her hair and said in a brisk tone, he is just like your director Wu. He is also a very busy man. He said that the company is about to go public. He has been so busy recently that he can't even eat. He wishes he could live in the office directly. How do you date when you're so busy? We can only make time for it. He wants me to move in with him so that we can spend more time together. Sure, don't you want to live with him? Lin Wei lowered her eyes and smiled, pretending to be reserved and said, I'm still considering whether I should agree to him. After all, we have only been dating for a month, and I don't want him to think that I am the kind of woman who is very casual. A hint of disdain flashed across Sun Ling's eyes. I couldn't help but sarcastically in my heart. Lin Wei is so pretentious. On the night of the class reunion, she couldn't wait to go to the hotel with Zhou Wanhao. Use all your skills and clinical experience to please this rich second generation. What are you talking about now? Are you still thinking about it? Don't know whether you should agree to him or not?
He.
It's possible that he never proposed to live with her. She is just bragging here for the sake of face.
But disdain is disdain. Sun Luling had no intention of exposing Lin Wei at all.
After all, she had always enjoyed Lin Wei's envy and jealousy of her, and she enjoyed the pleasure.
Wei, you did the right thing.
I believe you will be able to marry Zhou Wanhao soon and live a life with both a rich husband and a handsome boyfriend.
Hearing Sun Ling say this, Lin Wei felt very happy. I hope so.
What I am most worried about now is Chen Yuan.
I don't know what he is doing now.
Sun Ling clicked her tongue and said firmly, do I even need to ask? He must be drinking like crazy at home, crying while looking at your photo. Lin Wei, oh, I feel so sorry for him.
Chapter 3. It's not as simple as cheating. 9 o'clock in the evening. Wukong Road, a Como bar.
Under the dim and blurry lights, light and shadows are intertwined, and the world is full of decadence and extravagance.
The passionate music stirs every nerve of men and women.
Chen Yuan originally wanted to go home directly, but was forcibly brought here by his good friend Lu Jiao.
After sitting down in the corner of the bar,
he ordered a few bottles of wine and drank them in silence.
Hey, are you okay?
Lu Jiao patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder, looking a little worried. Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows, a question mark on his face.
It's okay, what can happen to me? Are you really fine? Why do I feel like you're not in the right mood?
It's just a breakup. Let me tell you, there are so many women out there, and the old ones won't be replaced by the new ones.
You have to know that everything in the world has its destiny. The wrong person will eventually drift apart, and the right person will eventually meet.
Chen Yuan felt a bit overwhelmed after hearing this. He clicked his tongue and said impatiently, hey, I'm really fine, why are you still giving me chicken soup?
So how do you feel now?
Chen Yuan leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. I thought I would be very sad and heartbroken after breaking up with Lin Wei, but strangely, I didn't feel sad at all. I just felt tired, as if I had finally unloaded a heavy burden, as if the long march had finally come to an end.
Lu Jiao laughed a few times in a frivolous way. It's horrible, brother. You can imagine how badly you were tortured by that woman in the past 4 years. A bitter smile appeared on Chen Yuan's lips. Jiao, this is all thanks to you.
If you hadn't told me that Lin Wei had cheated on me, I don't know how long I would have to wear the green hat on my head. Chen Yuan finished speaking.
Lu Jiao's expression suddenly became serious. Chen Yuan, guess why I told you this? I was a little hesitant at first.
As you know, there has always been a lot of controversy about whether to tell your best friend's girlfriend about her cheating on you.
Chen Yuan interrupted, don't talk nonsense, just say it directly. Lu Jiao looked around.
He gently adjusted the glasses on his nose. Because the moment I caught Lin Wei cheating, something suddenly came to my mind.
What's up? Do you remember 3 years ago when we went on a picnic in the suburbs and I told you and Lin Wei's fortunes? We went with Lin Wei's best friend, whose name was Sun something. I can't remember the woman's name. Chen Yuan's brain was working rapidly, trying hard to recall what happened 3 years ago.
A few seconds later, he straightened his body, frowned and said, I remember now, there was indeed such a thing.
I remember that you didn't tell us the result of the fortune telling. No matter how I asked, you just refused to tell us and insisted on keeping it a secret. Lu Jiao looked excited. Yes, that's it. Jiao, why did you suddenly bring up fortune telling? You told me about Lin Wei's affair, what does it have to do with fortune telling? Also, why didn't you tell us the result of the fortune telling at that time? Now let's talk about this. Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel very strange.
He knew that Lu Jiao liked to study numerology and was proficient in the 64 hexagrams of the Book of Changes and the 6-line hexagrams of the Book of Changes.
Every time Lu Jiao finishes telling someone his fortune, he will inform the result immediately.
By the way, brag about yourself. But why was it that after the fortune telling, he refused to tell the result and insisted on using confidentiality as an excuse to avoid talking about the result?
Think of this.
Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows and said anxiously, tell me quickly, what's the reason?
Did you know that Lin Wei would cheat in the future? Because I was in a relationship with her at the time, and you didn't want to affect me, so you refused to tell me the result?
Lu Jiao shook his head with a complicated expression.
It's not as simple as cheating. What is that? Lu Jiao curled his lips and hesitated to speak. Chen Yuan frowned and said unhappily, "No, why did you suddenly become such a sissy? Do you need to beat around the bush with me?
Besides, Lin Wei and I have already broken up, so you don't have to worry about anything."
Lu Jiao sighed as if he had made up his mind.
"Okay, then I'll tell you the truth. I was just calculating for fun at the time, and I thought your fortunes were similar to everyone else's. Who would have thought that when the results for the three of you came out, I was so scared that I almost lost my soul?"
"What was the result?"
Lu Jiao coughed and lowered his voice. "Lin Wei and her best friend, whose name is Sun something, both of them have extremely bad fates. They are in conflict with the heavens and the earth, and are plagued by many disasters.
They have all the major evil spirits in their horoscopes, so they are bound to die." Chen Yuan was stunned. After a moment's silence, he was skeptical and said, "So exaggerated. Is this result accurate? What about my fortune? Your fate is exactly the opposite of theirs. You have the best fate among all the people I have read.
It's amazing, a top-level fortune of wealth, with both regular and irregular fortunes. You are strong and wealthy, with wealth stored in your treasury, and your son sits on the wealth treasury."
Lu Jiao crossed his legs.
He looked intoxicated and talked incessantly. The more Chen Yuan listened, the more he felt something was wrong. He shook his head speechlessly and waved his hand to interrupt. All right, stop trying to comfort me.
I'm a grown man, I can't even handle a broken heart. Do you need to make up such nonsense to lie to me? Fuck, who comforted you? I'm telling the truth." Chen Yuan originally thought that Lu Jiao was quite good at fortune-telling. But, it seems now, that's complete nonsense, just a joke. He rolled his eyes and said, "What do you mean by true? Your calculations are too outrageous." "Outrageous? How is it outrageous? You don't know yet, do you?"
Lin Wei confessed to me that the man she dated is a second-generation rich man, and she will probably marry into a wealthy family soon.
Her best friend is even more powerful than her.
It is said that she was kept by a man when she was in college, and the man who kept her is a big shot in the officialdom.
Lu Jiao was dumbfounded.
Chen Yuan continued, "Look at me again.
I have no luck at all. You know my experience.
I was sold by my biological parents when I was 3 years old.
My adoptive parents were not kind to me either. They beat and scolded me since I was a child." After saying,
Chen Yuan picked up the wineglass and drank it all. He suddenly felt, compared to the tragic experiences of childhood, the pain of a broken heart is really nothing. When they were together, he loved each other wholeheartedly and with all his heart, and that was enough.
He is open and honest and has a clear conscience. Now that you've broken up, just move on from it. There's no need to dwell on the pain." Lu Jiao was silent for a while. Suddenly he turned around and glared at Chen Yuan with an unusually firm gaze. "You may not believe me, but you cannot question the numerology of our ancestors. Believe me, it will be soon. The results will be out in as little as a month, and you will know then." Chen Yuan, know what? There are so many disasters, there will definitely be death. Are you cursing Lin Wei and her best friend to death?
I'm not cursing them to death, but it's a destined ending. Such gold diggers will not have a good ending. Wait, maybe it will be a tragedy that will shock the whole country.
Chen Yuan was so numb. He shook his wineglass, yawned and said, Okay, wait. I'm sleepy. I have to go back if I sit for a while. I just want to go home and have a good sleep on the bed. Now."
For these hot beauties shaking their breasts and buttocks in the bar,
he no longer had any interest. P.S.
It starts to get very sweet and exciting later. I wish you all own luxury cars and mansions, and become as rich as a country's top leader.
Chapter 4 Madam, please marry me. Lu Jiao looked at Chen Yuan with disdain. Damn, what time is it? Why are you sleeping? There are so many pretty girls here, and you don't even bother to look at them? Don't forget, you are single again now, you can flirt with whoever you want, and bring a girl back tonight. Chen Yuan, please forgive me. What's wrong? Are you losing confidence? To be honest, with your looks, you can easily find someone better than Lin Wei. Haven't you heard others say that a new love is the best medicine to cure a broken heart? Chen Yuanrua quickly shook his head. I don't want to find a woman anymore. I feel like being single for life is fine.
As long as a man doesn't fall in love, he won't be able to spend all his monthly salary.
All his time after get off work is his own. He can play games and drink with friends at will. It's so cool. However, just as Chun Yuan was happily imagining his future single life, Lu Zhiyao's next sentence, like a basin of ice water, it chilled him to the bone. While admiring the hot beauties in the bar, Lu Zhiyao said slowly, "Think about your dad. Do you want to be a bachelor for the rest of your life? I'm afraid your dad will eat you alive." Chen Yuan was shocked. I instantly felt a chill down my spine and my hair stood on end. Holy crap! Just thinking about yourself. I actually forgot about this. Although my adoptive parents were not very kind to me, they raised me since I was a child after all. He is grateful for raising me. My adoptive father was born in a family with a strong sense of clan. He has 6 older sisters, and he is the only child in the entire family. Unfortunately, he suffers from congenital azoospermia. In order to carry on the Chun family's bloodline, my adoptive parents spent all their savings to adopt me. If my adoptive father knew that I had broken up and didn't want to find another woman, he would definitely explode in rage. If things go wrong, he might rush from his hometown to Shanghai overnight to punish me according to his family rules. Think about this. Chen Yuan's brows were furrowed, and his face was full of worry. He sighed, looking hopeless. "Oh my god, Brother Yao, what should I do?" Lu Zhiyao shrugged and said, "What should I do? Just find another one. There are plenty of women. Find another one? Go from just meeting each other to slowly getting to know each other, then confirming the relationship, and then getting used to each other? Damn, it's so tiring just thinking about it. I really don't want to go through it all again." The more Chen Yuan spoke, the more annoyed he became. It was as if a raging fire was rushing straight to the top of my head. At this time, Lu Zhiyao suddenly had an idea. A crazy idea popped into my mind. He pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said with a wicked smile, "This problem is easy to solve. You can skip these tedious steps and just find a woman to get married quickly and give your parents a surprise." Chen Yuan sneered. "Flash marriage? You must have read too many foreign novels, right? Damn, flash marriages are normal. Many young people today get flash marriages. Novels are not written randomly. Novels are based on reality, and reality is far more absurd than novels. Then tell me, how do you get married quickly?" Lu Zhiyao glanced at the various beauties in the bar. He glanced towards the door again. He immediately came up with an idea and asked mysteriously, "Do you dare to make a bet?" "Chen Yuan, what are you betting on? I see no beautiful women have come in for a while. How about this, the first woman who comes in later, you go straight over and propose to her." Chen Yuan was confused. "Are you serious?" "Of course, if you want to gamble, let's gamble big. Just tell me if you dare or not, right? You're not trustworthy, are you? What if the person who comes in is a teenage girl? Or an old lady in her 40s? Forget about little girls. We don't touch minors. But if it's a 40-year-old ant, then there's absolutely no problem. Ants have their own advantages. You'll know once you try them." Chen Yuan put out the cigarette in his hand. After a few seconds of silence, he said expressionlessly, "Okay, let's bet." Lu Zhiyao instantly became interested. He snapped his fingers, his eyes shining, and said, "Okay, let's wait and see, looking forward to the first lady who comes in next." Both of them looked towards the door of the bar. 1 minute. 2 minutes. After 3 long and tense minutes. Finally. Day. A woman in high heels walks into the bar. She was wearing a hip-hugging red skirt and walked slowly and gracefully among the crowd. The moment you see the woman's face clearly, Chen Yuan's breathing couldn't help but stagnate, and his heart skipped a beat. The woman in front of me is stunningly beautiful. Long hair, red lips, and skin as white as snow. She has beautiful facial features and a pair of eyes that are pure and charming. The sexy S-shaped curve is very alluring. The plump, snow-white hemisphere is soft and trembling. Just like the sexy goddess in the game. It's so beautiful that it's unreal. Lu Zhiyao on the side was also dumbfounded. His eyes widened, he swallowed, and couldn't help but praise again and again. "Wow, this is the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. She has a beauty that touches the soul. This is a real beauty. Just one look at her can arouse a man's most primitive desires." At this time, the woman found a seat against the wall and sat down.
She placed her handbag gently on the table and called the waiter to order drinks. A man went over to chat with her with a lecherous look, but was scared away by her cold eyes that said keep away.
Buzz buzz buzz. Just at this moment, the cell phone in Lu Jiao's pocket suddenly rang like a death warrant.
He came to his senses and quickly took out his cell phone.
After answering the phone,
he immediately stood up and said anxiously, "My son has a high fever again.
I have to go back quickly. Damn it, why are there so many viruses now? The child is being tortured to death." Chen Yuan waved his hand and said quickly, "Then go back quickly, my sister-in-law must be very anxious." Lu Jiao nodded.
He grabbed the clothes hanging on the chair and walked towards the door in a hurry.
After walking a few meters,
he seemed to suddenly remember something and immediately turned around and walked back. He bent down, patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder and said, "Forget this one, you can't take it, change to the next woman who comes in."
After saying, Chen Yuan was confused. Lu Jiao quickly left the bar. After watching Lu Jiao leave, Chen Yuan felt a little unhappy.
He turned his head and glanced at the woman who had just come in, his expression somewhat complicated.
After a moment of silence,
I don't know if it was because of the alcohol, or if he was provoked by Lu Jiao's words, or if he simply wanted to act impulsively. Chen Yuan made a very bold decision. He put down his wineglass, stood up, straightened his clothes, then stretched out his long legs and slowly walked in front of the woman.
After standing still, he coughed and said seriously, "Hello, excuse me."
Hearing this, the woman raised her beautiful eyes and glanced at Chen Yuan casually.
"What do you want?" "Well, that is, I would like to ask you, please."
When the words came to his lips, Chen Yuan suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. He suddenly realized what a ridiculous and outrageous thing he was doing.
The woman lowered her eyes and asked nonchalantly, "What are you treating me to? Drinks?" "No, I want you to marry me, are you willing?" The words came out.
Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He had already guessed what was going to happen next. The woman in front of him either ignored him directly or stood up and called him a hooligan.
Who would have expected?
The woman did not ignore him or scold him. Instead, she raised her eyes to look at him, sizing him up.
Just at this moment, a waiter came over with drinks.
The woman nodded slightly and motioned Chen Yuan to sit down.
"Please sit down first and we'll talk later." Chapter 5: This touch, this temperature. Chen Yuan sat down opposite the woman. He was very surprised by the woman's reaction, and he couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. After the waiter put the drinks on the table,
the woman picked up the wineglass and took a sip slowly.
Chen Yuan cleared his throat and wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to say it. At this time,
the woman opened her red lips and said calmly, "Please introduce yourself." Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment. After realizing that he was proposing to the woman in front of him, he quickly organized his words in his mind and said, "Well, my name is Chen Yuan, my hometown is Yanggu, and I now live in Shanghai.
I work in the system.
Well, I have a house on Fuan Road. It's an old and run-down apartment with 2 bedrooms and a living room.
In addition, I also have a Volkswagen."
The woman frowned slightly and shook her head gently.
"That's not what I want to hear. How about this, I'll ask you questions and you'll answer them." Chen Yuan nodded, "Okay."
The woman held her chin with one hand, narrowed her beautiful eyes and asked, "How old are you?"
25. "How tall are you?" 182. "What about weight?" 73 kilograms. "Net weight?" Chen Yuan paused. "Wear underwear?"
The woman's lips curled up slightly and continued, "Do you smoke or drink?"
"I smoke, but not much, and I drink a little now and then." "How many times have you been in love?"
Chen Yuan frowned slightly and whispered, "Once, we just broke up." The woman nodded with satisfaction and smiled.
"Chen Yuan, you meet my requirements for a partner. I agree to marry you." After saying,
she poured a glass of wine and handed it to Chen Yuan.
Chen Yuan's brain was confused. He picked up the wineglass and tried to stay calm. "Well, you just agreed? By the way, I don't even know your name yet."
"My name is Jiang Chang, and I'm the same age as you."
"Are you from outside of town or a local? What do you do for a living?" Chen Yuan wanted to ask something else,
but the woman interrupted him directly, "Let's not talk about this for now, we can slowly understand each other later. Come, cheers for our decision to get married." This cocktail is delicious, it has the flavor of lime and mint, you try it. Jiang Chang raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes seductive. Her facial features are beautiful, and her rose-red lips form a nice curve. The graceful and plump body was gently pressed against the table, and the two snow-white hemispheres were trembling softly.
Maybe it was because of the alcohol I was drinking just now. Chen Yuan suddenly seemed to be possessed.
He raised his glass and clinked it with Jiang Chang's, then raised his head and drank it all in one gulp.
Next, the two chatted casually and drank one cup after another. About an hour later,
the table was already covered with a pile of colorful empty wine bottles. Chen Yuan felt his whole body burning, his vision blurred, and the world was spinning before his eyes.
The woman opposite also had a double image. He realized he was too drunk to drink anymore.
While there is still a bit of sanity. He supported himself on the table with his hands and tried to stand up, but he had no strength to move his hands.
At this time, the woman opposite suddenly stood up and walked to his side.
I bent down and whispered in his ear, "You are drunk, let me help you up." The woman's voice was charming and soft.
Chen Yuan's ears felt itchy after hearing this. He blinked hard, trying to say something. However, next second,
he suddenly felt his neck go soft, and his body fell uncontrollably into the woman's soft arms.
9 o'clock in the morning. Fuan Road, Haipu Garden Community.
On a soft and comfortable big bed. The moment he woke up, Chen Yuan felt dizzy and his eyes were so sore that he couldn't open them. He coughed and raised his hand to rub his eyes. When he lowered his arms, he unexpectedly touched two strange things. That thing was tall and soft. Plump and elastic, with warm body temperature.
What's this?
This touch. This temperature.
Could it be? In an instant, Chen Yuan felt as if his whole body was struck by electric current.
He suddenly opened his eyes and turned his head to look to the side.
As expected,
there was a person lying next to me. A strange woman wearing only a white t-shirt, with fair skin and a sexy figure.
He sprang up from the bed.
His eyes were trembling with fear.
"You, who are you?"
The woman slowly opened her eyes and glanced at Chen Yuan expressionlessly. Then he sat up slowly and raised his hand to adjust the baggy white t-shirt he was wearing. Seeing that the woman didn't speak, Chen Yuan became even more nervous.
"I'm asking you, who are you? Why are you lying in my bed? How did you get into my house? Speak, are you mute? If you don't speak up, I'm going to be rude." Faced with a series of questions from Chen Yuan,
the woman rubbed her temples, looking somewhat speechless. She opened her lips and her voice was charming and pleasant. "Chen Yuan, I didn't expect you to have such a low alcohol tolerance. Others would at most drink until they blacked out, but you drank until you lost your memory."
Hearing the woman call out his name, Chen Yuan's pupils suddenly trembled and he stared at the woman in disbelief. After a brief shock,
his mind raced, trying to recall everything that happened last night.
Soon,
he slapped his forehead.
He stared at the woman suspiciously and asked tentatively, "You are the woman who drank with me last night? Your name is Jiang Chang?"
"Yes, you finally remembered." After the woman finished speaking, she slowly got off the bed.
Two white and beautiful feet stepped gently on the soft carpet. Chen Yuan took a deep breath, cleared his throat and said, "You brought me back from the bar last night? By the way, where's my car? Is it still parked in front of the bar?"
Jiang Chang raised his arms. She tied her long chestnut brown curly hair into a lazy bun. The oversized t-shirt was slightly lifted up, revealing a full and sexy buttocks. She pursed her lips and said slowly, "Don't worry, I called a designated driver last night to drive your Volkswagen back.
It's parked downstairs now."
Chen Yuan, "Oh, that's good." Jiang Chang bit his lip and snorted.
"Besides your car, can you think of anything else? For example, when you proposed to me."
Hear the word proposal. There was a loud bang in Chen Yuan's head.
In an instant, he felt his thoughts come back to him. Everything that happened last night came back to my mind. He scratched his head and said with embarrassment, Yes, I was reckless last night. I drank too much."
Jiang Chang stretched out a white finger and waved it in front of Chen Yuan.
"Chen Yuan, what do you mean? Do you want to turn your back on your words after waking up?
When you proposed to me last night, you were not drunk. You were sober at the time." Chen Yuan was speechless for a moment.
He knew that the proposal was a fact and could no longer be denied.
I can't just tell Jiang Chang directly that last night's proposal was just a bet with my friends, right?
Make a bet on something like a marriage proposal and let women be the stakes. I'm afraid no woman can tolerate it. Chapter 6. What do you like about me? Seeing Chen Yuan didn't say anything.
Jiang Chang raised his beautiful eyes and rolled his eyes at him. Then, he stretched lazily and walked slowly towards the bathroom. Chen Yuan followed subconsciously. Looking at Jiang Chang's fair and smooth neck, his graceful and seductive hips, his long, straight legs, and his graceful steps, he pursed his lips, his expression a little unnatural.
Jiang Chang, well, I have 2 questions for you.
Jiang Chang nodded slightly and hummed. She walked into the bathroom, stood in front of the mirror, and gently played with her messy hair with her hands.
Chen Yuan touched his nose awkwardly. First question, why did you agree to marry me? Are you serious? Of course, marriage is no joke. So, what do you like about me?
Jiang Chang glanced at Chen Yuan in the mirror.
You have the right look for my taste.
You are tall and handsome, and you look very masculine, with a bit of a straight, rough temperament.
I like men like you who look very manly.
I don't like those men who dress very delicately but actually look sissy with greasy hair and powdered face.
Jiang Chang praised him profusely. Chen Yuan felt very happy when he heard this.
The corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. He straightened his chest and tried to remain calm. What you said is not a lie.
But, just because of my appearance, are you going to agree to marry me? Well, there's another reason. What's the reason?
The woman lowered her eyes and sighed softly. She turned her head to look at Chen Yuan and said embarrassedly, I
had a falling out with my father.
He kicked me out of the house and cut off all ties with me.
My mother also passed away. I have no relatives and no home now. The moment you proposed to me, I suddenly felt that finding a man to get married quickly seemed to be a good choice.
In this way, I will have a family.
Not only will I have a husband, but I will also have my own children in the future.
After listening to Jiang Chang's words,
Chen Yuan was stunned. After a moment's silence, he frowned slightly and said with sympathy in his eyes, Is that so? Your experience is indeed a bit miserable.
Jiang Chang curled his lips, his eyes looking somewhat aggrieved. Yeah, when I was kicked out of the house yesterday, I had nothing with me except a handbag, not even a change of clothes.
Then the t-shirt you are wearing. It's yours.
I had no pajamas to wear after taking a shower last night, so I took this t-shirt from the closet. If you don't mind, I'll wear it as pajamas and I'll buy you a new one.
Chen Yuan was a little surprised. He didn't notice it at all.
The oversized pajamas on Jiang Chang that just covered his buttocks turned out to be the t-shirt he had worn for many years.
He took a step forward and looked at Jiang Chang in disbelief. However,
the moment he lowered his head, his sight inadvertently fell on Jiang Chang's chest. The 2 snow-white hemispheres that seemed to be about to burst out are extremely seductive.
The alluring body fragrance quickly rushed into his nose. Chen Yuan quickly looked away and stepped back. He blinked quickly, coughed, and said, Well, let me ask you the second question now.
You ask. We are of the opposite sex after all, and we both drank.
After you brought me back last night, nothing happened between us, right?
Jiang Chang was stunned for a moment. She bit her lower lip lightly, a wicked smile flashing in her eyes.
She covered her chest with her hands and said with a reproachful expression, What do you think? We are alone and you propose to me again. Impossible? Yes, you were really impatient at that time.
Oh, you were just like a vicious wolf.
You tormented me for the whole night. Chen Yuan was so numb.
His eyes widened and his head was buzzing.
Fuck, did I really do that to you? And, I tortured you for an entire night? Why can't I remember anything? Seeing Chen Yuan's dazed look,
Jiang Chang couldn't hold it back any longer, his red lips curled up and he burst out laughing.
Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, What are you laughing at? You are lying to me, right?
Jiang Chang smiled but said nothing. She turned her head and continued to fix her hair in front of the mirror. Chen Yuan's eyes turned slightly and he thought for a moment. He suddenly smiled, put his hands on his hips, and shook his head helplessly, saying, It seems that I was really drunk last night and even forgot this kind of common sense.
Jiang Chang, what common sense? When a man is drunk, he can't even stand up, so how can he do that to you?
Jiang Chang turned and looked at Chen Yuan. A pair of big, pure, and charming eyes were filled with doubts.
So there is such a thing. You don't even know this? Jiang Chang, you've never been in love before, have you? Jiang Chang blinked, raised his chin and said, of course. I have dated before. Do I look like someone who can't find a boyfriend?
No, you look like your boyfriend has lined up from Shanghai to France.
Jiang Chang glanced at Chen Yuan in the mirror.
I saw that Chen Yuan's eyes were always on me. She snorted softly, looking somewhat helpless.
Chen Yuan, have you seen enough? Look at yourself first. Are you going to keep standing in front of me like this?
Although it does look quite spectacular, it's a bit inappropriate in broad daylight.
Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows in confusion.
Ha!
What's that dangling?
He retracted his gaze and looked down at himself.
It doesn't matter if you take a look.
My pupils dilated instantly and my hair stood on end.
Good job.
My attention was focused on Jiang Chang just now, and my brain short-circuited after being drunk.
I didn't even notice it.
I was only wearing a pair of loose underwear that was almost slipping below my crotch.
Well, reveal some of it.
He had just been walking back and forth in front of her.
What's the difference between this and being naked?
Chen Yuan blushed instantly and said with a look of social despair, no, sorry, I'll go get dressed right away. His face flushed and he spoke in a panic. He immediately turned around and ran out of the bathroom as if he was running for his life.
After returning to the room,
he patted his chest and let out a long sigh.
Just as he opened the closet and was about to take out his clothes, the vibrating ringtone of the cell phone suddenly sounded like a death warrant.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
He sighed and slowly walked over to the bedside table.
I picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from Director Lu Tuzi.
Look at the time displayed on your phone.
Holy shit.
Today is Monday.
It's already 9:30 in the morning.
Chen Yuan was startled and quickly pressed the answer button. No surprise.
The voice on the phone was filled with a barrage of scolding from Baldy Lu. Even through the phone screen, he could imagine Baldy Lu's face with spit flying and angry eyes.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Yuan quickly found his clothes and put them on quickly.
After putting on his clothes, he hurried out of the bedroom and walked to the shoe cabinet at the door to change his shoes.
Jiang Chang heard the noise and stood at the bathroom door looking at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, what are you going to do?
Work.
Go to work? Then when are we going to get the certificate? Chapter 7 Money is for women to see. Chen Yuan paused.
Without even looking up, he continued to put on his shoes and said, well, let's talk about it later.
I advise you to think about it carefully. Don't think about it. I've already said it. I agree.
Chen Yuan stood up, grabbed the key on the shoe cabinet with one hand, and hurriedly touched the door handle with the other hand.
Before going out,
he turned around and glanced at Jiang Chang. I didn't know what to say, but I blurted out, be well at home, there's food in the refrigerator.
After saying,
he slammed the door. Then, as usual, he ran down from the third floor quickly and headed straight for the white Volkswagen downstairs.
Crack.
Open the car door and sit in the driver's seat. As he started the car, he turned his head to look at the dark corridor entrance.
He was a little puzzled. This old building has no elevator. How did Jiang Chang bring him home last night?
As a girl, she certainly didn't have the strength to carry a drunk man home, let alone climb 3 flights of stairs.
Did he run into a neighbor downstairs? Did he ask the neighbor for help? That should be it. 10:30. Huayan Road, Natural Resources Management Bureau.
In the conference room, the leader was sitting in front of the podium holding a meeting. The entire conference room was filled with the sound of a pin drop.
Hundreds of people didn't dare to breathe, and all kept their heads down as they took notes.
Chen Yuan held a pen and made notes in his notebook with a serious expression. However, my mind was in a mess and my heart was in turmoil. It was not because he had just been scolded by Director Lu Tuzi before the meeting. But it's because of Jiang Chang. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. My experience from last night till now is comparable to the bloody plot in a foreign novel.
Ridiculous and outrageous. Good job. Why did I suddenly have a brain cramp and propose to a strange woman in a bar? And why did she agree to Jiang Chang without hesitation? Could it be that Jiang Chang is a wine-selling scammer? She agreed to the proposal just to make herself consume more alcohol? No, that doesn't make sense.
If she was a wine ticket holder, she would definitely ask me to pay the bill on the spot. There was no way I was going to pay for it out of my own pocket and then go home drunk. Perhaps.
Is she telling the truth? Did she really fall in love with me, and was she really kicked out of the house by my father? But is a flash marriage really reliable? Damn it! What a contradiction.
On the one hand, she really wanted Jiang Chang to leave her house as soon as possible and have nothing to do with her anymore. After all, I just broke up yesterday, ending a painful and failed relationship.
I promised that I would never look for a woman again and that I would remain single for the rest of my life. From now on, I will enjoy the freedom and ease of single life. But,
on the other hand, part of me didn't want her to leave. If I let my parents know about my breakup, they would be furious and might even rush to Shanghai from my hometown Yangon overnight.
The consequences are disastrous. My parents adopted me for the purpose of carrying on the family line and continuing the incense. If the Chen family genealogy is broken here, that is simply an unforgivable crime. So, if I could marry Jiang Chang, then the breakup is nothing. Even for parents, it can be said to be a blessing from heaven. My son is married, and I can expect to have a grandchild in the near future. Fucheng Road, Tangchengiping Community, large flat in Building A.
Lin Wei sat on the bed with a haggard look on her face, looking at Zhou Wanhao, who was sleeping soundly beside her with a complicated expression. After separating from my best friend's son Luing last night, she went to the billiard hall to find Zhou Wanhao and played with him until 2 in the morning. When I returned to Zhou Wanhao's home, he tormented me for several hours again. From the entrance hall, to the French window in the living room, to the sofa, and then to the bedroom.
I finally managed to lie down and sleep. Unexpectedly, Zhou Wanhao's snoring was deafening, like a chainsaw.
The noise made Lin Wei toss and turn, unable to fall asleep.
She coughed and swallowed.
Suddenly, my throat felt like I had swallowed a razor blade and it was burning with pain. She frowned and glared at Zhou Wanhao with disdain.
I couldn't help but complain quietly. He's such a novice, but he has so many tricks.
You've left me covered in bruises, and my face is swollen from being slapped by you. My poor oval face is almost turning into a round face.
My throat hurts so much, I don't know if it's bleeding.
You, on the other hand, sleep like a dead pig, snore, and have bad breath.
However, complaints are complaints. She didn't want to wake Zhou Wanhao up.
She wished Zhou Wanhao could sleep a little longer, preferably until night. This way she could enjoy herself in this large flat, as if Zhou Wanhao didn't exist.
Thinking about. Lin Wei lifted the quilt and got out of bed quietly.
She picked up the phone on the bedside table and walked straight towards the bedroom door.
Just at this moment, Zhou Wanhao's cell phone suddenly rang a few times. Ding ding ding.
Lin Wei paused and turned to look at Zhou Wanhao.
Zhou Wanhao was motionless and still sleeping soundly. Her eyes rolled slightly, and suddenly an impulse arose in her heart. She wanted to see Zhou Wanhao's cell phone.
See who sent the WeChat message, is it a man or a woman? When she was with Chen Yuan, she was very sure that Chen Yuan was very loyal to her.
But now that she is with Zhou Wanhao, she feels insecure.
After all, wealthy second generations like Zhou Wanhao are very popular in the marriage market.
After hesitating for a few seconds, driven by strong curiosity,
Lin Wei tiptoed over and picked up the phone from next to Zhou Wanhao's pillow. During their last date, she accidentally caught a glimpse of Zhou Wanhao's lock screen password. She held her breath, not daring to make any noise, and carefully deciphered the code.
I opened WeChat.
When she saw that the person who sent the message was called Chen Hao, she felt relieved instantly.
Fine. Judging from the name, he should be a man.
She opened the dialog box and casually looked through the chat history.
But unexpectedly, you don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Chen Hao, how is it? Is it good to win by Yue Guang? Evil smile.
Chen Hao, I have been thinking about it for so many years, and finally I got what I wanted, thumbs up.
Zhou Wanhao, it's just so-so, it feels just so-so, all women are the same. Chen Hao, damn, kid, you're taking advantage of me. Chen Hao, tell me quickly, how did you win her over? How much did you spend? Did you give her a bag or a diamond ring? Chen Hao, damn, you didn't T-smash a supercar, did you? Shocked. Zhou Wanhao, am I as stupid as you? Rolling eyes. Zhou Wanhao, to tell you the truth, I got her without spending a penny. Chen Hao, is this true or false?
Zhou Wanhao, I spend my money for women to see, not for them to spend.
What follows next? Lin Wei couldn't watch any further. Now.
She was so angry that her eyebrows were raised and her eyes were trembling. The blood rushed to my body and my hands couldn't stop shaking.
Chapter 8. Check his assets for me. She couldn't help but recall the days she spent with Zhou Wanhao. Zhou Wanhao seemed to be very generous and was very kind to her. However, in reality, she didn't get anything from Zhou Wanhao. Zhou Wanhao took her to get a room. Although it was the most luxurious hotel, Zhou Wanhao also stayed there himself.
Zhou Wanhao took her out to dinner, and although it was at the most expensive restaurant, he ate it himself.
Zhou Wanhao took her for a ride.
Although he drove a luxury car worth tens of millions, the car was his own and he just let her sit in it. It had nothing to do with her.
Think about this.
Lin Wei suddenly felt so stupid.
It's so stupid.
Before she looked at Zhou Wanhao's phone, she thought she had finally found a wealthy second-generation man and was about to live the rich life she had always dreamed of.
But I didn't expect it. Zhou Wanhao is such a cold-blooded and stingy man.
Back then, when she was in high school, she was the dream goddess of all the boys in the class and the most beautiful and pure campus beauty. At that time, Zhou Wanhao's family business had not yet grown big, and he didn't even have the courage to confess his feelings to her. He could only secretly love her. 7 years have passed in a flash.
Zhou Wanhao unexpectedly transformed himself into a rich second generation. Really?
The second generation of rich people who got rich overnight have no quality at all and are no different from those vulgar nouveau riche.
Not as good as Chen Yuan.
Although Chen Yuan was very ordinary and had little money in his pocket, he was only stingy with himself and very generous to her. He himself ate takeout that cost no more than 10 yuan, but he was willing to buy her big brand skincare products worth tens of thousands of yuan. He himself was using an old phone with a cracked screen, but he was willing to buy her a tri-fold phone worth 30,000 yuan.
The more Lin Wei thought about it, the angrier she became.
She gritted her teeth and glared at Zhou Wanhao fiercely, her eyes full of anger. At this moment, she wished she could strangle Zhou Wanhao to death in his sleep.
However, it has come to this. She can only take one step at a time.
She took a few deep breaths and suppressed the anger in her heart. Then he deleted the several messages Chen Hao had just sent, leaving only the latest one, then exited the dialog box and set it to mark as unread.
After doing this, Lin Wei put the phone back next to Zhou Wanhao's pillow. Walk out of the bedroom and into the living room.
She patted her chest hard, trying to keep herself calm.
After calming down,
she sat on the sofa, muttering to herself.
It's okay, it's okay. We've only just started now. Every rich second generation is different. We've only been dating for a month, so it's normal for him to be a little stingy, right? Maybe after a while, he'll be willing to spend money on me. When I marry him in the future, I will be his legitimate wife. Will you still worry about having no money to spend then?
His luxury cars and mansions are all mine, as well as all kinds of luxury goods and brand name bags.
Can't I just buy them whenever I want? However, we need to investigate how much assets he has.
After some self-comfort, Lin Wei thought of her best friend Sun Lang. She picked up the phone and called Sun Lang. 10 seconds later, the call was connected.
Sun Lang's cheerful voice came from the receiver. Wei Wei, why are you calling me? How was your time with your Zhou Wanhao last night? You two are in the honeymoon period now, he must be clinging to you, right? He.
Lin Wei frowned and sighed softly.
It's okay. What's wrong with you? Why do you seem to be in a bad mood?
Lin Wei pondered for a moment, forced a smile and said, No, I'm in a good mood, but I always feel that Zhou Wanhao seems a bit stingy.
Pick? Why did he pick?
We have been dating for a month since the class reunion last month. I stayed at his house last night.
But during the relationship, he never gave me any gifts or transferred any money to me.
Sun Lang on the other end of the phone was obviously surprised.
Are you telling the truth? Yeah, I didn't lie to you. Then Zhou Wanhao is really stingy. He should at least give me some bags or clothes, right?
Lin Wei bit her lip and frowned. No, I haven't sent anything. Sun Lang on the opposite side stopped talking.
After a long while, she cleared her throat and said, Wei Wei, don't think too much.
Maybe because you have been dating for too short a time, he hasn't decided what to give you.
In addition, there is another possibility. What is possible? He might be planning to marry you.
He might propose to you soon, and when he does, he will definitely prepare a big gift for you. These words touched Lin Wei's heart. Her frown relaxed a little.
I hope so. I hope so. Wei Wei, do you have anything else to say? If not, hang up. I'm driving now.
Lin Wei straightened up and said hurriedly, No, don't hang up yet.
I want you to help me with something. Sun Laying, what's the matter?
Lin Wei turned her head and glanced towards the bedroom with vigilance. She leaned close to the receiver and whispered, Well, I want you to find Director Wu and ask him to help me investigate Zhou Wanhao's assets.
Is that convenient for you? No problem, it just happened. What's a coincidence? I'm on my way to see Lao Wu. When I get to his office, I'll ask him to help you investigate. Lin Wei was a little surprised. Luang, are you saying that you want to go to Director Wu's unit to find him? Is that appropriate? I can't help it.
I don't want to go to his workplace, but he's always been busy lately.
I haven't seen him for many days. I have to see him today. Well, drive carefully. Okay, hang up, Wei Wei. Hang up the phone. Lin Wei patted his chest and looked towards the bedroom nervously.
She finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Zhou Wanhao's snoring from inside. She slumped back on the sofa. Looking at the time on her phone, she couldn't help but think of Chen Yuan. It's already this late, I wonder what Chen Yuan is doing. He didn't send me a WeChat message to apologize, nor did he call me to ask for a reconciliation.
Maybe he's still angry.
It is also possible that he was so sad that he cried all night, thinking about himself until his heart was broken.
6 o'clock in the evening. Fuan Road, Haipu Garden Community.
Chen Yuan drove slowly into the residential area, and after parking the car downstairs of the apartment building, he did not get out of the car immediately. Instead, he rolled down the car window and lit a cigarette. At this moment, his thoughts were a little confused. He didn't know whether Jiang Chang was still at home. I left in a hurry this morning and didn't have time to add Jiang Chang's contact information.
If she were at home, I wonder how she would have spent the day. Or maybe she has already left.
She said that her father kicked her out of the house and she cut off all ties with her family.
Could it be just a momentary angry remark? Is there any father in this world who would really kick his daughter out of the house?
It is said that a daughter is her father's little cotton padded jacket and his little lover.
How can a father not love his precious daughter? Maybe the father and daughter just had a conflict when they were angry.
Now we have calmed down and made peace.
Think of this.
Chen Yuan felt inexplicably lost. Jiang Cheng's beautiful oval face and those pure and charming eyes appeared in front of me. There are also those long, white and tender legs, and those two clusters of plump and elastic snowballs. That touch, that body temperature. It seemed to still remain on his arm.
Chapter 9, Have we entered the Ponzi cave?
Chen Yuan raised his hand and knocked his forehead.
Grass. Damn it, why are you thinking about this?
Yes, she is very beautiful and has a very sexy figure. She can be said to be the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my 25 years of life.
But so what?
Her beauty is her business and has nothing to do with me. I am not the kind of man who is greedy for beauty. After all, she was just a strange woman. So, if she has already left your home, just pretend that this incident never happened and that she has never appeared.
A few minutes later.
Chen Yuan put out his cigarette, got out of the car, and strode towards the stairs.
After climbing to the 3rd floor in one breath,
he stood in front of the door for a moment, listening to the silence inside, without any movement. I guess Jiang Chang has already left. He let out a long sigh, took out the key from his pocket and inserted it into the keyhole.
Crack! The door opened.
Chen Yuan raised his eyes and glanced, his pupils dilated instantly, a little surprised.
Damn, did you go to the wrong door?
He quickly backed out and looked up at the house number.
No, I didn't go the wrong way.
He frowned and walked in cautiously,
looking at everything in front of me in disbelief.
I just went out to work for a day, and when I came back, my house was completely changed.
The living room has a new look.
The floor was swept clean and shiny, and the old furniture was almost entirely covered with a layer of softly shimmering satin cloth. There is also a pink and white French blanket on the sofa, as well as several artistic cartoon pillows. The small coffee table in front of the sofa is also gone. In its place was a smooth, soft cream-colored carpet. What's even more exaggerated is the old curtain leading to the balcony from the living room was turned into a thin gauze curtain with lace edges. The gentle breeze coming in from the window made the gauze curtain dance gently. Just when Chen Yuan stood there in a daze, looking confused,
a charming and pleasant voice.
Suddenly a voice sounded behind him.
Chen Yuan, you're back?
Chen Yuan shuddered all over and turned around abruptly.
Jiang Chang, you didn't leave?
Jiang Chang had her hair tied into a cute bun and was wearing a pink apron. She was looking at Chen Yuan with a smile.
Go? Where do you want me to go? Haven't we already decided to get married?
Chen Yuan was speechless.
He touched his head, looked around and asked, did you arrange all this?
Jiang Chang nodded, looking somewhat excited.
Who else could it be if not me? How is it? Does my decoration look good?
I spent a whole day cleaning and decorating, and I went to the mall 3 times.
Phew, I'm so tired.
Chen Yuan curled his lips, his expression somewhat complicated.
It looks good, but it's too clean and too pink. It looks like I've entered a cave. It's not suitable for a grown man like me. Oh, I think it's quite suitable. A change of style can change the mood. Okay then. By the way, why is the coffee table gone? Did you throw it away? Jiang Chang raised his chin towards the kitchen.
I pushed it under the dining table. I saw that the small glass coffee table had a broken corner.
It's easy to scratch your skin.
It's dangerous and ugly.
Removing the coffee table will make the living room look more spacious.
We can sit on the carpet and watch TV with our backs against the sofa.
It's very comfortable. Jiang Chang's lips opened and closed. The voice is sweet and soft.
Chen Yuan took a deep breath and stood there at a loss as to what to do.
Seeing Chen Yuan didn't say anything,
Jiang Chang raised his hand and poked his arm.
Chen Yuan, why are you so nervous? This is your own home, why are you acting like a guest? Come, let me show you the bedroom. Speaking of.
She grabbed Chen Yuan's wrist and walked straight towards the bedroom. Chen Yuan froze, glanced down at Jiang Cheng's hand, and was pulled forward by her as if by inertia.
Crack.
The door to the second bedroom opened. Instantly, an alluring fragrance wafted into my nose. It was a faint scent of perfume mixed with a woman's body fragrance.
Chen Yuan touched his nose subconsciously. He slowly walked into the bedroom and was stunned when he saw the layout of the room. Good job. Is this still the same simple little bedroom of only 10 square meters? It's a warm and cozy princess room that you can only see on TV. The originally empty table is now filled with all kinds of exquisite ornaments and cosmetics.
In the gap between the window and the bed, there is a small lazy sofa covered with a fluffy blanket, which looks suitable for leaning on and basking in the sun.
The bed was brand new too.
A fairy-like and gentle pink 4-piece set, a warm white Papa Bear doll, and a lazy and cute pig pillow.
As well as
large-sized underwear thrown randomly on the bed, lace, transparent, mesh.
The moment I saw the underwear, Chen Yuan's throat rolled and he quickly looked away. How is it? Did I decorate the bedroom beautifully?
Jiang Chang tilted his head and smiled.
Chen Yuan coughed and said, It's okay. At this time,
Jiang Chang noticed the strangeness in Chen Yuan's expression.
She walked quickly to the bed.
He pulled back the quilt, covering the underwear that he hadn't had time to put back into the closet.
She blinked quickly, her pretty face slightly reddened as she said, What do you mean it's okay? It's obviously super warm and super beautiful, okay?
Chen Yuan shook his head and smiled helplessly.
Well, it's beautiful, but it still doesn't suit me.
I can't imagine what it feels like for a grown man like me to sleep on such a fairy-like bed.
Hearing Chen Yuan say this,
Jiang Chang raised his red lips and burst out laughing. She raised her beautiful eyes and rolled her eyes at Chen Yuan.
You think too much, Chen Yuan. Did I tell you to sleep here? What do you mean?
Jiang Chang put one hand on his waist and pointed at the master bedroom opposite.
That's your room. Although we've decided to get married, we haven't gotten the marriage certificate yet. And we just met. It would be a bit hasty to sleep together right away.
Chen Yuan nodded and breathed a sigh of relief.
Oh, that's it.
I didn't do much with your bedroom. I just changed it into a clean 4-piece suit.
Don't worry, it's blue, so it won't make you feel like you're living in a cave.
Chen Yuan smiled awkwardly.
That's good. Jiang Chang raised his eyebrows. Don't you want to go see your bedroom?
Chen Yuan shook his head and said, no need. Well, you can calculate how much it cost to buy these things, and I will transfer it to you.
Jiang Chang snorted unhappily.
Why are you so polite? I live in your house, so it's only natural for me to buy some things and decorate it.
But don't worry, the food is getting cold, go eat quickly. Eat? You cooked?
Jiang Cheng ignored him. She walked straight past him, untied the apron tied around her waist, and walked quickly towards the kitchen.
Chapter 10. How about it? Is it good to have a wife? A few minutes later.
After washing his hands in the bathroom, Chen Yuan slowly walked to the dining table and sat down.
Looking at the 2 dishes and 1 soup on the table, his eyes couldn't help but light up.
Braised spare ribs, stir-fried celery, seafood tofu soup, and steaming hot rice freshly served in a bowl.
Just looking at it can instantly whet one's appetite. Jiang Chang, I didn't expect you could cook, and it looks delicious. Chen Yuan swallowed and couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Chang's voice came from the kitchen. It's okay.
I only know how to make some home-cooked meals. I was busy cleaning and decorating today, so I made dinner in a hurry.
Next time I'll make a few more dishes for you to try. After saying,
she walked out of the kitchen with a bowl of rice and closed the sliding door of the kitchen.
Chen Yuan held the chopsticks and looked up at Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang, you. Jiang Chang takes off his apron. She was only wearing a V-neck suspender nightgown.
The black silk fabric perfectly wraps her graceful figure, showing off her proud curves.
White neck, plump breasts, round buttocks, and smooth calves. What's wrong with me? Jiang Chang asked with a puzzled look. Chen Yuan felt his breathing stagnate. He frowned, lowered his dark eyes and said, nothing, I just think you are wearing too cool clothes.
Jiang Chang placed the rice in his hand on the dining table, pulled out the chair opposite and sat down. She blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Chen Yuan.
Oh, I'm used to wearing nightgowns at home. They're cool and comfortable.
If you think that there's a difference between men and women and it affects you, I'll go change. Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced forward.
But unexpectedly,
his eyes happened to fall on the 2 snow-white hemispheres.
The hemisphere was slightly resting on the edge of the table.
It looked extremely large, with a beautiful curve, and it was soft and trembling.
It's no exaggeration to say,
I'll faint if I look at it for 1 more second.
A moment.
Chen Yuan's brain uncontrollably recalled the touch and body temperature of his arms on the 2 snowballs when he woke up in the morning. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to remain calm.
It's okay, no need to change. Of course you can wear whatever is comfortable at home. After saying,
he lowered his head, holding the bowl with 1 hand and frantically shoveling rice into his mouth with the other.
It only takes a few seconds.
Chen Yuan quickly swallowed up a large bowl of rice, most of it stuffed into his mouth. Jiang Chang was speechless upon seeing this.
Chen Yuan, can you please eat some of the food?
Whether it tastes good or not is another matter, but you should at least try it.
Chen Yuan nodded.
He tilted his neck back and swallowed the rice in his mouth with force.
Jiang Chang raised his red lips and his shoulders trembled with laughter. Chen Yuan, do you have to be so funny? Your cheeks look like a little squirrel with a mouth full of nuts.
Chen Yuan smiled somewhat awkwardly. He reached out and picked up a piece of braised pork ribs and put it in the bowl, and scooped a large spoonful of stir-fried celery.
After tasting carefully, his eyes lit up instantly and he was amazed. Fuck, Jiang Chang, your cooking is so delicious.
The braised spare ribs are so soft and boneless, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, the aroma is so delicious. The celery is also fried until it's crispy and fresh. Not only does it taste good, it feels very healthy, it's amazing. Jiang Chang curled his lips, looking surprised.
Is it really that exaggerated? It's just a home-cooked dish. Try the seafood tofu soup. Speaking of,
she picked up the soup spoon, scooped a bowl of seafood soup and handed it to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan took the bowl with both hands, took a sip directly from the bowl, then picked up the spoon and scooped a spoonful of shrimp and tofu into his mouth.
Not bad, not bad.
This seafood soup is really delicious. It has the original flavor and is so delicious that it will make your teeth fall out. As soon as you taste it, you will know that it is not the kind that is mixed with technology.
The shrimp and tofu are also very tender and taste soft and smooth.
Jiang Chang narrowed his beautiful eyes and smiled with satisfaction.
How is it? Having a wife is good.
Not only can I sleep in a soft and fragrant bed, but I can also eat healthy and delicious meals. Chen Yuan finished the bowl of seafood soup in no time. He nodded and said in a somewhat unclear voice, "Yes, you are right. I haven't eaten such delicious and healthy home-cooked meals for a long time."
Didn't you have a girlfriend before? Didn't she do it for you? She makes it for me? I can't even think about it.
I did make it for her a few times, but she thought it wasn't tasty, so I never made it again.
So what do you usually eat?
Before my parents went back to their hometown, if I didn't have a date with my girlfriend at night, I would go home to eat the food my mother cooked. After my parents went back to their hometown, I usually ordered takeout at work at noon and just had some fast food at night.
Is that so? Then why did you break up with your ex-girlfriend? The words came out.
Jiang Cheng suddenly realized that this question was a bit abrupt. Just when she wanted to explain and take back the question, Chen Yuan shrugged indifferently and said bluntly, because she cheated. She got together with her high school classmate, a rich second-generation guy, after attending a class reunion last month.
Ah? Is this true? Well, this is reality. Maybe that man is better than me.
Not only is he more gentle and considerate to her, but he can also let her live a rich life.
I can't give her the life she wants. Jiang Chang looked at Chen Yuan with sympathy. After thinking for a moment,
she put down her chopsticks and said seriously, "Chen Yuan, don't doubt yourself.
You are very good.
There is only one reason why she cheated, and that is that she is the kind of person who loves to cheat."
Chen Yuan looked at Jiang Chang in surprise.
Jiang Chang sighed and continued, "There are many gold diggers in society today. They like to find faults in men who have no money or power but are very kind, and find good points in men who have money and power but are very immoral."
Jiang Chang, what you said is very sharp. Sharp? I've only seen the ugliness of human nature. After saying,
Jiang Chang picked up the chopsticks and continued eating.
Chen Yuan was no longer calm.
He had never expected that Jiang Chang, who seemed so pure and beautiful on the surface, could have such accurate comments on human nature.
This couldn't help but make him curious about Jiang Chang.
He picked up a piece of braised pork ribs and put it into Jiang Chang's bowl, then asked carefully, "Jiang Chang, can you tell me why your father kicked you out of the house? To be honest, your appearance and temperament are different from those of ordinary people like us. You look like a rich girl raised in a well-off family."
Jiang Chang's hand holding the chopsticks froze.
She blinked, and her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings.
After a few seconds of silence, she bit her lower lip and said slowly, "You are right. My family is indeed well off financially.
I lived a happy life until I was 18, but when I was 18, my mother died of a cerebral hemorrhage."
Jiang Chang paused.
Her beautiful eyes turned red and tears welled up in her eyes. After a pause, she continued, "Only a year later, my dad married my stepmother, and later gave birth to twin brothers. Since then, my dad's love for me has not been that much, he loves his two sons more. Under the instigation of my stepmother, my relationship with my dad has become worse and worse, and we have many conflicts. After a big fight yesterday, he asked me to leave this house." He said all these words in one go. Jiang Chang could no longer suppress her emotions, and pearl-like tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Seeing this, Chen Yuan suddenly felt sympathy. He pulled out a few tissues, leaned forward, and reached out to wipe the tears from Jiang Chang's face.
Chapter 11, Resign and I'll support you.
Jiang Chang instinctively dodged back,
looking at Jiang Chang's pretty face which was flushed due to tears.
Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment. The tissue slipped from his hand and landed right on the two snow-white hemispheres.
Because the distance is too close.
He could clearly see that the two plump hemispheres formed a deep and beautiful cleavage. There was a seductive body fragrance emanating from it. Jiang Chang smiled shyly. She covered her chest with one hand and wiped her tears with a tissue with the other.
"Thank you, Chen Yuan, I'm fine. I don't know why I'm crying.
In fact, I've already accepted the fact that my father no longer loves me." Chen Yuan frowned, a hint of heartache flashing in his eyes. He withdrew his hand. Leaning back in the chair, he quietly looked at the pitiful beauty in front of him.
It took a long time.
He seemed to suddenly think of something and slowly said, "Let me tell you about my experience. I was sold by my biological parents when I was 3.5 years old.
My adoptive parents were not very kind to me either. They beat and scolded me since I was a child.
They adopted me for only one purpose, which was to carry on the family line, continue the incense, and pass on the genealogy of the old Chen family. As far as I can remember, I have never known what it feels like to be loved by others.
Jiang Cheng's hand holding the tissue froze in midair.
Her beautiful eyes widened and she stared at Chen Yuan in disbelief. Chen Yuan coughed and continued, "When I was in college, my ex-girlfriend pursued me, and I thought that was love, so I agreed without hesitation. As a result, in the 4 years we were together, I was the one who made the sacrifices and tried my best to manage this relationship, but she always disliked and was dissatisfied with me."
After listening to Chen Yuan's story,
Jiang Cheng's eyebrows were tightly knitted together, his beautiful eyes full of sympathy.
"Chen Yuan, I never thought your life was so unfortunate and you've experienced so many unimaginable hardships." Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows and said seriously, "So, do you feel better now? What makes it better?"
"I am telling you about my misfortune to make you feel that your experience is not that bad. Think about it, at least you know who your biological parents are, and you have had true love from your father and mother."
"Jiang Cheng, are you trying to compare your misery with mine?" Chen Yuan smiled calmly, "Isn't it the same for all people?
Happiness or unhappiness, pain or no pain, they always like to realize it through comparison. My experience is worse than yours, so by comparing like this, you will feel better."
After realizing what Chen Yuan wanted to express,
Jiang Cheng raised the corners of his lips and smiled helplessly.
"Well, what you said makes sense.
Okay, Jiang Cheng, the past is over, and we all need to learn to look forward.
Now that we have decided to get married, we should just live a good life and make the most of the present."
The word marriage came out of his mouth.
Chen Yuan suddenly felt a little embarrassed.
"I couldn't help but sigh in my heart that all this seemed so unreal.
Yesterday I was still suffering from a wrong relationship. Suddenly there is a new woman today. And
whether in appearance, figure, character or values, she is far better than her ex-girlfriend Lin Wei." Jiang Cheng blinked his beautiful eyes and tilted his head to look at Chen Yuan.
"Chen Yuan, speaking of marriage, when are we going to get the marriage certificate? Is tomorrow okay?" Chen Yuan swallowed and said, "Not tomorrow." "Why not?" "Tomorrow is Tuesday and I have to go to work."
Jiang Cheng pouted his rosy little mouth and groaned.
"It's time to go to work again. If you go to work, I will have to stay at home all day. It's so boring. Can I skip this class?" Chen Yuan was shocked. "Not going to work anymore?" "Yes, let me ask you, do you want to go to work? Do you like your current job?" Chen Yuan immediately shook his head. "Of course I don't like it." "Tell me, why don't you like it?"
Chen Yuan sighed and said with a sad face, "To be honest, I am really tired of this kind of work within the system."
"Why?" "The intrigues and deceptions within the system are simply unbearable for normal people.
For example, the endless meetings all day long are nothing more than 3 steps. The first step is that the leader brags wildly about his brilliant achievements. The second step is to announce the next reward and punishment mechanism, scaring employees while painting a rosy picture for them. The third step is to punish the thorns in the eye, scold the honest people who work, and reward the excellent bootlickers."
Chen Yuan's vivid description.
This made Jiang Cheng unable to hold back his laughter.
She nodded vigorously, "Very insightful, nothing wrong with it."
Chen Yuan sighed, "I was determined to get into the system just to have a stable job and a steady income to support my ex-girlfriend and me. When I retire, I can get a relatively high pension, which can guarantee my and her later years."
"You really care about her." "Well, at that time, no matter what I did, I considered her first. What about now? You've already broken up. You should think more about yourself.
Since you don't like it from the bottom of your heart, just quit your job."
Chen Yuan was shocked. "Resigning?"
Jiang Cheng nodded seriously. "Yes, why do you have to work for capital? Capital uses a meager salary to squeeze out the value of your labor and consume your youth. People don't necessarily have to go to work, they go to work when they have no choice."
Hearing Jiang Cheng say this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up.
"Jiang Cheng, your words are very insightful and make a lot of sense. But the problem now is, if I don't go to work, how can I?" Without waiting for Chen Yuan to finish, Jiang Cheng held his chin with one hand and said with a relaxed expression, "I will take care of you." Chen Yuan was shocked again.
"You support me?"
"Yes, my mother left me some savings before she passed away. As long as we don't pursue a luxurious life, it's enough for the two of us to spend."
Chen Yuan, then, how much money did you leave?
"More than 3,000.
Hear this number. Chen Yuan's face suddenly became dark. He shook his head slightly, smiled helplessly, and said, "How can more than 3,000 yuan be enough? You must have never lived independently before, right? The prices in the Magic City are very high." "More than 3,000 yuan, even if you live frugally, I'm afraid it can only last for a month or two at most." Jiang Chang was stunned for a moment. Then she raised her red lips and laughed as if she heard a joke. "Chen Yuan, no, it's not more than 3,000 yuan, it's..." Chen Yuan waved his hand and interrupted without hesitation, "Let me support you. I am a man and it is my duty to support my wife. Don't worry, in addition to this job in the system, I have 2 part-time jobs. I believe that as long as I work hard, I will have no problem supporting the 2 of us." Jiang Cheng suppressed his smile and asked, "What part-time job?" Chen Yuan picked up the cell phone beside him and shook it. "On the internet, one is live streaming of playing games, and the other is writing novels on the Yangshizi website. I have been doing these 2 part-time jobs for 2 years." There was a big question mark on Jiang Cheng's face. Live streaming of playing games? I know about that, but what is the Yangshizi website? Oh, it's the popular tomato novel network. In my hometown of Yanggu, tomatoes are called foreign tomatoes. Jiang Cheng, so what's the profit? Chapter 12, Can I watch this for free? Chen Yuan turned on his cell phone. I looked at the back-end revenue of the live streaming platform and novel website. He said seriously, the income from live streaming games is unstable. On average, I can make about 6,000 yuan a month. I think the future prospects of this sideline business are relatively good. Now is an era where traffic is paramount. As long as we stick to it, the traffic will slowly increase. Jiang Cheng nodded. Yes, what about the revenue from the novel? Mention novels. Chen Yuan coughed and looked embarrassed. The income from the novel has been very stable, a fixed 800 yuan per month for full attendance. Jiang Cheng lowered his eyes and smiled. Chen Yuan, the difference in income between your 2 side jobs is quite large. Chen Yuan scratched his head embarrassedly. I can't help it. Although I like writing novels, my writing skills are really limited. But I am also improving slowly. When I was in school, I had a hard time writing an 800-word essay. Now I can easily write 4,000 words every day. I don't want to give up easily. Maybe one day I will have the opportunity to become a master with 1 book. Seeing Chen Yuan so confident in himself, Jiang Cheng said with great interest, "Come on, I believe you can do it. Can you tell me the title of your novel?" The book I'm serializing right now is called Return of the Swordmaster. Hear the title of this book. Jiang Cheng chuckled. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. She touched her hair, suppressed the smile and said, "To be honest, I think the title of your book doesn't sound like it will be popular easily." Why? People like me who rarely read novels know that the popular ones now are the cool ones, such as The Domineering President Falls in Love with Me, A 50-year-old menopausal woman in Trump Falls in Love with Me, A Cleaner in the White House in the female section. Chen Yuan looked disgusted. Isn't this too ridiculous? Jiang Cheng stretched out a white finger. It waved in front of Chen Yuan. It's a bit melodramatic, but readers love it. Your book title is too serious. It sounds like a novel that was popular 20 years ago. I'm afraid readers won't want to click in and read it. No wonder you only got a perfect score. Chen Yuan frowned slightly and curled his lips. I don't want to write a novel that is too detached from reality. Jiang Cheng straightened his chest and said seriously, what do you mean by out of touch with reality? In fact, reality is far more outrageous than fiction, because stories are logical, but reality is illogical. What you said seems to make sense. Is that so? So you should stop writing traditional novels and be bolder and more unrestrained. Think about it, readers are so tired from work during the day, and they read novels at home to relax. Who wants to read those serious and boring texts? It must be more exciting to read refreshing novels. After listening to Jiang Cheng's analysis, Chen Yuan felt as if he had been hit on the head by a stick, and instantly understood. He crossed his arms and nodded vigorously. You're right. It seems I'm a little behind the times. Chen Yuan, don't you think our flash marriage is even more bizarre than the novel you wrote? Chen Yuan knocked his forehead and let out a long sigh. Yes, it is true that my thinking is too conservative. Now you have enlightened me. Jiang Cheng pulled out a tissue and wiped his mouth. Okay, I'm full, you eat slowly. Chen Yuan was a little surprised. Are you full already? You ate too little, didn't you? We were so busy chatting just now that we haven't even eaten much of the dishes.
Jiang Cheng smiled and waved his hand.
I'm on a diet, so I don't dare eat too much for dinner. You should eat more, and it's best to finish all the food. After saying,
Jiang Yuan stood up, left the dining table, and walked straight towards the bathroom. Chen Yuan said oh and continued to eat.
A few minutes later,
there was the sound of running water in the bathroom. While chewing the braised spare ribs that were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, Chen Yuan glanced in the direction of the bathroom.
10 minutes later, Chen Yuan cleared all the food on the table.
He leaned back in the dining chair and burped with a satisfied look on his face.
Just at this moment,
a charming and soft voice came from the bathroom.
Chen Yuan, have you finished eating? Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and asked, I just finished eating, what happened? Could you get me a towel?
What towel? I bought a new bath towel this morning and hung it on the balcony after washing it.
Good.
Chen Yuan stood up, spread his long legs, and walked quickly towards the balcony. He drew aside 2 lace curtains, walked out onto the balcony, raised one arm, and pulled down the white bath towel hanging on the clothesline.
Came outside the bathroom door.
He glanced up and suddenly felt his breath hitch. I saw a layer of fine mist on the glass door of the bathroom.
Jiang Cheng's beautiful body was faintly visible on the door. Comic legs in willow waist. The plump snowball was trembling slightly. The seductive buttocks are like a pink peach.
She looks just like the sexy goddess in the game, so beautiful that it seems unreal. This scene has such a huge impact on people. Chen Yuan frowned slightly and immediately lowered his eyes. He coughed and raised his hand to knock on the door.
Jiang Cheng, here are the bath towels. Soon, the bathroom door opened a crack. Crack.
A white, smooth arm with a hint of warmth stretched out from the door.
Thanks. Give it to me.
Chen Yuan turned his face away and handed the bath towel to Jiang Cheng. Well, I'm going to wash the dishes, you continue.
After saying that, Chen Yuan turned around and left. However, next second, with a bang,
the bathroom doors in front of me suddenly all opened. In an instant, the air was filled with rich fragrance. That is the fragrance of a woman's body blended with the shower gel, which smells particularly seductive.
Chen Yuan's eyes flickered, and he lowered his head and asked, have you finished washing?
Jiang Cheng wiped his hair and smiled charmingly.
Well, I asked you to help me get the towel after I finished washing.
Oh. Seeing that Chen Yuan kept his head down and didn't look at her, Jiang Cheng snorted, tilted his head and looked at Chen Yuan and said, I'm already dressed, you don't have to be afraid to look at me.
Hearing Jiang Cheng say this,
Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and slowly raised his eyes.
But, unexpectedly,
the moment he saw Jiang Cheng, his pupils suddenly dilated.
The clothes Jiang Cheng was talking about were actually the white bath towel.
The bath towels were very short. It is so short that half of the breasts are exposed, and seem to be about to burst out.
It can barely cover the buttocks. The 2 long legs are white and tender, with an attractive luster. This is free to watch? Chen Yuan swallowed and couldn't help but complain. Jiang Cheng, didn't you say you were wearing clothes? You call this bath towel clothes?
Jiang Cheng pouted his red lips.
He snorted in annoyance.
Hey, I'm at home and I don't need to see anyone, so of course I can just wrap myself in a towel after taking a shower.
Chen Yuan sighed speechlessly. I don't need to see anyone? Am I not a human being? And I am still a man. Chapter 13. Do you have any improper thoughts about me? Jiang Cheng's eyes rolled slightly and he thought for a moment.
She took a step forward. She blinked her sparkling eyes and looked up at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, what I mean is, you are not an outsider.
We have decided to get married, so we will be a family from now on. Since we are a family, why do we care so much?
Just wrap yourself in a bath towel after taking a shower.
There is no need to be so restrained in your own home, right?
Jiang Cheng, who had just finished bathing. Although her face is not made up, she is as beautiful as a lotus emerging from the water, with a unique charm.
The figure is even hotter.
It is white, tender and smooth, plump, fragrant and soft, which makes people's blood boil. Chen Yuan turned his face away without saying a word.
Jiang Cheng became even more confused upon seeing this.
She tilted her head and met Chen Yuan's gaze. Chen Yuan felt like he had been electrocuted and immediately turned his face to the other side. Jiang Cheng bit his lower lip lightly. A pair of pure and charming eyes were full of confusion.
After a few seconds of stalemate,
she put one hand on her waist and poked Chen Yuan's chest hard with the other hand.
Chen Yuan, you are not having any improper thoughts about me, are you? We just met. Could it be that you would have physical desires for a woman you just met?
Well, if that's the case, I will dress tightly at home in the future.
Chen Yuan's Adam's apple rolled.
He straightened his body, raised his head slightly, and said with a straight face, "Nonsense.
How is this possible? Do you think I am the kind of man who covets beautiful women?"
Jiang Cheng curved his lips into a smile and breathed a sigh of relief.
Not at all. It seems I've overthought. You're definitely not that kind of pervert.
You look like a very honest and sincere man. Chen Yuan lowered his eyes and glanced at Jiang Cheng. Look at her smiling face, she looks heartless. If you didn't already know, she was 25 years old. Chen Yuan almost doubted whether she had never been in love before. She seemed to have no understanding of the nature of men. Chen Yuan curled his lips and said helplessly, "I said the wrong thing just now."
I have no opinion on what you wear in the future. Just wear whatever you like and do whatever makes you comfortable at home.
Jiang Cheng opened his lips slightly and hummed. Chen Yuan immediately turned around, walked quickly to the dining table, and took the plates and bowls into the kitchen.
Swish!
After closing the sliding door of the kitchen,
Chen Yuan let out a long breath. As he washed dishes in the sink, he looked down at his swollen, hot, and tight belly. At the same time, my heart was beating wildly. The blood in my body is boiling and rushing straight to the top of my head. He shook his head vigorously. I couldn't help but curse in my heart. Grass! What's wrong with me? How can you be so useless? I've lived for 25 years and this is the first time this has happened. What the hell is this? Lustful? Bestiality? Did he accidentally take some special medicine? I wasn't the kind of person who would think about that when I saw a beautiful woman before. The more Chen Yuan thought about it, the more ashamed he felt. In order to calm himself down, after washing all the plates and bowls, he carefully wiped the kitchen cabinets and range hood several times. Do all this. He washed a few dishcloths clean and folded them neatly together. Swish! When walking out of the kitchen. It's already 9:30 in the evening. The living room was quiet, without any movement. Chen Yuan looked around. I saw Jiang Cheng lying on the sofa, motionless. He walked slowly to the sofa and found that Jiang Cheng had closed his eyes and fell asleep. The phone slipped from her hand and fell to the carpet. Chen Yuan bent down and picked up the phone. Just when he was about to help Jiang Cheng turn off the lock screen of his phone. With a casual glance, I suddenly found that the text on the mobile phone page looked a little familiar. Take a closer look. Good job. ISNT, this is currently serialized novel Return of the Swordmaster? Chen Yuan smiled speechlessly and couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Jiang Cheng, you really are. Just read the novel, why would you read what I wrote? It's fine if I just watch it, but I fell asleep while watching it. How come I never knew this? My novel also has a hypnotic effect. Also, as a woman, you have a really big heart. Do you trust me so much? Aren't you afraid of me? Chen Yuan frowned and looked at the sleeping beauty in front of him with a complicated expression. Beautiful profile and smooth long hair. A white neck and a soft and fragrant snowball. Perfect waist-to-hip ratio and smooth white legs. Also, the alluring body fragrance that permeates the entire living room is simply breathtaking. After standing quietly for a while, Chen Yuan returned to the bedroom, took out a fluffy blanket and gently covered Jiang Cheng with it. Wednesday evening. Suddenly a light rain came, dripping onto the asphalt road. Lin Wei sat alone in the Western restaurant. Her best friend Sun Luing hadn't arrived yet, and she felt increasingly uneasy. After breaking up with Chen Yuan. It's been 3 whole days. Chen Yuan didn't even run over to find her, nor did he kneel down to beg for reconciliation. Not even a text message or a phone call. This made her panic inside. There has been no progress in the relationship with Zhou Wanhao. She had hinted several times that she wanted to get married, but she didn't know whether Zhou Wanhao didn't understand or was pretending not to understand. In short, Zhou Wanhao turned a deaf ear to her hints.
If in the end I fail to marry into a wealthy family and become a rich wife.
So, is there still hope for Chen Yuan?
Among the 6 boyfriends she had ever dated, Chen Yuan was the best one to her. When they were together, Chen Yuan always loved her like a dog, obeyed her in everything, and doted on her like a princess.
Think about this. Lin Wei couldn't control herself anymore.
He picked up the phone and called Chen Yuan without hesitation.
After the bell rang,
Lin Wei looked nervous, staring at the phone screen intently.
However, it only rang for 5 seconds. The receiver then said, "The number you dialed is currently busy." Lin Wei was confused.
His pupils were dilated and his face was filled with shock.
The phone was hung up? Chen Yuan actually hung up on her?
We have been in love for 4 years, and he has always been available whenever I call.
No matter what time it is, he answers the phone immediately. Lin Wei couldn't believe her ears.
She even thought she had dialed the wrong number and looked at the phone number again. After making sure the call was correct, she was so angry that her eyebrows raised and a surge of rage rose in her heart. Reluctant to give up, she called Chen Yuan again.
She wanted to see what Chen Yuan was trying to do. She had already taken the initiative to call him and gave him a way out. What else did he want? The call was made. This time is different from before. The bell didn't ring, only a beep. Then, a voice came from the receiver. "The number you dialed is in use." Hear this sound. Lin Wei's eyes trembled and his face turned purple with anger.
The anger in my heart was running around in my chest like a fireball.
Chen Yuan actually blocked her phone number? Chapter 14. Why doesn't he kneel down and beg for reconciliation? Just when Lin Wei was shaking with anger. My best friend Sun Ling is here.
She was wearing a pink Chanel-style suit and carrying a newly bought LV bag in her hand. Her high-heeled shoes made a crisp tapping sound as they stepped on the ground.
"Ling, why did you come just now?" Lin Wei asked anxiously. "Don't mention it."
There was a traffic jam on the road.
It was so annoying. It took me more than an hour to drive for a half-hour journey.
Sun Ling put her bag on the table, pulled out the chair opposite and sat down. The moment I raised my eyes and saw Lin Wei clearly,
she couldn't help but be surprised. Wei, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad? Your lips are a little pale too."
Lin Wei gritted her teeth hard. After taking a deep breath, she handed the phone to Sun Ling.
"Ling, look, I just couldn't help it and called Chen Yuan. He hung up on me. I was so angry that I called again, but he actually blocked my number." Sun Ling glanced at the mobile call page. His eyes suddenly widened in shock. This is so infuriating. How could Chen Yuan do this to you? What does he want to do?"
Lin Wei swallowed hard. He suppressed the anger rising in his throat.
She glanced out the window and said anxiously, "Ling, will Chen Yuan leave me forever? Will he completely disappear from my life?" "No, I don't think he can leave you. Last time you said that within 3 days, Chen Yuan would come to me and kneel down to beg me to get back together. But 3 days have passed, and in these 3 days, Chen Yuan didn't even send me a text message. I took the initiative to call him, but he blocked me." Wei, don't be too anxious. Maybe Chen Yuan is still angry.
When he calms down, he will miss you madly and can't help but come to find you.
But I'm very uncertain now.
Lin Wei patted his chest, feeling a bad feeling in his heart.
Her intuition told her. This breakup is different from previous ones.
Every time they broke up in the past, she was very sure that Chen Yuan would come to coax her and ask her to get back together. Every night after they got back together, she would ask for it fiercely. Chen Yuan is very strong in that aspect, and he can always make her feel great physical and mental satisfaction. I even had the wonderful experience of satisfying you 4 or 5 times in one night.
At this point, you can't get it from Zhou Wanhao. But this time,
she made a mistake of principle by cheating on her husband. I don't know whether Chen Yuan's love for her is deep enough, whether Chen Yuan's mind is broad enough, and whether he can forgive her cheating.
During the few minutes that Lin Wei was silent,
Sun Ling called the waiter and ordered some of the restaurant's special Western dishes.
After ordering, she looked at Lin Wei with a worried look on her face. Wei, you suddenly called me over, is it because of Chen Yuan?
I don't think you need to worry too much.
You just broke up a few days ago.
I guess Chen Yuan is crying all day and night at home, or he is drinking outside all night because he is too painful.
You have to give him some time.
When he recovers, he will come to you. Lin Wei shook her head.
It's not about Chen Yuan, it's about Zhou Wanhao. Zhou Wanhao? What's wrong with him? Didn't you say you get along well with him? You've already started living together. Luing, I came to you today to ask you how the thing I asked you to do last time went. Sun Laying was confused by the question. She frowned and asked with a puzzled expression, "What did you ask me to do last time? What was it? Why don't I remember it?"
Lin Wei looked around and moved forward.
It's about what I told you on the phone a few days ago. I want you to ask Director Wu to help investigate the assets under Zhou Wanhao's name. Sun Laying suddenly remembered. She patted her forehead and said apologetically, "It's that matter. Sorry, I forgot about it. I was thinking about it, but then something unexpected happened. I had a big fight with Lao Wu, and I forgot about your matter." Arguing with old Wu? Why? He found another woman behind my back.
Lin Wei's mouth opened wide, his face full of astonishment.
No way? You and old Wu have been together for so many years, hasn't he always loved you very much?
Sun Laying clenched her fists and looked fierce. I have been with this old man since I was 19, and it has been 7 years now.
I am already 26 years old. In the past 6 months, he always said he was busy and always used being busy as an excuse to avoid me. I was a little suspicious of him, so I went to his workplace to look for him that day, but he was not in the office at all, but had booked a room in a hotel. Lin Wei was shocked. Get a room? With whom? He was with a 20-year-old female college student. When I went to him, he was still protecting that woman and yelling at me. Oh, this old man, he must think I'm not young enough, so he found another 20-year-old. After saying. Sun Laying picked up the wineglass and took a big sip of red wine.
After calming down, the fierceness in her eyes gradually dissipated, leaving only calmness.
Sun Laying's experience.
Lin Wei was shocked and frightened. What is shocking is that Director Wu is 30 years older than Sun Laying. He has always been like a father to Sun Laying, doting on her in every way, giving her houses and cars, and calling her his sweetheart all the time. Such a man. How could he suddenly change his mind? What I'm afraid of is, will Zhou Wanhao be like this in the future? Although Zhou Wanhao treats her well at present, if there are other women outside who seduce him, will he be unable to resist the temptation? Will he also change his heart like Director Wu? Lin Wei didn't dare to think about it anymore. She suddenly felt a little regretful about breaking up with Chen Yuan. Although Chen Yuan could not give her a rich life, he was able to love her wholeheartedly. Not only is he obedient and considerate to her in life, but he can also satisfy her wholeheartedly in bed, allowing her to experience the ultimate happiness. That feeling of soaring into the sky. It's really amazing. Wei, what are you thinking about? You look so depressed. Seeing that Lin Wei didn't say anything, Sun Laying couldn't help but ask. Lin Wei came back to his senses and sighed softly. Oh, I do find it a little unbelievable. I can't believe Director Wu would treat you like that. How do you feel now? If you really feel bad, just cry it out. Don't hold it in. Sun Laying shrugged indifferently. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. I don't love old Wu anyway. I only love his money. Luing, what are you going to do? Sun Laying picked up the fork, picked up a piece of steak and put it into her mouth. While chewing slowly, he said, "What else can I do? Old Wu is tired of me and has proposed breaking up with me. In that case, I will ask him for more breakup fee." Breakup fee? How much do you want? 70 million, maybe. You also have to give me the apartment I live in now. Chapter 15. Old Wu found another woman. Lin Wei's eyes widened with an exaggerated expression. 70 million? Sun Laying nodded calmly. A lot? Not much, right? I've been with him for 7 years, and that's 10 million a year, which adds up to exactly 70 million. Lin Wei swallowed and said, "No, not much, but what if he doesn't give it to you?" He will give it. He dare not give it. Don't dare not give it? What do you mean? Sun Laying raised the corners of her lips. He smiled a confident smile. She picked up her phone and opened a monitoring app. Then he pushed the phone in front of Lin Wei. Lin Wei looked at the mobile page with a question mark on her face. What is this? Luing, I don't understand. Sun Ling glanced at the other guests around her warily, then moved closer to Lin Wei and whispered, "A few months ago, I bought a special belt for old Wu."
Lin Wei, what special belt?
It's the kind of belt with a positioning function. It's called the Alzheimer's Disease Prevention and Lost Positioning Belt.
You mean, you installed a surveillance camera on old Wu?
Sun Ling nodded proudly.
Yes, there is a GPS locator and a small eavesdropping device installed in the belt.
Although it is for people with Alzheimer's disease, many women now buy this kind of belt specifically to monitor their husbands. Lin Wei couldn't help but give a thumbs up.
Is it so advanced?
I never thought technology has developed to this level.
Sun Ling smiled and said, "That's right.
As long as this belt is connected to the app, it can accurately locate and eavesdrop, and you can know the other party's movements at any time. It even has a vibration function, so you can know when he puts on his pants and when he takes off his pants."
Lin Wei couldn't help but smile. "So, that's how you found out that old Wu had found another woman?"
Sun Ling sighed and rolled her eyes. "I don't care whether he finds other women or not.
What I care about is whether he can keep giving me money."
The main purpose of giving him the belt was to eavesdrop and get evidence of his corruption and bribery.
Hearing this, Lin Wei couldn't laugh anymore. She curled her lips, a trace of fear flashed in her eyes, and said, "Ling, isn't it too dangerous for you to do this? Director Wu is not an ordinary person.
He is a big shot in the officialdom and has an omnipotent hand in the devil." Sun Ling waved her hand confidently.
"Don't worry, it's okay.
The belt I gave him was custom made, and the logo on it was changed to Louis Vuitton."
Lin Wei's heart was beating very fast.
She felt a chill down her spine and said in a trembling voice, "Ling, why do you have evidence of his crime?"
"Threaten him if necessary, of course." "Threatening Director Wu? You are too brave, aren't you? I am worried that your life will be in danger. I advise you to find time to get the belt back and destroy it." Facing Lin Wei's persuasion,
Sun Ling remained unmoved. She continued to eat her steak and said calmly, "Oh, you think too much, Wei Wei. I have been with Lao Wu for 7 years, and he still has feelings for me.
He can't bear to do anything to me. But he loves another woman now. That's fine.
If he can happily transfer 70 million to my bank account and transfer the apartment to my name, I will break up with him peacefully.
But if he can't..."
Sun Ling swallowed the rest of the words.
Lin Wei's heart was suddenly shocked.
She always thought that the high-end apartment worth tens of millions given by Director Wu was in Sun Ling's name.
But I didn't expect it. The house is not under Sun Ling's name.
This made her sigh inwardly.
How come these rich men are so shrewd? It is really not easy to get some wealth from them. So said. Don't be fooled by Zhou Wanhao's halo of being a rich second generation again. If he doesn't spend his money on himself, he is no different from those poor men. You must learn to keep your eyes open. The most urgent task is to find out as soon as possible how much assets Zhou Wanhao has. If his assets are sufficient for me to become a wealthy wife, then I will continue to be with him. But if he is a fake rich second generation and has no property to his name, then I will break up with him immediately. Then go find Chen Yuan. Give Chen Yuan another chance to be with me. Enjoy his love and body. Think about this."
Lin Wei straightened her body and said seriously, "Ling, is it really impossible for you and Director Wu to continue to be together?"
Sun Ling simply said, "No. If he doesn't agree to give you 70 million, but just transfers the house to you, what are you going to do?"
Sun Ling put down her knife and fork. She wiped her mouth with a tissue and said slowly, "Then there is only one way, use the evidence I have to threaten him.
When I get the 70 million, I will sell the house.
Then I will have more than 100 million in my hand, and I can live in another city and still live well."
Change city? Where are you going? I haven't thought about it yet. It's not that stage yet.
Lin Wei's heart was in turmoil. She bit her lip, her fingers trembling as she said, "I hope you and Director Wu won't get to that point."
Sun Ling looked at Lin Wei with disdain. "Wei Wei, look at your courage."
"I'm not afraid myself, but you are the first one to get scared."
Lin Wei sighed. "I'm just worried about you. I'm afraid you might be in danger."
Sun Ling smiled and said, "Don't worry, that's just the worst case scenario. Based on my understanding of old Wu over the years, he won't fail to give me the breakup fee.
He might even give me more, ha ha ha." Lin Wei nodded, "That's good. Hey, why don't you eat? Wei Wei, the steak is getting cold." Well, I have something I want to trouble you with, but it doesn't seem right. Sun Laying said cheerfully, what's the matter? Just tell me. Lin Wei seemed to be hesitant to speak. Hesitated for a long time. She said carefully, well, it's still about Zhou Wanhao. Do you think we can ask Director Wu to help investigate Zhou Wanhao's assets? If it's inconvenient, then. Sun Laying interrupted, convenient. Lin Wei's beautiful eyes lit up. But there was a trace of worry in my heart. Really? But your current relationship with Director Wu, I don't want to cause you any trouble. It's okay. He and I haven't broken up yet. Even though he has found another woman, I am still his lover and we haven't broken up. And in order to get the house and the breakup fee, I won't take the initiative to break up with him. Lin Wei nodded, then I feel relieved. Well, I'll take care of this. P.S. Sun Laying and Director Wu have prototypes in real life, and the author will not make any changes. The ending is quite explosive and outrageous, absolutely beyond everyone's expectations. Friends who usually like to watch big cases have probably already guessed it, so don't reveal the plot. Chapter 16. This is the life a man dreams of. 7 o'clock in the evening. Fuan Road, Haipu Garden Community. Crack. Chen Yuan opened the door with a serious expression. The living room was empty and very quiet. He changed into slippers at the shoe cabinet at the door, and seeing that the light in the kitchen was on, he walked straight into the kitchen. Swish. Opened the sliding door to the kitchen. Suddenly a rich aroma of rice wafted into my nose. Jiang Chang was bending over, wiping the oil stains on the stove with a rag. I heard someone come in. She turned around, raised the corners of her lips, and looked at Chen Yuan with a smile. Why did you come back so late today? The food is almost cold. Chen Yuan sighed and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I was busy at work today and had to work overtime at the company. Okay, go wash your hands now, and we'll have dinner soon. I made charcoal grilled lamb chops and stewed pig's trotters with soybeans. You're very tired from work, so this is a good time to replenish your energy. After saying, Jiang Cheng took off the apron tied around his waist and hung it on a hook beside him. Then opened the lid of the stew pot and stir slowly with a spoon. Chen Yuan stood quietly by the doorframe, staring at Jiang Cheng intently. Jiang Cheng didn't tie his hair into a bun today. His long chestnut brown curly hair fell naturally on his shoulders, and he wore a cute cat ear headband on his head. She was wearing a white lace suspender nightgown. Her figure is still so plump and full. The skin is still so smooth and white. The whole person looks pure, sexy, playful, and cute. Chen Yuan, what are you doing standing there like an idiot? Why don't you go wash your hands? Seeing Chen Yuan not moving, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but urge him. Chen Yuan touched his head, smiled and walked out of the kitchen. When he walked into the house just now, he was still in a very low mood and had a dull pain in his chest. Because of the call from Lin Wei. His calm heart was suddenly filled with turbulent waves. Although he was not as miserable as he had imagined after breaking up with Lin Wei. But it's true that I devoted my whole heart to the relationship for 4 years. It is also true that he was betrayed in the end. So, when I saw Lin Wei calling. Although Chen Yuan hung up the call without hesitation, he directly added Lin Wei's number to the blacklist. But my heart felt like it was pricked by a needle, and it hurt so much. But it's okay now. When I returned home, I looked at the warm and bright living room, smelled the fragrant food, and admired the beautiful woman who was cooking for me in the kitchen. It all looks so beautiful. It's like a dream. This is the happy life that every man dreams of. The haze in Chen Yuan's heart was swept away, replaced by a deep sense of happiness and satisfaction. A few minutes later. On the dining table. Chen Yuan praised Jiang Cheng's newly cooked dishes highly. Yummy, yummy. This lamb chop is grilled to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The stewed pig's trotters with soybeans was also very successful. They are chewy, soft, tender and fragrant. They melt in your mouth and are not greasy at all. This soup is also amazing, perfect for rice. Jiang Cheng, I think your cooking skills can rival those of a 5-star chef. No, what a 5-star chef cooks is not necessarily better than what you cook. Not only is what you cook delicious, it's also very healthy. People who cook are not afraid of hard work, but what they fear most is being denied by their family. And Chen Yuan's approval and praise. Jiang Cheng felt very happy and had a full sense of accomplishment.
She held her chin with both hands and looked at Chen Yuan with satisfaction.
Oh, okay, stop praising me and eat quickly.
Chen Yuan munched on the lamb chops and raised his chin towards Jiang Chang.
Jiang Chang, don't just stare at me, eat too. Jiang Chang pursed his lips and said with some embarrassment, I'm losing weight. I want to be thinner. You want to lose weight?
What do you have to lose?
You're not fat.
Jiang Chang lowered his eyes and glanced at himself. Not fat yet?
Look at the fat on my body. Chen Yuan glanced at Jiang Chang.
He swallowed and said seriously, you are not fat.
Women look good when they have some meat on their body.
I know it is popular to be as thin as a bolt of lightning, but if a woman tries desperately to lose weight in order to fit into the smallest size of clothes and becomes as thin as a rib, that is actually not good looking.
Speaking of this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but think of his ex-girlfriend Lin Wei.
Lin Wei is naturally thin, and coupled with long-term weight loss, she has been wearing the smallest size clothes for many years.
It looks good. But after taking off the clothes, it was too dry. It feels like touching a pile of ribs. Compared with Lin Wei,
Jiang Chang's figure can be said to be perfect to the extreme. The flesh on her body has grown to the right places. She is the type of person who looks slim in clothes, has a graceful figure and charming temperament. When she takes off her clothes, she has flesh, curves in all the right places, and is full and sexy.
Have to say, this figure is definitely the ceiling in Nuwa's works.
Jiang Chang picked up the chopsticks and said in a sweet voice, okay, you are right, I will eat some then. Chen Yuan immediately picked up a piece of pig's trotter and put it into Jiang Chang's bowl.
That's right.
You should eat more, especially the stewed pig's trotters with soybeans.
It's full of collagen and very suitable for you women.
Jiang Chang raised his eyes and snorted softly.
I'd better eat some vegetables.
I'll eat this plate of broccoli, and you can have the lamb chops and pig's trotters.
Chen Yuan was a little confused. Why?
Jiang Chang pouted, I have been eating soybean stewed pig's trotters since I was a child. My mother made it for me almost every day, for fear that my body would not develop well.
As a result, I have overdeveloped. So, I will eat less in the future. Chen Yuan was amused. Ha, if you say so, then I can't refute it. You are indeed well developed.
Jiang Chang covered his chest and smiled charmingly.
Hurry up and eat your food, even the food can't stop your mouth.
Chen Yuan said oh and quickly lowered his head to eat frantically.
After dinner,
Chen Yuan took the plates and bowls on the dining table to the kitchen to wash them. After washing and arranging everything neatly, he wiped the dining table with a rag until it was spotless.
9 o'clock in the evening.
After both of them finished their showers, they sat on the carpet together, leaning against the sofa to watch TV. Jiang Chang found a French movie and watched it intently. Chen Yuan got up and walked to the kitchen, taking a few bottles of wine from the refrigerator.
Jiang Chang, which one do you want to drink?
Jiang Chang turned his head and glanced at the wine in Chen Yuan's hand.
Why did you think of drinking? You can't drink much.
Chen Yuan smiled and said, to celebrate something.
What is it? I forgot to tell you when we were having dinner just now.
I made a very important decision today. Jiang Chang continued watching TV and said casually, oh, tell me, what's the matter?
I have decided to resign and submitted my resignation this afternoon. Jiang Chang was stunned and a little surprised. Really? So fast? Chapter 17. Do you dare to play the strip game? Chen Yuan hummed.
Jiang Chang turned his head and looked at Chen Yuan.
I thought you wouldn't listen to my advice.
After all, although most people say they want to quit their jobs, few actually do it. Chen Yuan opened the beer can with a sizzle. He took a big sip of ice-cold beer and said slowly, to be honest, I really hadn't made up my mind to quit before, but after listening to what you said that day, I felt it made sense. Life is only a few decades long, and I don't want to waste my time on a job I don't like.
Jiang Chang nodded in agreement. Great, just quit your job and never work again. By the way, when will the resignation procedures be completed?
Chen Yuan frowned and said, the resignation process within the system is a bit complicated. It will probably take at least half a month at the earliest. Chen Yuan's words had just fallen.
Jiang Chang's cell phone suddenly rang.
She picked up the phone, took a look at it, and instead of answering it, she hung up immediately.
However, a few seconds later, the cell phone rang again like a death warrant.
Jiang Chang's face darkened, and he hung up the phone with trembling fingers and turned off his phone.
Chen Yuan glanced at Jiang Chang, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why didn't you answer it? Who called?"
Jiang Chang threw his phone aside, his face full of worry. She pouted and said angrily, "It was my dad who called."
"Your dad's call? Is it because you've been away from home for several days and your dad is worried about you?" Jiang Chang snorted. "It wasn't me who left home on my own initiative. It was my father who kicked me out." Chen Yuan sighed softly and said, "Your father must have driven you away when he was angry.
Now that he has calmed down, he must be worried about you." Jiang Chang shook his head decisively. "Impossible, he doesn't love me, he only loves his two precious sons now."
"No way? Even if you have a son, you can't stop loving your daughter. Anyway, if it were me, I wouldn't be willing to drive my precious daughter away. I dream of having a daughter."
Jiang Chang raised his beautiful eyes. He stared at Chen Yuan with suspicion.
"I don't believe it.
You men all love your sons. Your sons are your lifeblood."
Chen Yuan waved his hands quickly. "How could that be? Anyway, I am not."
Jiang Chang hugged his legs. He rested his chin lightly on his knees. She bit her lip and said with cold eyes, "Thinking back to the past, when my mother was still alive, my father loved me very much because it was not easy to have a child like me.
My father suffers from asthenospermia and my mother's health is not very good.
Before me, I had two older sisters, one had a miscarriage after 4 months of pregnancy, and the other died when she was only 2 months old."
Chen Yuan's brows tightened, a little surprised. "It wasn't easy for you to come here, so your dad should have spoiled you like a genius, right?"
Jiang Chang's eyes turned red and he pinched his palms hard. "He really doted on me before, until my mom passed away. My dad married a new wife right away, and the next year he had 2 twin sons. He liked sons in the first place, and he was so happy when he had sons. Now his heart and eyes are full of those 2 precious sons." Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment. He turned around suddenly and looked at Jiang Chang seriously.
"That's not right. Doesn't your father suffer from asthenospermia? How come your stepmother gave birth to a son so quickly? And they're twins." Jiang Chang sighed angrily. "Who knows? Maybe the woman is young and has a good physique, so it's easy for her to get pregnant." Chen Yuan looked at Jiang Chang with some concern. After a moment of silence,
he shrugged and smiled indifferently. All right, don't think about it, it's all in the past. Compared to me, you are still lucky, at least you were not sold by your parents when you were young like me."
Jiang Chang's eyes rolled slightly.
"A strong doubt suddenly arose in my heart." She narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked Chen Yuan up and down.
She couldn't believe it. Are there really parents in the world who sell their own children? And he is a healthy and handsome boy, how could you bear to sell him? There is no reason for this. Could it be that the biological parents' family conditions are too poor and they can't afford to raise the child, so they have no choice but to give the child to someone else to raise? The probability of this seems small. Could it be that he was abducted by human traffickers? Now, Jiang Chang really wanted to ask Chen Yuan in detail about his background. But, think about it.
She and Chen Yuan had only known each other for a few days, so it seemed inappropriate to ask such a question. Moreover, this kind of experience can cause great harm to a person. She didn't want to uncover Chen Yuan's scars.
Thinking about.
She suppressed the doubts in her heart and smiled at Chen Yuan.
"Okay, let's not talk about the painful experiences in the past. Let's have something fun." Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows. "What's so fun?"
Jiang Chang glanced at the movie that was playing.
"This video isn't very good, how about we play poker? Do you have any at home?"
Chen Yuan was confused.
"Poker? Are you sure you want to play, Jiang Chang?"
Jiang Chang nodded. "Okay."
"Damn, what's so fun about playing poker?"
"It's more fun with more people, but there are only 2 of us now."
"However, complaints are complaints." Chen Yuan stood up immediately, walked quickly to the sideboard, and rummaged through the drawers underneath. After a while,
he came over with a deck of cards.
"Found it. It's just a little dirty and a little torn."
"It's an old deck of cards that has been there for many years."
Jiang Chang shook his head. "It doesn't matter, as long as we can play." Chen Yuan sat down opposite Jiang Chang. He opened the cardboard box of playing cards and said casually, "Tell me, what are we going to play?"
Jiang Chang thought for a moment and said, "Let's play tiger cards."
"It's best for 2 people to play.
Whoever loses will be punished, But we won't fine them money, we'll punish them with something else.
Chen Yuan suddenly became interested. You want to bet? Tell me, what are you betting on? It's up to you.
Jiang Chang curved his red lips slightly and smiled playfully.
If you want to gamble, then gamble big. Do you dare? Chen Yuan patted his chest and said without hesitation, I am a grown man, what is there to be afraid of? Tell me, what are you betting on?
Jiang Chang stretched out a finger and rubbed his temple.
After thinking about it,
her beautiful eyes lit up and she said, how about this, whoever loses will take off a piece of clothing. If they lose again, they will take off more clothes until they are completely naked.
Chen Yuan was startled.
Then he raised the corners of his mouth and smiled in a rogue manner. He looked at Jiang Chang and said with a rising tone, Jiang Chang, are you sure you want to bet on this?
Jiang Chang said seriously, confirmed. Okay, don't regret it. After saying,
Chen Yuan began to shuffle the cards. Jiang Chang claimed that he needed to go to the bathroom and trotted out of the living room.
A few minutes later,
Chen Yuan had already shuffled the cards and was sitting leisurely on the carpet waiting for Jiang Chang. At this time, Jiang Chang came out of the bedroom. Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows and glanced at her. He immediately shook his head and held his forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry.
Jiang Chang actually put on several coats over his original lace suspender nightgown and a pair of black stockings underneath. 2 long, smooth, and white legs.
After being wrapped in a thin layer of black stockings,
the temptation is full. Chapter 18 What does a man's mouth taste like?
Jiang Chang felt a little shy when Chen Yuan stared at him. She lowered her eyes and her pretty face blushed slightly. The 2 legs are slightly bent inward and close together, forming an attractive groove.
Chen Yuan, why are you staring at me?
Jiang Chang bit his lower lip and said unhappily.
Chen Yuan quickly lowered his head. He clicked his tongue and said in a mocking tone, oh, you said you were going to the bathroom, but you were actually going to get dressed.
Jiang Chang pouted and stamped his feet lightly.
I'm just a little cold, so I put on more clothes. Speaking of.
She sat cross-legged opposite Chen Yuan, her back leaning against the sofa.
Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows.
There was a hint of provocation in his eyes.
Jiang Chang, you can't afford to have fun, right?
You ran to the bedroom to get dressed, put on several coats on your upper body, and even put on a pair of stockings on your lower body. Jiang Chang raised his chin, his expression unchanged.
No, there is none. If you want more clothes, you can go and get them.
Chen Yuan tugged at the collar of his short-sleeved shirt. There was an expression of confidence on his face.
I'm a grown man, what do I have to be afraid of?
I'm just wearing this short-sleeved shirt and shorts, and these socks on my feet.
After saying, he rubbed his hands and couldn't help but feel secretly happy in his heart.
He has been playing tiger cards since he was a child, and he is very good at it.
No one can beat him yet. Jiang Chang wants to win him? That is absolutely impossible.
Just wait and see Jiang Chang's clothes being lost one by one.
When the time comes,
she would either cry and beg for mercy because she had to take off all her clothes, or she would just give up and start playing dirty.
It's interesting to think about it. Jiang Chang nodded calmly. Okay, Chen Yuan, let's start now.
Chen Yuan stretched out his hand and made a pleased gesture.
Ladies first, you go out first.
Jiang Chang threw out a card with force.
A 6.
Chen Yuan played his cards calmly.
I have a 6 too. Jiang Chang, I'll get another 6.
Chen Yuan was a little excited. You still have a 6, then I will play another 6. The two became more and more excited as they played.
The atmosphere in the living room was cheerful yet tense. 10 minutes later,
Jiang Chang laughed so hard that he almost passed out. I saw that Chen Yuan on the opposite side had lost so much that he was left with only a pair of shorts.
Jiang Chang only lost a coat.
Chen Yuan, you're really funny like this, haha.
TSK, who was looking down on me just now? You underestimated the enemy, didn't you? I'll let you be arrogant again, hee hee. You also lost the last round. Do you choose to take it off, or beg for mercy from me?
If you sincerely beg me for mercy, I can consider letting you go.
Facing Jiang Chang's merciless ridicule,
Chen Yuan shook his head and sighed in acceptance. He threw down the remaining cards in his hand, smiled awkwardly and said, You are indeed my rival in love.
I underestimated your strength. Jiang Chang shrugged, so?
Chen Yuan spread his hands and said simply, as a man who stands tall and proud, I am willing to accept the loss.
Since I lost the last round, I will take off my clothes. After saying, Chen Yuan risked his life.
He stood up suddenly, grabbed his underwear and started to pull it down.
It seems that Chen Yuan is serious. Jiang Cheng panicked instantly. She glanced at the big tent standing high.
Her pretty face suddenly turned red, and even the tips of her ears were red and hot.
She lowered her head and quickly waved her hand to stop Chen Yuan. Hey, Chen Yuan, don't take it off.
Chen Yuan suppressed his dark eyes and stared at Jiang Cheng intently.
Jiang Cheng, why is your face red? How could I? Don't talk nonsense. Chen Yuan stopped what he was doing, walked over to Jiang Cheng and sat down.
He leaned closer to Jiang Cheng, a smirk on his face.
You still don't admit it, you're already as red as a flaming cloud.
Jiang Cheng bit his lower lip lightly and covered his hot, red cheeks with his hands.
For a while. She then said in a very soft and gentle voice, It's my first time seeing him. I'm a little scared. What's the first time you saw me?
Jiang Cheng stretched out his hand and pointed under Chen Yuan's body.
Being afraid of you men's, that. Chen Yuan frowned, looking confused. No way? Jiang Cheng, you are actually afraid of this. Have you never been in love before?
Jiang Cheng lifted a strand of hair from his forehead. She blinked her big, pure, and charming eyes and turned to look at Chen Yuan.
Okay, let me tell you the truth, don't laugh at me. I really have never been in love.
Chen Yuan's pupils trembled, he was extremely shocked.
No way? Aren't you 25 years old? How is it possible that you have never been in a relationship? Jiang Cheng snorted.
She shook her body coquettishly.
Oh, if we didn't talk about it, then we didn't talk about it. You can't blame me for this. After saying,
she took off her coat and threw it into Chen Yuan's arms. Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment, then consciously covered his lower body with his coat.
There was silence for a few seconds. Chen Yuan coughed and asked tentatively, Then can you tell me? Why haven't you ever been in a relationship at the age of 25?
Jiang Cheng sighed softly. With his hands on his chin, he said with a somewhat aggrieved look, I know that young people of my generation started dating at a very early age. I think there's statistics that show the average age of first love is 14. The reason I haven't had a relationship until now is all my dad's fault.
Chen Yuan looked puzzled. Blame your dad? That's right.
I was my father's only child, and he was always very strict with me.
When I was in school, he strictly forbade me to have a romantic relationship.
In order to prevent me from having a romantic relationship, he even sent me to a girls' middle school. I had no chance to interact with boys, and I didn't dare to interact with boys. After I went to college, my father also didn't let me live in the dormitory, and asked the driver to pick me up and take me home every day.
Chen Yuan's brows were tightly knitted.
There was a look of horror on his face.
Fuck, is it so exaggerated?
Jiang Cheng nodded seriously.
It's so exaggerated.
Later, my mother passed away, and my father remarried and had 2 twin sons.
He was no longer so strict with me and allowed me to have a relationship. Then go ahead and talk, Jiang Cheng. That's easy to say, but can we fall in love right away?
Chen Yuan nodded slightly. That's right, if you say so. It's true that your father was too strict with you in the past.
Jiang Cheng paused.
She turned her head, raised her eyes and looked at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan pursed his thin lips slightly, and the curve was very beautiful.
There is also a hint of color on it.
Jiang Cheng blinked and said softly, So, I have never kissed a boy's mouth until now, and I don't know what a boy's mouth tastes like.
It's a bit regrettable to think about it.
As soon as these words came out,
Chen Yuan's brows tightened and he looked suddenly at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, are you teasing me?
Jiang Cheng quickly shook his head. No, I'm just stating the facts. Chen Yuan had a smile on his face, and there was a hint of lust in his eyes. His Adam's apple rolled as he stared at Jiang Cheng intently. Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes were seductive, and his pretty face was flushed. With his back resting on the sofa, 2 huge snowballs stood up high, soft and trembling, exuding an enticing aroma.
2 beautiful legs in black stockings overlap naturally.
The 2 feet wrapped in black stockings are small and beautiful.
Chen Yuan moved closer to Jiang Cheng and lowered his voice. So do you want to try it? Now. Chapter 19 Don't touch a man's Adam's apple. Jiang Cheng's beautiful eyes widened and he shook his head. No, I don't want to. Really? Well, let's wait until we get the certificate before kissing again. Chen Yuan didn't say anything.
He swallowed, picked up the beer and took a big gulp. Jiang Chen lifted a strand of hair from his forehead, blinked his sparkling eyes, and looked at Chen Yuan with interest. From a handsome face, to a hard and firm chest, and then down to a pair of strong and powerful long legs.
At last. Her eyes fell on Chen Yuan's Adam's apple. Chen Yuan looked straight ahead and glanced at Jiang Chang out of the corner of his eye. Jiang Chang, why are you staring at me?
Jiang Chang narrowed his eyes and smiled, and said in a sweet voice, "Oh, I'm looking at your Adam's apple."
Adam's apple? What's so good about it?
It feels very interesting. Your Adam's apple looks so big, and it rolls up and down when you swallow.
It's very smooth, as if there is a small animal hidden inside.
Jiang Chang became more and more excited as he spoke. I couldn't help but tilt my head and move closer to observe Chen Yuan's Adam's apple from a close distance. Chen Yuan turned his head and looked at Jiang Chang.
In an instant, it was as if the soul was hit.
Jiang Chang's face is so beautiful. A pair of beautiful eyes are pure and charming, ignorant and seductive. The nose is small and delicate, like a graceful hill.
The two lips were slightly open, pink and tender, exuding a charming fragrance. Chen Yuan's eyes flickered and he coughed.
Jiang Chang, don't look at me like that. Jiang Chang bit his lip, a little confused.
What's wrong with looking at it? Don't be so stingy, okay? I just think it's a little fun, and I want to take a look and touch it. Can I touch it?
Chen Yuan immediately shook his head. No, I can't.
However,
without waiting for him to finish.
Next second,
a white and smooth hand suddenly reached out and touched his Adam's apple.
In that instant, it felt like an electric shock. Chen Yuan's Adam's apple rolled faster.
Jiang Chang's beautiful eyes lit up, and he said excitedly as if he had discovered a new world, "Wow, it's so fun and slippery.
It really looks like there's a small animal living in it. It reminds me of a little hamster I had when I was a child. It loved running on the wheel all the time." Chen Yuan grabbed Jiang Chang's hand.
His jaw was clenched and his heart was beating rapidly.
"Jiang Chang, please don't do this. If you continue like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself."
Jiang Chang had a face full of question marks.
"What do you mean you can't control yourself? I just touched your Adam's apple. I didn't do anything to you."
Chen Yuan's brows were tightly knitted together, his eyes full of lust.
"Jiang Chang, do you really not know what a man's Adam's apple is?" Jiang Chang was confused by the question. "No, I don't know. Is there anything special about the Adam's apple?" Chen Yuan sighed speechlessly.
He let go of Jiang Chang's hand and said patiently, "Adam's apple is a man's secondary sexual characteristic." Jiang Chang was stunned for a moment, his eyes full of confusion.
"What are secondary sexual characteristics? Does it mean that this part is a little sensitive?" Speaking of.
She reached out and touched Chen Yuan's Adam's apple again.
Chen Yuan's brows tightened and his expression looked somewhat painful. "Jiang Chang, have you had enough? A man's Adam's apple is very sensitive and can easily arouse physical desire. If you touch it again, I can't guarantee that I won't do anything outrageous to you." Jiang Chang laughed a few times. Okay, I know now. I won't dare to do it again."
Her voice was soft, charming, and alluring, making people's ears itch. Two tall, plump snowballs rose and fell with her laughter, looking elastic and soft. A pair of beautiful legs in black stockings also rubbed gently.
The scene before my eyes.
This made Chen Yuan somewhat difficult to control himself. At this moment, the blood in his body began to boil. The brain is blank, leaving only the body's desire for primitive desires. He turned around suddenly. He moved closer to Jiang Chang, grabbed both of her hands tightly, and looked at her straight.
Faced with Chen Yuan's sudden action, Jiang Chang was instantly frightened. She opened her lips and said hastily, "Chen Yuan, what do you want to do?" I won't touch you anymore. Why are you doing this? You've hurt my wrist."
Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, remaining unmoved. With a playful expression, his burning gaze continued to scan Jiang Chang's body. "Now you know you're scared, but why weren't you scared when you were teasing me just now?"
"Flirting with you? I really didn't, God knows. I just touched your Adam's apple twice. Is it okay if I don't touch it anymore in the future? You still don't admit it? Jiang Chang, you flirted with me. Even if you didn't initiate the flirting, you were flirting without realizing it.
Jiang Cheng leaned back instinctively.
Chen Yuan pushed her down on the sofa.
Jiang Cheng bit his lower lip and said slowly, "You said I flirted with you without knowing it? What you mean is that I didn't flirt with you at all, but you were flirted with by me."
Chen Yuan, you are not attracted to me, are you? Hearing Jiang Cheng say this,
a trace of panic flashed across Chen Yuan's eyes.
I was even more nervous. Moved? I am attracted to Jiang Cheng? Can't it? How many days have you known her?
I am not the kind of person who would be easily attracted to women. However, during the few days I spent with Jiang Cheng,
my breathing became rapid, my heart beat faster, and my lower abdomen became tight. What was going on? Could it be that he was attracted by her beauty? Chen Yuan's jaw tightened, and he tried his best to remain calm and said, I'm attracted to you? You think too much, Jiang Cheng, I'm not.
Jiang Cheng raised his beautiful eyes and looked at Chen Yuan suspiciously.
You're not attracted to me? Then why did you keep holding my hands and press me down on the sofa?
I'm punishing you, letting you know the consequences of touching a man's Adam's apple casually. Jiang Cheng chuckled a few times. She stood still, looking into Chen Yuan's eyes with an expression that seemed to see through everything.
Chen Yuan, you lied, you have bad intentions. Why am I up to no good? You keep staring at my mouth. Do you really want to kiss me?
Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a low voice, You are quite narcissistic. Jiang Cheng snorted, half shy and half annoyed, If you insist on kissing me, I'm a girl and I don't have the energy to resist, so I can only obey you. But I still think it's a bit too fast, we should wait until we get the marriage certificate before kissing. Chen Yuan curled his lips and smiled.
Warm breath sprayed on Jiang Cheng's ears. What's the difference between getting the certificate and now? Why not do it now?
Chen Yuan hadn't finished speaking. At this moment, the cell phone rang suddenly. He was stunned for a moment. His hands subconsciously let go of Jiang Cheng, and his brain gradually regained its rationality.
He took a deep breath and picked up the phone on the sofa. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a few seconds, he pressed the connect button. Hey, can you please?
Without waiting for Chen Yuan to finish,
Lin Wei's anxious and angry voice came from the receiver. Chen Yuan, why didn't you answer my call?
And you blocked my number.
Chen Yuan, you're going too far.
We have been together for 4 years of love, and you can just block me if you want.
How can you be so cold-blooded?
Were all the love words you said before false?
Who said they would love me forever? Who said they would always spoil me? Chen Yuan, are you a man?
Lin Wei's crazy output.
Chen Yuan's ears were buzzing. Chapter 20 Woman, you are full of contrasts.
He felt a little overwhelmed after hearing this.
His eyebrows were furrowed, and he said impatiently, Lin Wei, are you crazy? Please wake up, who is the reason for our breakup? It's you, you're cheating. Because I just drank some wine.
Plus the physical contact that just happened with Jiang Cheng.
Now.
Chen Yuan's voice was a little hoarse and trembling. When Lin Wei on the opposite side heard such a voice, she immediately thought that Chen Yuan was drinking to drown his sorrows and crying for love.
The anger in my heart disappeared in an instant.
As long as Chen Yuan still cares about her and loves her to death, he will still be her spare tire and her bootlicker.
She felt relieved. Chen Yuan, how much alcohol have you drunk? Have you been drinking at home these days?
I didn't expect that our breakup caused you so much harm.
It's my fault. Chen Yuan was too lazy to talk nonsense with Lin Wei anymore.
He gritted his teeth and roared, Lin Wei, don't call me again.
We don't have any relationship now.
Lin Wei on the opposite side shook his head and sighed. Chen Yuan really loves himself so much that he can't help himself.
As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Where does hate come from without love? It seems that I underestimated Chen Yuan's love. It's because I love myself too deeply.
That's why he was so painful and angry that he drank all day long and let alcohol numb his nerves. That's why he doesn't answer my phone calls out of spite. Chen Yuan, I know you are in a lot of pain now, and your heart is broken, but you have to cheer up.
If you keep drinking like this, you will ruin your body. Chen Yuan was completely numb. His eyes were cold and he said speechlessly, Lin Wei, are you crazy? You are the one who cheated on me, and now you are the one who called to harass me. What on earth do you want to do?
Lin Wei's soft moan came from the receiver.
Chen Yuan, can you calm down first? To be honest, I don't want to be separated from you. If you still love me as much as before, I will consider giving you another chance. This kind of humming and coquettish tone.
If it were in the past, Chen Yuan would be very susceptible to this.
But now, Chen Yuan couldn't listen any longer.
I felt nauseous as if a fly had eaten my stomach. He patted his chest and retched.
Lin Wei, please don't call me again. I don't want to have anything to do with you in this life.
Lin Wei on the opposite side screamed.
Hey, Chen Yuan, did you vomit? Please stop drinking, okay? Stop ruining your body.
Without me by your side, you really can't take care of yourself.
Otherwise, we should.
Lin Wei's voice stopped abruptly.
After hanging up the phone and blocking the number, the whole world is quiet.
Chen Yuan threw his phone aside and looked at Zhang Chang with a complicated expression.
This moment,
he suddenly felt a little scared. Although he hated Lin Wei calling him to harass him, he had to admit that the call just now came at a very timely moment.
If it hadn't been interrupted by this phone call,
I'm afraid it has already happened with Zhang Chang. When it comes to intimate contact, I must respect Zhang Chang's wishes.
Zhang Chang is different from Lin Wei.
Lin Wei had been dating since junior high school. When I was with Lin Wei, she had already had 4 or 5 boyfriends. In that regard, Lin Wei is very experienced. But Zhang Chang is different, she has never been in love. She is still a complete novice in this area.
If something happened between me and her on impulse, it would definitely hurt her. Let us not talk about the psychological aspect. Just physically, I'm afraid. I heard that a woman's first time is always accompanied by great pain. Chen Yuan, what's wrong with you? Did you suddenly get a call from your ex-girlfriend and feel a little upset? Seeing Chen Yuan's eyes wide open, Zhang Chang couldn't help but ask.
Chen Yuan came back to his senses instantly. He shook his head, a wry smile on his face, and said, "No, I'm fine."
Are you really okay? I see you don't look well. It's nothing, I just feel a little sick to my stomach. Zhang Chang moved closer to Chen Yuan and asked softly, feeling sick in your stomach? Is it because of the beer you drank just now?
No, it's just that I feel sick whenever I hear Lin Wei's voice.
I still can't believe that the woman I truly loved is actually such a person. Lin Wei opened a can of beer. Clinked glasses with Chen Yuan.
She took a sip slowly and said in a comforting tone, "You have post-traumatic stress syndrome, which is a normal physiological reaction. This means that the other party has caused you great harm, and your body can't accept it for a while." Chen Yuan tilted his head back and took a big gulp of beer. After swallowing it, he sighed and said, "Compared to the hurt, I can't accept this strong contrast. I always thought Lin Wei was a relatively simple girl. Although she was usually playful and had a bad temper, she was not a bad person. But I didn't expect that she was actually a vain person who would do anything for money." Zhang Chang looked at Chen Yuan with sympathy. He reached out and gently patted Chen Yuan's shoulder. People are like this. They don't know the other person's true nature until the critical moment. Otherwise, why do they say people's hearts are hidden? So, if you misjudge someone, it's not your fault, but the other person is the wrong person. You should be more open-minded. Fortunately, you cut your losses in time and didn't wait until you got married and had children to discover her true nature. After listening to Zhang Chang's words, the worry on Chen Yuan's brow gradually disappeared. He turned to look at Zhang Chang, smiling, and said, "Speaking of contrast, you have a strong sense of contrast as well." Zhang Chang pointed at himself. Me? Why do I feel so different? You have a lot of ways to comfort people, your words are very sharp, your logic is clear, and you hit the nail on the head. You seem to be a person with a lot of experience. But who would have thought that you have never been in a relationship, and you have been single since birth? At the age of 25, you are still a complete novice in love. Zhang Chang rolled his eyes at Chen Yuan in annoyance. Chen Yuan, you are such a disgusting person. I was trying to comfort you, but you kept bringing up all sorts of issues. Drink your wine, I don't want to bother with you anymore. After saying, she raised her pink fist and punched Chen Yuan's arm. Then he moved aside, ignored Chen Yuan, and watched the movie with relish while drinking beer. Chen Yuan shook his head, smiled, and shut his mouth tactfully. Half an hour later, a soft snoring sound was heard in the living room. Jiang Cheng turned his head and glanced at Chen Yuan, and saw that he was already lying on the carpet and sleeping soundly.
I couldn't help but complain. No way? You're drunk after just one can of beer? No one can drink this much. Oh, are you allergic to alcohol? Otherwise, how could one's face and neck turn red after drinking just one can of beer? There are even a lot of red spots on my belly, and... He didn't finish his words. Jiang Cheng suddenly covered his mouth in surprise. Chen Yuan actually. He actually. No, is this normal? Do all men put up tents when they are drunk? Chapter 21. It's a lie to say that you don't crave men. Jiang Cheng's face suddenly turned red.
I've been single for 25 years, it would be a lie to say I'm not greedy for men. When it comes to dating, she is several steps behind other girls. When other girls were beginning to fall in love in their teens, she was studying in a girls' boarding school. She had no contact with boys and had no interest in them. While other girls were in their 20s and in love, she still had no interest in boys.
But somehow, since I turned 25, both psychologically and physically,
she began to desire a man.
Sometimes I toss and turn in the middle of the night. Her mind couldn't help but run wild with imagination, and she imagined many passionate and touching love stories.
Sometimes right after taking a shower. Looking at my graceful, sexy and mature body in the mirror, I can't help but fantasize about being embraced by a man, kissed and caressed, and communicating with him at a distance.
Sometimes nothing was done.
The body will inexplicably start to feel hot and unbearable, and the clothes will be soaked with sweat.
No way. A woman's life.
In the end, everything will be controlled by hormones. No one can resist the physiological needs engraved in our genes by the Creator.
After staring at Chen Yuan's big tent for a while,
Jiang Cheng got up, went back to the bedroom, took out a blanket, and gently covered Chen Yuan with it. The early summer nights are neither too hot nor too cold.
A cool breeze blew in from the balcony.
The living room has fresh air and is very comfortable. Seeing Chen Yuan sleeping soundly on the carpet, Jiang Cheng simply lay down on the sofa beside him. After watching the movie on TV, she turned off the TV and turned off the lights in the living room.
1:30 in the morning.
Just when Jiang Cheng was drowsy and about to fall asleep. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound of footsteps outside the door. Jiang Cheng suddenly opened his eyes and pricked up his ears to listen. The whole living room was pitch dark, without a sound.
She thought she was hallucinating or hearing the voice in a dream. However, right at this moment,
there was another strange noise outside the door.
Ding ding ding. Clang bang.
The sound was very thin and light, but it was particularly harsh in the silent night. It's a bit like the crisp cracking sound produced by metal collision. Jiang Cheng immediately sat up and stared at the door with vigilant eyes.
Someone is picking the lock. Is it a burglary or murder? Is the security in Shanghai so bad now?
In this day and age, things like this still happen.
Could it be because this is an old neighborhood with no security personnel and few surveillance cameras? So that gave the thief an opportunity to take advantage?
Jiang Cheng sat motionless on the sofa, quietly waiting for the person who was about to break in.
She wants to see it.
Who has such courage? How dare you pry open the door lock and break into a private residence?
Soon,
with a click sound, the door was opened.
3 dark shadows entered the house one after another.
Judging from their figures, they should be 3 tall and strong men. They stood by the shoe cabinet at the door, carefully looking around, trying to judge the layout of the house in the dark. Jiang Cheng glanced at Chen Yuan, who was still sleeping soundly on the carpet. She stretched out a foot, gently picked up the blanket that Chen Yuan had kicked away, and covered him with it again.
Then,
Jiang Cheng turned his head and glanced at the black shadow nonchalantly. She lowered her voice and said slowly, "I won't be scared by you, nor will I be threatened by you." Jiang Cheng's words echoed loudly in the silent living room. The dark figure at the door had no idea that there would be someone in the living room, and was instantly frightened. The 3 of them stood there, looking at each other. Jiang Cheng raised his arms and skillfully tied up his long hair that flowed like a waterfall. She moved her neck and said calmly, "No matter who you are or what you want to do here, I will not let you succeed." The 3 dark shadows said nothing. They just nodded at each other.
Then,
in the dark living room, Jiang Cheng clearly heard footsteps approaching from the shoe cabinet at the door towards the sofa. A cold light flashed in Jiang Cheng's cold eyes. There was impatience between his brows. She shook her head slightly and said in a cold voice, "While nothing has happened yet, I advise you to get out of here quickly and don't disturb my sleep." The three dark shadows remained unmoved and continued to move forward. A ray of moonlight shone through the gap in the gauze curtains onto the living room floor, stretching the dark shadows very long.
It looks like it's full of crisis and oppression.
Jiang Chang stopped talking. She stood up, stepped over Chen Yuan, and walked leisurely towards the black shadow opposite.
At this time,
Chen Yuan was immersed in a beautiful dream. In his dream, he was walking on the beach with his beloved woman, and waves were coming one after another, hitting the golden beach.
The woman's face is blurred, but the sound is surprisingly nice.
The voice was delicate, soft, tender, and charming, just like the voice of a charming enchantress in a ghost story.
The figure is even more amazing. Fair skin and sexy waist.
Two huge snowballs trembled slightly, and the plump peaches swayed from side to side.
However,
just as Chen Yuan was immersed in sweet love and couldn't wait to kiss the woman's lips, the scene in front of me suddenly changed.
A powerful force suddenly pulled him into another space. It was a murderous ancient battlefield.
There were broken walls, mountains of corpses, and a sea of blood, and two groups of people were fighting a bloody battle.
Seeing such a tragic scene,
Chen Yuan was suddenly terrified and frightened to the point of losing his soul. He rolled and crawled as he ran away, and finally found a small mound of earth to hide in. The clang of swords and guns, the thumping of close combat, the rustling of punches, the snapping of broken bones. Just when he was so anxious that he was shaking all over and didn't know how to get out, a shrill wailing sound suddenly rang out. He suddenly opened his eyes. Touching the soft carpet beneath me, looking at the outline of the familiar chandelier on the ceiling,
he let out a long sigh. Oh shit. That was a close call.
It turned out to be a dream. Chen Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, threw off the blanket on his body, and slowly stood up. He rubbed his eyes and yawned. Then, he walked slowly to the TV and pressed the switch of the living room light.
However, when he opened his eyes wide and took in the scene in the living room,
I was so scared that I trembled all over.
I couldn't help but step back again and again.
I saw two men lying straight on the floor of the living room, looking like they had fainted. On the other side, Jiang Chang was riding on the third man, pressing his knee hard on his neck. The man's face was distorted and his expression was painful. His whole face was swollen and purple, and it seemed that he would suffocate to death in the next second.
Jiang Chang, what's going on? Chen Yuan's eyes were trembling, he was extremely horrified, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop twitching.
Jiang Chang glanced at him calmly without saying anything.
Jiang Chang, I'm not still dreaming, am I? Is this a dream within a dream? Chen Yuan couldn't believe what he saw. Good job.
I was just drunk and took a nap, so why did three strange men suddenly appear in my house?
What's even more incredible is, how could a weak girl like Jiang Chang subdue three grown men?
If this were put in a novel or a film or TV drama, it might be barely justifiable.
But if it happens in reality, this is not scientific at all. It's even more illogical.
I must still be in a dream.
Chapter 22 Woman, I adore you.
Chen Yuan hardened his heart and dug his nails into his palms hard. This was not enough, he gritted his teeth and twisted his thigh hard.
Hiss.
The intense pain told him. This is not a dream, this is the real world.
At this time,
seeing that Chen Yuan had been woken up, Jiang Chang no longer cared about anything. She swung her arm violently and gave the man beneath her a heavy elbow strike, causing a big bump to appear on the man's forehead at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Tell me, what are you doing here in the middle of the night?
The man suddenly burst into tears and wailed.
Ah. It hurts. My neck is going to break. Jiang Chang raised his arm and delivered another elbow strike, hitting the man's jaw. The elbow is as sharp as a knife and every cut draws blood.
The man's eyes popped out and his mouth split open, blood spurting out.
Jiang Chang frowned and said angrily, "Tell me quickly, are you here to steal something?"
The man was breathing heavily and his teeth were chattering.
I say, can you let me go first? I can't breathe. It's time. Chen Yuan had to wake up even if he didn't want to.
His face was filled with astonishment, and he bravely walked up to Jiang Chang.
Jiang Chang, what on earth is going on? What just happened?
Jiang Chang got off the man with a look of disgust.
He kicked him hard as he stood up.
Then, she turned to look at Chen Yuan and said nonchalantly, "It's okay. They were just a few thieves who pried open the door and came in to steal things while we were asleep.
Don't be afraid. I'm here. They can't hurt you." Chen Yuan's mouth opened wide.
There was a look of horror on his face.
Jiang Chang, you mean, you were the one who knocked down these 3 people? Do you have the ability to do that?
Jiang Chang rolled his eyes at Chen Yuan in annoyance.
What else could it be?
You were lying there sound asleep, and there was no one else at home.
Who else could it be but me? Could it be that the 3 of them came to our house on purpose to fight each other?
Chen Yuan took a breath of cold air instantly. He stared at the 3 men on the ground in astonishment and disbelief.
Just at this moment,
the man who had just been beaten up by Jiang Cheng slowly sat up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve and cried, "You misunderstood me.
I'm not a thief. I'm not here to steal. I'm really not."
There was a gleam of ferocity in Jiang Cheng's eyes. She crossed her arms and looked down at the man.
Not a thief? Then why did you break into the house in the middle of the night?
Yes,
Someone paid us to investigate you.
Jiang Cheng raised his eyes coldly, a little surprised.
Investigate me? Who hired you to investigate me?
The man touched his forehead, which was already swollen like a birthday star, and said with a grin, "It's a woman."
I don't even know her name.
Jiang Cheng slowly squatted down. She stared at the man with eyes as cold as knives.
How dare you lie?
The man quickly shook his head, his eyes full of horror. No, I don't want to lose my life for a little money.
I really don't know who that woman is. Chen Yuan reminded from the side, Jiang Chang, did you offend someone? Ask him what that woman looks like.
Jiang Chang raised his chin towards the man.
Tell me, what does that woman look like?
The man turned pale with fear and didn't dare to look Jiang Chang in the eye.
After frowning and thinking for a few seconds,
he swallowed the blood in his mouth and said carefully, "The woman looked less than 40 years old, very pretty, not tall, slightly plump, with well-maintained skin, and dressed very fashionably."
Jiang Chang asked coldly, anything else?
Oh, by the way, she has a mole on the corner of her eye.
Jiang Chang's face darkened. He grabbed the man's neck. Is it the left corner of the eye? Is there a red mole?
The man was pinched so hard that he saw stars.
Blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth again. Driven by the desire to survive, he nodded frantically. Yes, it's a red mole. This is the first time I've seen a red mole on someone's face, so it left a deep impression on me.
Jiang Cheng suddenly let go of the man.
She gritted her teeth and said bitterly, "Shi Liawa."
The man grinned at Jiang Cheng in a flattering manner.
Beauty, oh no, lady, that's all I know. I really have no ill intentions, and I don't want to hurt you.
That woman paid me to investigate you just to find out where you live now and who you are with.
Jiang Chang waved his hands impatiently. Okay, go ahead and get out of here.
In panic, the man kowtowed, stood up and ran out the door. Jiang Cheng pointed at the person lying on the ground.
Wait, drag these 2 out.
The man paused, turned back quickly, and dragged his 2 companions out in a panic. Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment, then quickly walked to the door and closed it.
Bang!
The living room became quiet.
Chen Yuan stood in front of Jiang Chang, looking anxious. Just let them go like that?
This is trespassing, and they even broke into our house.
Shouldn't we call the police?
Jiang Chang sighed softly. I don't want to cause any trouble. If I call the police, I have to go to the police station, and they might even call my dad over.
I don't want to see him right now. By the way, who is the Qi Liwa you just mentioned? My father's current wife. Chen Yuan raised his thick eyebrows. Your stepmother? Why would she find someone to investigate you? Who knows?
That woman is full of tricks and has always regarded me as a thorn in her side. I guess she wants to find some evidence against me to discredit me in front of my father.
Then it seems that your stepmother is really vicious.
Jiang Chang nodded slightly and hummed. Chen Yuan took a step forward, approached Jiang Chang, and looked her up and down with his deep black eyes. Jiang Chang raised his beautiful eyes and glanced at Chen Yuan.
Chen Yuan, why are you looking at me like that? Chen Yuan gave a thumbs up.
His eyes were shining, full of admiration. Jiang Chang, I never thought you had such special skills and great kung fu skills.
You are so awesome.
Those were 3 tall and strong men, each of them looked over 1.8 meters tall, and they were all muscular. You, a girl, actually defeated 3 strong men with your bare hands.
You are definitely the best female warrior of the modern era.
Jiang Chang sighed softly and said nothing.
Chen Yuan looked excited and continued, have you reached the 8th level, half-step martial god? Or is it higher than this level?
Jiang Chang curled his red lips slightly and smiled silently.
Have you gone crazy from reading tomato novels? Or have you gone crazy writing your book, Return of the Swordmaster? Chen Yuan snapped his fingers, looking extremely excited. Jiang Chang, you are not bound to a system, are you?
The kind that can transform into a martial god in critical moments.
If that's true, it would be so fucking awesome. I've never seen anyone bound to a system in real life. Jiang Chang rolled his eyes at Chen Yuan as if he were a fool.
Then she untied her hair and walked straight towards the bathroom with graceful steps.
Chapter 23, Can we get the certificate earlier? Chen Yuan instantly became Jiang Chang's little fanboy, following Jiang Chang with admiration on his face.
Jiang Chang walked into the bathroom and carefully washed the bloodstains on his arms. Chen Yuan just stood aside and looked at her intently. Jiang Chang came to the balcony and stood on tiptoe to take down a silk suspender nightgown and a large lace bra from the clothes rack. Chen Yuan also followed closely. Jiang Chang returned to the bedroom, threw his nightgown and underwear on the bed, and then took off the blood-stained pajamas.
Unexpectedly. Look back.
Then he saw Chen Yuan standing beside him like a wall. Jiang Chang snorted softly, looking somewhat helpless.
Chen Yuan, are you annoying? Why are you following me all the time? The living room floor is so dirty, aren't you going to clean it up? Chen Yuan chuckled.
The burning gaze was always fixed on Jiang Chang.
Oh, I'll clean it up in a minute, but now I have a question for you. What's the problem? It's the same question as before. Your kung fu is so amazing that you can actually beat 3 strong men with your bare hands. How did you learn it? Did a martial arts master teach you, or is it connected to the martial god system? Jiang Chang leaned on the dressing table.
She crossed her arms and said patiently, read less melodramatic novels. I don't have a martial arts master to teach me, nor am I bound to any system.
I just have 10 years of fighting experience.
Chen Yuan raised his thick eyebrows and became interested.
Combat experience? Have you ever practiced combat?
Jiang Chang nodded. Well, I was my father's only child before. He cherished me very much, so he always put my personal safety first.
So it was your dad who sent you to practice fighting?
My father's original intention was for me to learn some self-defense skills, such as taekwondo and judo, so that I can protect myself at critical moments.
But I am not interested in those. I like fighting in Sanda, and later I became fascinated by MMA and UFC Ultimate Fighting.
My dream is to get a gold belt in the octagon cage.
Chen Yuan's pupils suddenly dilated. There was an expression of disbelief in his eyes. Fuck, I can't believe you've even been on the octagonal cage.
Well, I've played more than 100 games, both big and small, both at home and abroad. Chen Yuan narrowed his black eyes slightly.
With a scrutinizing look, he walked around Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang, how come your figure is different from those fighters I see on TV?
I see those athletes all have 8-pack abs and a body full of tendons.
And look at you, your whole body is delicate and tender, your skin is so white and soft, and your figure is so well proportioned, you really don't look like a fighter.
Jiang Chang curled his lips, looking a little gloomy.
Because I've been away from the game for 4 years.
Chen Yuan nodded thoughtfully.
Oh, is that so? That's not surprising.
Although you don't compete anymore, your skills are still there.
You can still easily defeat 3 muscular men.
Jiang Chang touched his hair and said nothing. Chen Yuan raised a finger and waved it in front of Jiang Chang.
Let me make a guess.
When those 3 men came in just now, before they could react, you suddenly jumped into the air and kicked out a high sweep, knocking one of them down in an instant. Then you quickly attacked them with a naked choke, knocking out another one, and finally leaving only one alive to question.
Am I right?
Jiang Chang shook his head and smiled bitterly.
Chen Yuan, I don't want to talk about this topic anymore. Chen Yuan paused, a little confused. Why? This is your glorious record. By the way, why didn't you compete later? Didn't you say that your dream was to win a gold belt?
Jiang Chang sighed, his eyes full of regret.
Because of my father's objection.
I strayed from his original intention, so he forcibly pulled me back and strictly forbade me to touch anything related to fighting.
Chen Yuan looked at Jiang Cheng with sympathy in his eyes. It seems that your father is a dictator at home. No wonder there are conflicts between you and your daughter.
Jiang Cheng took a step forward and looked up at Chen Yuan.
Chen Yuan, can we get the marriage certificate quickly? I really want to have a home of my own and live a happy and stable life. My father's home no longer belongs to me, and I don't want to go back.
Chen Yuan's brows tightened and he lowered his eyes to look at Jiang Cheng.
Jiang Cheng's long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and his fair, flawless skin was faintly flushed.
Her lips are like rose petals, tender, juicy, sweet and fragrant.
Chen Yuan's eyes flickered and he coughed. Regarding the marriage certificate, have you really thought it through? My financial situation is not very good.
I only have this old, run-down house, a Volkswagen, and... Jiang Cheng suddenly reached out and covered Chen Yuan's mouth. She licked her lower lip, twisted her waist slightly, and raised her beautiful eyes slightly.
It seems to be an unintentional act. But every move is enough to captivate the heart. Chen Yuan, don't ask me this question again. I don't need to think about it. Since I promised you, I won't regret it. What about you? You won't regret proposing to me in the bar, right? Chen Yuan's throat tightened and he shook his head repeatedly. No, I don't regret it. That's it, when are we going to get the certificate? Chen Yuan turned his face away and said in a deep voice, whatever, anytime is fine. I can take leave on weekdays.
Jiang Cheng narrowed his beautiful eyes and curved his lips into a smile.
That's great. Oh, by the way, do I need a household registration book to get the certificate?
I only have an ID card now, not a household registration book. Chen Yuan scratched his head, his tone somewhat uncertain.
Shouldn't I?
I remember seeing news about this before, saying that according to the new marriage law, you no longer need a household registration booklet to get a marriage certificate, and you only need to bring your ID card.
But I don't know if it has been implemented yet. Jiang Cheng reached out and poked Chen Yuan's arm. Then you should learn more about it and then tell me. Chen Yuan nodded seriously, okay. Chen Yuan, do you have anything else to do? If not, get out now.
Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment, with a face full of question marks.
Jiang Cheng pushed him and said, I want to change my clothes. Do you want to watch me too?
Chen Yuan smiled awkwardly and stepped back consciously.
However, just as he was about to walk out of the bedroom, he seemed to suddenly remember something and suddenly turned back. Jiang Cheng, I suddenly remembered something.
Jiang Cheng put down the large-sized underwear he had just picked up and asked casually, what's the matter?
Chen Yuan stared at Jiang Cheng for 2 seconds. His eyebrows raised slightly, his expression meaningful as he said, well, I suddenly remembered that before I got drunk tonight, you asked me if I really wanted to kiss you, and you also said that if I had to kiss you, you, a girl, would not have the energy to resist, so you would have to obey me. Did you say that?
Jiang Cheng bit his lips, his pretty face flushed.
Did I ever say that? Chapter 24 I regret not letting him kiss me.
Chen Yuan's eyes were burning, with a hint of a smile on his face.
It's only been a few hours. If you really forgot, do you need me to help you restore it?
Jiang Cheng raised his fist.
He gently hit Chen Yuan's chest. No, I don't need to. Okay, I admit that I said it, but so what? That means you did it on purpose. You are trying to resist but still want to fight back. You have practiced ultimate fighting, how could you not have the strength to resist me? If you don't want to, I can't get close to you at all. Jiang Cheng choked. For a moment, I didn't know how to refute.
Chen Yuan's eyes were slimy as he stared straight at Jiang Cheng.
Jiang Cheng opened his lips slightly, and his towering snowballs rose and fell with his breathing.
The mature and plump body exudes a seductive body fragrance. Even though my heart was pounding like a drum. But Jiang Cheng still tried hard to maintain his composure.
She raised her chin and said with a straight face, Chen Yuan, you think too much. I forgot that I have 10 years of fighting experience. Didn't I say it?
I haven't touched a fighting game for 4 years.
I am no different from other girls now.
Chen Yuan blinked and his face darkened slightly.
Really?
Jiang Cheng nodded seriously.
Of course.
If someone hadn't suddenly broken into my house tonight, my fighting skills would have been useless.
We have already decided to get married, and you are my family now. How could I possibly think of doing something to you? Chen Yuan looked gloomy and frowned. Well, what you said makes sense. I'm overthinking it. I won't bother you changing your clothes. After saying, he immediately turned around and walked quickly out of the bedroom. Crack. The door is closed. Jiang Cheng stared at the door and muttered, "Idiot." After saying, she was stunned for a moment. He pointed at his chest again, angrily saying, "You are also an idiot." Now. A feeling of regret suddenly surged into her heart. As she took off her pajamas, she felt regretful in her heart. Jiang Cheng. Why are you so stubborn and want to suffer? You deserve to be single for 25 years. You deserve it for never having even kissed a man on the mouth, let alone a hug or physical contact. I had no interest in men before. But it's different now. It's obvious that both her body and mind are longing for a man, but she's still so stubborn. Now that's good. I'm afraid Chen Yuan will never take the initiative to kiss you again. Think about this. Jiang Cheng quickly picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to his best friend. Let me ask you a question. How do you kiss a man on the mouth? Saturday, 8 a.m. Fucheng Road. Tangcheng Yiping Community, large flat in Building A. Lin Wei stood on the balcony, watering the flowers with a watering can while admiring the river view across the street. She really enjoys this high-end life living in a large flat. But at the same time, she felt a little uneasy. Because she is not the real owner of this large flat. She glanced at the time on her phone and couldn't help but complain in her heart. It's already this late. Why hasn't Zhou Wanhao come back yet? Where did he go last night? Are you really working overtime at the company? Or are you doing something else? I really don't understand him. He had clearly been secretly in love with me for many years and had been coveting me for a long time. But why, after he got me as he wished, he didn't show any intention of marrying me? Doesn't he love himself? Can't it? I am his white moonlight, his dream goddess. Since junior high school, which of the boyfriends I have dated didn't love me to death? Is it because? Is Zhou Wanhao a slow-moving person when it comes to relationships? He wants to date for a while longer and then hold a grand proposal ceremony for himself? I hope so. Just thinking about it. A strong and powerful hand suddenly slapped Lin Wei's butt. Pa! Oh! Lin Wei screamed. She twisted her waist coquettishly and snuggled into Zhou Wanhao's arms. Zhou Wanhao adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said lovingly, "Why did you get up so early? I thought you were sleeping in the bedroom, but when I walked into the bedroom, I saw that you were not in bed." Lin Wei pouted her lips and hummed a few times. "Hubby, why did you come back only now? I missed you so much that I couldn't sleep. Husband, you are so bad, you are so bad." Zhou Wanhao touched Lin Wei's hair. "Oh, there was a lot of work at the company yesterday. It was very late after working overtime. I didn't want to wake you up, so I just slept in the office." "It's okay, husband. You have to come home no matter how late it is from now on. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep at all. I'll miss you so much that I'll feel uncomfortable everywhere." After saying, Lin Wei hummed softly and licked her lips with the tip of her tongue. His eyes were blurry and his legs were rubbing against each other slowly. Zhou Wanhao smiled, and a few fine lines appeared on his square face. "Yes, baby, I will be home on time next time." Lin Wei pouted and said coquettishly, No, the future is the future. You didn't come back last night, so I have to punish you." "Baby, how do you want to be punished?" Lin raised her eyes slightly and flirted with him. "Use that as punishment. Punish you 5 times. Punish you severely." As she spoke, Lin Wei hugged Zhou Wanhao tightly. Zhou Wanhao tilted his neck back and pushed Lin Wei away forcefully. "No, baby, I've been working all night and I'm exhausted both physically and mentally. I need to catch up on some sleep." Lin Wei pursed her lips and looked aggrieved. "Wanhao, you actually rejected me. Do you not love me anymore? Do you still love me?" Zhou Wanhao forced a smile. "Of course I love you. If not you, who else would I love? I am really tired. Wait for me to have a good sleep and recuperate. Then I will love you well." Lin Wei stamped her feet, refusing to give in. No, I'm going to punish you." The smile on Zhou Wanhao's face remained unchanged, but it did not reach his eyes. He patted Lin Wei on the back and pointed in the direction of the bedroom and said, "By the way, I bought you a bag and put it on the dressing table in the bedroom. Use this bag to offset the punishment." "I heard I bought myself a bag." Lin Wei's eyes lit up instantly. She excitedly threw herself into Zhou Wanhao's arms. Really? Honey, thank you. I knew you loved me the most. Mum. Mum. After kissing Zhou Wanhao on the face twice,
Lin Wei couldn't wait to run to the bedroom.
Looking at Lin Wei's not-so-sexy back, Zhou Wanhao suppressed the smile on his face.
His gaze was cold, and there was a hint of disgust in his eyes. He touched the face that had been kissed by Lin Wei, shook his head slightly, and sneered at himself.
Is this the goddess I have been secretly in love with for many years? Is this the white moonlight that I have been thinking about day and night and buried deep in my heart?
She's nothing but a vulgar gold digger. After all, it was because I was young and ignorant back then that I added a thick filter to her.
It seems now. She is not that pretty and her figure is a little skinny. What is even more hateful is,
when I got her, she was no longer the clean and bright girl she used to be. She had been stabbed to pieces.
One more thing.
Does she really love herself?
Does she love herself as a person or the money in her pocket? Chapter 25 Woman, don't be greedy. Crack. Lin Wei opened the bedroom door with great joy.
When I looked up, I saw a bright yellow LV bag on the dressing table.
She was immediately overjoyed.
She trotted to the dressing table, picked up the package and examined it carefully.
After confirming that it is the outer packaging of an authentic LV bag,
she opened the package with anticipation and excitement.
However, the moment the LV bag inside appeared in front of her,
her heart suddenly turned cold. His eyes were filled with shock, and the smile on his lips disappeared.
This, are you sure? How could it be LV trunk? This is the lowest end entry-level bag among LV bags. The price is only 20,000 yuan. How come this is the first bag Zhou Wanhao gave himself? Based on Zhou Wanhao's wealth.
Even if you don't give her a Ginza platinum bag worth several million, it should at least be a bag worth 200,000, right?
How could it be a 20,000 yuan bag? A bag worth only 20,000 yuan. Even a loser like Chen Yuan can afford it.
When I was with Chen Yuan would rather eat takeout that cost no more than 10 yuan a day than save money to buy himself big brand skincare products worth tens of thousands of yuan. I casually mentioned that I wanted to buy a new phone, so he gave me a tri-fold phone worth 30,000 yuan. Although I kind of dislike this phone and think it's bulky and old-fashioned, I can't help but feel proud when I take it out. But now she is with Zhou Wanhao. How come you can't even carry a bag worth hundreds of thousands? Then what's the point of changing boyfriends? The more Lin Wei thought about it, the angrier she became. I began to doubt Zhou Wanhao's assets again. At present, she only knows that Zhou Wanhao's father is the president of Shanghai Mining Company. However, she searched the internet for a list of Shanghai Mining Company executives but could not find Zhou Wanhao's name. This made her suspicious. She could only turn to her best friend Sun Lang for help, and asked Sun Lang to ask Director Wu for help to investigate Zhou Wanhao's personal assets and his family situation.
Baby, do you like the bag I gave you? Zhou Wanhao's voice suddenly sounded. Lin Wei's thoughts instantly came back to life.
She turned her head to look at Zhou Wanhao, smiled coquettishly and said, I like it.
It's a bag my husband gave me. Of course I like it.
It's so beautiful, and it's my favorite style.
Zhou Wanhao leaned against the doorframe and smiled. I'm glad you like it.
I'm going to take a shower and catch up on some sleep later. Lin raised her eyes slightly and spoke in a tender voice.
Do you want me to come in and help you? Zhou Wanhao raised his eyebrows with an ambiguous look. Do you want to be like last time? With an inflamed throat, red and swollen, and in pain for a whole week?
Lin Wei immediately covered her mouth with both hands. Her beautiful eyes widened and her expression was terrified.
I don't want to, I'm so scared. Zhou Wanhao yawned slowly. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'm going to take a shower. Well, go ahead, husband, I love you. Watching Zhou Wanhao walk into the bathroom,
Lin Wei rolled her eyes at him, then picked up her phone and called Sun Lang. While Zhou Wanhao was taking a shower, she wanted to ask Sun Lang how the investigation was going.
In recent days, I don't know what happened to Sun Lang. I always feel something is weird.
Sun Lang never answers the phone and rarely replies to WeChat messages.
Huangpu District, Huaihai Middle Road. Wu Family Manor Villa. The antique study room is luxuriously decorated, showing the power and nobility.
The relief carvings with dragon elements on the solid wood furniture are lifelike, the walls are covered with precious ancient calligraphy and paintings, and priceless antiques and artworks are placed on exquisite display shelves.
Old Wu, please say something.
Sun Laying stood in front of her desk and stamped her feet anxiously. Wu Jinyuan sat on a rosewood chair. He slowly lit a cigar, with a hint of coldness between his brows.
Sun Laying, I've told you many times that you can't come to my house to find me.
Sun Laying pouted her lips and snorted.
If I don't come here to find you, will you see me? You're avoiding me all day now. Are you so fed up with me? Sun Laying, what do you want to do? I want money.
You can dump me if you want, but you have to compensate me and give me enough breakup money.
Wu Jinyuan took a puff of his cigar.
His sharp eyes were full of disgust.
Didn't I transfer 5 million to you? Sun Laying rolled her eyes and pouted, 5 million? Are you treating me like a beggar?
I have been with you since I was 19, and it has been 7 years now.
7 years of youth, is that worth 5 million? Wu Jinyuan loosened the collar of his executive jacket. His expression was cold and his tone was impatient. How much more do you want? I want 70 million.
I've been with you for 7 years, so let's count it as 10 million a year, a total of 70 million.
In addition, you have to give me the apartment I live in now. Wu Jinyuan sneered as if he was hearing a joke. 70 million? You're so bold. Also, do you know how much the luxury apartment in Lujiazui you're living in is worth?
I know, probably between 80 million and over 100 million.
Wu Jinyuan pulled the corner of his mouth and said with a fake smile, so, do you think you are worth this money? Do you deserve it?
I heard Wu Jinyuan say this. The anger in Sun Laying's heart was running around in her chest like a fireball. But reason told her.
Unless it is absolutely necessary, she cannot break up with Wu Jinyuan, as that will not do her any good.
She walked around the desk and came in front of Wu Jinyuan. Then, she held Wu Jinyuan's hand with a wronged look, her lips slightly turned down, her eyes moist, as if tears were about to fall at any time.
Old Wu, how can you say that about others?
Wu Jinyuan brushed away Sun Laying's hand with a look of disgust.
Sun Laying sniffed hard and continued, Old Wu, you are so heartless.
When you loved me, you called me your darling. Even if I asked for the stars in the sky, you would have wanted to pick them and give them to me immediately.
Now that you don't love me anymore and you have another woman, you are belittling and insulting me like this.
Wu Jinyuan put out the cigar in his hand. He raised his eyelids and looked at Sun Laying in front of him with sharp eyes.
Sun Laying, you are so greedy. How am I greedy?
I've been with you for 7 years.
I gave you my best years, but what did I get in the end? You didn't even want to give me 70 million and a house.
Wu Jinyuan smiled, his eyes full of disdain.
How much is your youth worth? Open your eyes and look around. Which woman out there doesn't have youth? Old Wu, you.
You have been with me for 7 years, but I have also been very kind to you.
Did I pay for your college education? Did I provide you with living expenses? When your classmates were living in dormitories, I had already let you live in a high-end apartment in Lujiazui. In addition, the car I gave you, as well as the jewelry and brand name bags I gave you over the years, add up to tens of millions, right? Wu Jinyuan's words.
Upon hearing this, Sun Laying froze and became speechless.
After a moment of silence,
she suddenly bit her lip, let out a soft moan, then her body softened and she was about to fall into Wu Jinyuan's arms.
Old Wu, I didn't say you were mean to me. Wu Jinyuan pushed Sun Laying away mercilessly.
Sun Laying, what you need most now is to know yourself. I have raised you for 7 years and let you live a life of luxury, so much so that you can't even recognize your own value.
Why can't I recognize it? Do you know how much the average monthly salary of college graduates is now? You haven't worked a day since graduation, do you think money is so easy to make? To put it bluntly, with your looks, even if you go out to sell, you can only make 1,000 yuan a night at most. Wu Jinyuan, don't go too far.
Honestly, Sun Laying, I can give you 5 million, plus the 1 million BMW, which is already a lot.
Don't be ungrateful.
Sun Laying was so angry that her eyebrows raised. She clenched her fists, her whole body filled with anger.
Wu Jinyuan, let me ask you again, will you give me the 70 million and the apartment in Lujiazui?
Wu Jinyuan slowly stroked the ring on his hand.
After a moment's silence,
without even raising his head, he said coldly, I can't give it to you.
Chapter 26. How dare you, a little girl, threaten me?
Sun Laying smiled bitterly and shook her head.
Wu Zhenyuan, I never thought you would be so heartless.
Wu Zhenyuan stretched out a finger and shook it gently.
It's not that I'm heartless, it's that you're too greedy.
I've already transferred 5 million to you, plus the money you've saved over the years, and the 1 million BMW I gave you. It's enough for you to return to your small county and live a more affluent life.
Sun Laying glanced out the window. In the magnificent Wu family manor, exquisite fountains and sculptures are dotted on the vast lawns, and the luxurious buildings and green trees complement each other, as beautiful as a painting. She glared at Wu Zhenyuan indignantly. Wu Zhenyuan, why do you get to live in such a luxurious manor villa while I have to return to my small county town in disgrace?
I followed you for 7 years, but in the end I got nothing.
Wu Zhenyuan's brows tightened and he sneered. Why? I have worked hard for decades to get to where I am now. The wealth and power I have now are all earned through my own efforts. Who do you think you are? Apart from your mediocre skills in bed, what have you contributed?
You are just a useless person who has no ability and no talent. The harsh words pierced Sun Laying's heart. She gritted her teeth and her eyes were blazing with fire.
Since Wu Zhenyuan no longer has any feelings for her, then she doesn't need to worry about anything anymore. She took a step back and said with hatred in her eyes, Wu Zhenyuan, since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being cruel. You don't still think I am the 19-year-old girl back then? You played me in your hands so easily. Sun Laying, what do you mean? What do you think? Director Wu. Do you still want to threaten me? Sun Laying nodded slightly and said with a cruel smile, Director Wu, how many hundreds of millions is your manor villa worth?
And the 2 villas in the eastern suburbs, and those properties in other places.
Don't tell me that you bought this with the salary from the company.
As soon as these words came out,
Wu Zhenyuan's fingers, which were stroking the ring, suddenly froze.
He narrowed his black eyes and smiled sinisterly.
You are right.
In this city where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, it is absolutely impossible to buy these properties with my salary.
But you are just talking without any evidence. If you want to threaten me, you are too naive. A sarcastic smile appeared on Sun Laying's lips.
She took out her cell phone from her bag calmly.
Director Wu, I have a little surprise for you. Speaking of. She pulled out a recording and clicked play. The moment I heard the recording, Wu Zhenyuan's face suddenly changed.
The half-closed eyes opened instantly, revealing a fierce light.
He slammed the table and shouted angrily, Sun Laying, when did you record this? You are so bold that you dared to install a bug on the head of the Public Security Department. Old Wu, do you still know that you are the Director of Public Security? Sun Laying, bring your phone over here and delete this recording immediately. After saying, Wu Zhenyuan waved his hand and tried to snatch the phone from Sun Laying's hand. Sun Laying did not dodge and let Wu Zhenyuan take away the phone. She curled her lips slightly and said in a teasing tone, you can delete it. I have more than 300 recordings like this. Not only are there recordings, I also have videos. Sun Laying, you bitch. Wu Zhenyuan stood up suddenly.
His eyes were glaring and he pointed at Sun Laying with trembling fingers.
Sun Laying sat down on the desk. What? Unexpected, right? I have been collecting evidence of your bribery since 3 years ago. Don't blame me.
If you were willing to agree to my terms and part ways with me in peace, I would never have produced this evidence.
But you refused to do so. You insisted on forcing me to produce the evidence. Wu Zhenyuan took a step forward. His eyes were like a tiger devouring a person, staring at Sun Laying. Tell me, where are those recordings and videos? Take them out and destroy them immediately. Otherwise, I won't let you leave here alive. It's all on my phone and computer. Take it out for me right now. You can take it out, but I have a lot of backups. If you threaten me with my life, I can't guarantee that the evidence won't be made public. Sun Laying, you bitch.
Sun Laying raised the corners of her lips, looking very proud.
Now. Wu Zhenyuan's face was pale and his expression was distorted.
The muscles at the corners of his mouth kept twitching.
He has been active in official circles for decades and can be said to be a big shot who can call the wind and rain in Shanghai. However, he did not expect that he would fall for an insignificant woman. He was careless after all. After a long silence, he slumped in his chair, feeling dizzy. Sun Laying, please set the conditions. What will it take for all the evidence to be destroyed?
Sun Ling folded her arms with confidence.
I've said it many times. I want 70 million and the house in Lujiazui. Wu Jinyuan suddenly took Sun Ling's hand and said in a soft voice, Ying, you silly woman, do you really think I would do anything to you? Wu Jinyuan, stop pretending.
Ying, what I just said was just a spur of the moment.
How could I bear to do anything to you? Ask yourself, have I been good to you in these 7 years? Have I ever touched you? Sun Ling snorted coldly and gave Wu Jinyuan a cold look. That was when you loved me. Now it's different. You don't love me anymore.
You want to throw me away like garbage and use your power to kill me.
Wu Jinyuan pinched Sun Ling's butt hard.
Silly baby, I love you so much that I can't wait. After all, we have been together for 7 years.
How can I just say I don't love you anymore?
I didn't agree to your conditions just now, and I had my reasons.
What's the reason?
Wu Jinyuan sighed and said, don't underestimate me because I am powerful in Shanghai.
But in fact, I am watched by countless eyes every day.
My competitors are always trying to find something to hold against me so that they can drive me out of office.
Sun Ling raised her eyebrows, so? So I don't have much money to my name. Most of my properties are registered in the names of relatives.
I have 3 sons living abroad to support, and my 2 daughters and son-in-law in China also rely on me for food. Sun Ling raised her chin with a proud expression. I don't care, you have to give me what you deserve.
Wu Jinyuan caressed Sun Ling's hand lovingly. Okay, give me some time.
I will collect 70 million as soon as possible and transfer it to your bank card.
The apartment in Lujiazui will also be transferred to your name. In addition, I will give you some cash and gold bars. Hear about cash and gold bars. Sun Ling's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Old Wu, don't lie to me. Chapter 27. Let us get the household registration book and get the certificate. Wu Jinyuan raised his hand and hooked Sun Ling's nose. Of course. When have I ever broken my promise?
But you have to promise me that after you get the money, you will completely destroy all the recordings and videos. Sun Ling nodded excitedly.
Okay, it's a deal. Well, then you should go back first, Ying. My wife is still at home.
It would be bad if she saw us.
Okay, I'll leave then. I'll wait for your news. After saying.
Sun Ling smiled triumphantly.
Then she picked up her handbag and left without looking back. Wu Jinyuan's face darkened and his eyes became fierce.
He relit a cigar and smoked it slowly while thinking of a strategy in his mind.
Just at this moment. Crack.
The door of the study was pushed open again. A middle-aged woman wearing a Chinese jacquard cheongsam, with a dignified appearance and a slightly plump figure walked in.
Wu Jinyuan raised his eyelids. Wife, why are you here? Mrs. Wu sighed and looked angry. As the saying goes, if you walk along the river often, you will get your feet wet. I let you play with women again, and now you have played yourself into trouble, right?
Wu Jinyuan touched his nose awkwardly, his eyes full of guilt.
Yes, I have let my wife down, and now I am getting my retribution. Mrs. Wu poked Wu Jinyuan's forehead hard. Why can't you control your 2 tails of meat?
For the sake of that 2 tails of meat, you will ruin your career sooner or later, and you will also destroy our family.
I'm sorry, wife. What's the point of you saying this now?
Wife, I promise you, once I get rid of that woman, I will completely cut off all those extramarital affairs, live peacefully with you, and manage our family well.
Mrs. Wu sighed worriedly. How do you want to solve this? That woman already has so much evidence of your bribery. How about we give her more money?
At worst, we can just sell a few houses and give her all the money.
Wu Jinyuan took a deep puff of his cigar.
After slowly exhaling smoke rings, he shook his head and said solemnly, this is not a solution.
So how do you want to solve it?
Sun Ling is a greedy woman. I have transferred 5 million to her, but she said that the money was just for beggars.
I have finally figured it out. Even if I give her 70 million and a house in Lujiazui, she will not be satisfied. She may even continue to threaten me with recordings and videos.
Mrs. Wu gritted her teeth, her expression full of resentment.
This little bitch is so hateful.
Wu Jinyuan clenched his fists, glaring angrily, and said, only when she completely disappears from this world can the threat she poses to me be completely eliminated. Mrs. Wu nodded in agreement.
That's right. Even if we get the audio and video, we can't guarantee that she doesn't have a backup.
Wife, don't worry, I will get rid of this woman as soon as possible.
Mrs. Wu's shoulders trembled.
There was a flash of panic in his eyes.
Old Wu, who are you going to send to kill her? You must find someone you can trust. I'm really worried that something might go wrong. Although you've played with women for so many years, you've never killed anyone. Wu Jinyuan lowered his dark eyes and pondered for a moment.
He drummed his fingers on the table and said seriously, I don't plan to send anyone to kill her.
So how do you want to kill her? Wife, think about it, if I send someone to kill her, wouldn't it be like solving a threat and bringing a new threat to myself? I can't let anyone threaten me.
Mrs. Wu was shocked and her eyes were filled with panic.
You mean, you want to do it yourself? Well, I can only do this myself.
Mrs. Wu's legs suddenly went weak and she could hardly stand. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said in a trembling voice, But, old man, you are already 55 years old.
You are no longer a young and strong man.
Although she is a woman, she is only in her 20s after all.
Can you do it alone? Wu Jinyuan turned his head and glanced at the safe.
His eyes suddenly became sharp, and he said in a cold voice, Come to think of it, I haven't touched my gun for 10 years.
It's time to take it out and wipe the dust off.
Mrs. Wu was so nervous that her palms were sweaty.
This is too risky. Is there no other solution? Wu Jinyuan took a deep breath and said firmly, At this point, this is the only way.
Don't worry, wife, getting rid of a woman is easy for me, and the probability of failure is extremely low. However, if anything unexpected happens to me, you will immediately take your 2 daughters abroad and reunite with your sons. I will transfer part of the property in advance. Mrs. Wu could no longer control her emotions.
She burst into tears and threw herself into Wu Jinyuan's arms. He kept hitting him with his fists.
You old man, you still knew to protect us at the critical moment.
If you had known this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Oh, what a sin. 10 o'clock in the morning. Fuan Road, Haipu Garden Community.
Chen Yuan slept until he woke up naturally. After getting up, I had a simple breakfast and then sat in front of the computer to play games live. Brothers, don't panic if you are being chased by a fire truck. Let's just find the nearest housing area and prepare for a counterattack. Hurry up to the 2nd floor, and then plant a prediction mine on the 1st floor. Listen to the footsteps, someone is following us. The comment section of the live broadcast room scrolled very quickly.
The comments from netizens were appalling. You are such a wimp, you are only suitable for playing against AI. If it was an ace game, a noob like you would definitely die in the first wave. Go away, you're always in the diamond division, just as low class as your people. Get away from the haters. If you can do it, go ahead. The anchor is already doing great. These are not friendly comments. Chen Yuan just smiled faintly, he was already used to it. That's how live streaming works, there will always be people criticizing you. But think about it from another perspective, these trolls can also bring you traffic. When the fight was going on vigorously, the bedroom door is open. A sultry body fragrance wafts into my nose.
Chen Yuan turned his head and saw that it was Jiang Cheng who came in.
Jiang Cheng put on delicate makeup and wore a waist-cinching dress.
Long hair, red lips, and proud curves.
She exudes the charm of a mature woman. Chen Yuan took off his headphones and whispered, Jiang Cheng, are you going out?
Jiang Cheng raised his hand and tucked a strand of hair behind his ear. Then he leaned down and whispered close to Chen Yuan's ear.
Chen Yuan, didn't you say that the new marriage law hasn't officially come into effect yet? You still need a household registration book to get a marriage certificate. So I plan to go back to my home and get the household registration book back.
Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows, a little surprised.
Go home and get your household registration book? Now.
Jiang Cheng nodded seriously. Well, let's go now, get the household registration booklet, and we'll go get the certificate on Monday.
What do you think? Chen Yuan pulled his throat. Well, okay, I'll take Monday off and we'll go get the marriage certificate. Then I'm leaving. I won't disturb your live broadcast anymore.
Jiang Cheng's voice is as beautiful as ever, charming and soft. 2 plump snowballs were about to pop out in front of Chen Yuan.
Chen Yuan's whole body stiffened. My heart skipped a beat. Chapter 28, Is the experience enjoyable? Chen Yuan looked at Jiang Cheng with deep eyes. There is an indelible tenderness in his eyes.
Okay, go ahead, Jiang Chang, and be careful on the road. Jiang Chang curved his eyebrows, smiled charmingly, turned around and walked out of the room. Looking at Jiang Chang's gently twisting waist, swaying steps, and graceful and sexy figure. Smell the faint body fragrance that permeates the room.
Chen Yuan's mind went blank.
His breathing was rapid and his heart was beating violently.
Now. He really wanted to find out. What on earth happened to me?
Why is it that every time I face Jiang Chang, I feel uncomfortable, my heart cannot calm down, and my body becomes restless?
It's like someone has given me some kind of love drug. What the hell is this? It's only been a few days since we broke up?
Even if you are not immersed in pain, your heart should be as calm as a pool of stagnant water.
How could it be like this now? Thinking about it. The cell phone suddenly rang. Beep, beep.
Chen Yuan picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from his good friend Lu Jiao.
Isn't this a coincidence? The person who can answer your questions is here.
Chen Yuan clicked the mouse and directly closed the live broadcast room.
Then he pressed the answer button on his phone. Lu Jiao's cheerful voice came from the receiver. Brother, how have you been lately? Are you feeling better?
Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows, looking indifferent.
I'm fine, nothing's wrong. Lu Jiao on the opposite side. My son was sick a few days ago, and I didn't have time to ask about your condition.
Now my son is fine, and your sister-in-law took him back to her parents' home today.
Where are you now? Are you at home? Yeah, at home. Would you like to come out for a drink? Forget it, Brother Yao, I don't really want to go out.
How about this, I'll buy some ready-made food and wine and go to your house, and we can drink at home together.
I heard that Lu Jiao was coming home. Chen Yuan panicked instantly.
Now Jiang Chang has decorated the house with sweetness, softness, pinkness and tenderness, making it look like a princess, as if he had walked into the Ponzi cave. From the living room to the bedroom, Jiang Chang's things can be seen everywhere.
Her pink bathrobe and suspender nightgown were hung in the bathroom. Her black stockings and large lace underwear were also drying on the balcony.
If Lu Jiao saw this,
wouldn't your jaw drop on the spot?
He would definitely catch me and interrogate me for a long time, and he would never give up until he told me clearly how I met Jiang Chang.
Based on the principle that less is worse than more, Chen Yuan decided.
For the time being, she didn't tell Lu Jiao that she was already living with Jiang Chang and that they were about to get a marriage certificate. It won't be too late to tell him after we get the marriage certificate.
Think about this. Chen Yuan said decisively, Don't come over, Brother Yao, I'm a little busy today. Fuck, what are you doing on the weekend? I'm busy with my side job.
I live stream my games in the morning and serialize my novel on Tomato in the afternoon.
Lu Jiao on the opposite side smiled. Oh, it seems like you're in good shape. Have you gotten over the pain of losing your love?
Chen Yuan curled his lips.
To be honest, Brother Yao, I didn't feel any pain at all when I broke up with Lin Wei, really. Lu Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, then I'm relieved. You keep busy, I'll find someone else to play billiard.
It's not easy for your sister-in-law to go back to her parents' home with the children, I have to take this opportunity to relax. Lu Jiao finished speaking. The rustling sound of someone putting on clothes came from the receiver. Chen Yuan hurriedly said, Hey, don't hang up yet, Brother Yao, there is something you need to help me analyze.
What's the matter? Tell me. Well, that is.
While Lu Jiao was putting on his clothes, he urged, Why are you still wasting time with me?
If you have anything to fart now. After hesitating for a few seconds,
Chen Yuan coughed and said, Well, I recently started dating a girlfriend, and I. Without waiting for Chen Yuan to finish,
Lu Jiao's exaggerated roar was heard on the phone. Fuck. You're amazing. It's only been a few days since we broke up? And you've already found a new girlfriend.
If I had known you had this ability to seamlessly connect, I wouldn't have worried about you for a fucking minute. Chen Yuan smiled awkwardly.
How should I put it? It's just a coincidence. Lu Jiao raised his voice. You are such a dishonest boy. You actually hid such a big thing from me.
I was worried that you would be too sad after the breakup, and I was thinking about how to comfort you.
I didn't mean to hide it from you, Brother Yao. I've only been dating for a few days. Lu Jiao clicked his tongue. Okay, then tell me, what do you think of this girl? Is she pretty? Does she have a great figure?
Jiang Cheng's face immediately appeared in front of Chen Yuan's eyes. He cleared his throat and said without hesitation, "She is very beautiful, the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, and she has a great figure."
Is it true? Compared with your ex-girlfriend?
Objectively speaking, she is much prettier than Lin Wei, and her figure is much better than Lin Wei's.
Lu Jiao's frivolous laughter came from the receiver. Damn, you are awesome. It seems that this girl is a stunning beauty. How is it? Is the experience enjoyable? Chen Yuan touched his nose with a smile. What are you talking about? We've just started talking, and it hasn't progressed to that stage yet. We're still getting to know each other. Then how did you and the girl meet?
As soon as these words came out, the scene of proposing to Jiang Cheng in the bar that night, it instantly flooded into Chen Yuan's mind.
He thought to himself. Since Lu Jiao asked this shows that he didn't take the bet he made in the bar that night seriously at all. That's normal, I guess. No one would believe that I would have the courage to propose to Jiang Cheng in public in a bar. A stunning beauty like Jiang Cheng is one of the most beautiful in the entire Demon City.
It can be regarded as the pinnacle of Nua's creation of human beings.
What else even more precious is?
Although Jiang Cheng has a beautiful appearance, his body is extremely sexy and hot. But she never used her beauty to seek pleasure or indulge herself. She still retains her virginity to this day.
Chapter 29. There is no doubt that you have fallen in love with her. Why aren't you talking? If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up.
I'm in a hurry to go out and play billiards.
Lu Jiao's voice interrupted Chen Yuan's thoughts. Chen Yuan suddenly came back to his senses. He swallowed and lied, "Oh, I met her online." You're so lucky to meet such a beautiful girl online. I guess so. It came unexpectedly. Lu Jiao on the opposite side smiled heartily. By the way, you just said there was something you wanted me to analyze for you. What is it? Tell me now.
Chen Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Well, I don't know how I feel about this woman. It's very strange. I have never felt this way towards a woman before."
Lu Jiao immediately became interested. That's interesting. Tell me more about it. I've only known her for a dozen days.
Logically, I don't know her very well, so I shouldn't have any feelings for her. But I don't know if I'm crazy or what, but when I see her, I get flustered, at a loss, and my mind is buzzing. In short, I just feel uncomfortable all over and can't calm down. Chen Yuan finished speaking.
Lu Jiao on the other end burst into laughter. Stop pretending to be innocent in front of me. You are not a virgin.
It is obvious that you fell in love with this girl at first sight and you have sexual thoughts about her.
What is there to analyze?
Chen Yuan was shocked, his face full of question marks.
Fuck, who's pretending to be innocent? I just find this a little unbelievable. Lin Wei is my first love, and I never felt this way when I was with Lin Wei before.
My relationship with Lin Wei was developed step by step and naturally, and I have never felt this flustered.
Lu Jiao was speechless. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at my phone. This can only mean one thing.
You didn't fall in love with Lin Wei at first sight, nor did you have that strong feeling of being moved. But you have a physiological liking for this girl, and you have a physiological feeling of being moved.
Chen Yuan's brows tightened and his heart skipped a beat. After a few seconds of silence, he looked puzzled and asked, "No way?"
Lin Wei is my first love, and we have been together for 4 years.
Lu Jiao sneered disdainfully. Who says first love is true love? That's bullshit. The order of appearance in life is uncertain.
The woman you love the most may not be your first woman.
But. Don't say buts. We are both grown men. I'm just asking you directly, do you really want to sleep with her? Do you really crave her body? Do you easily have a physiological reaction when you see her?
Even though I don't want to admit it.
But after some struggle in my heart, Chen Yuan still chose to tell the truth. Okay, Brother Yao, you are right. Okay, let me ask you again, do you think this girl has any other advantages besides her beautiful appearance?
Chen Yuan's dark eyes lit up, and he said without hesitation, she has a very good personality, and it's very comfortable to get along with her. She is also very smart and wise, but at the same time she has a pure heart, and she is not materialistic at all.
Oh, and she is also a good cook. Lu Jiao chuckled. This is such a perfect woman. You really got a great bargain. After a few seconds of pause,
Chen Yuan continued, at present, her only shortcoming is that she has never been in a relationship.
She knows nothing about this and is still a complete novice. Hearing this,
Lu Jiao, who had just gotten into the car, slammed the steering wheel excitedly.
Fuck. Are you just showing off here? You've got this one in a million good woman, and you're still fussing about it?
Chen Yuan sighed helplessly.
Damn, I'm not sure. Although I've been in a relationship once, I've never been like this before. I thought someone drugged me. You are undoubtedly in love with her. I fell in love with her? That's right.
You have fallen in love with her both physically and mentally.
Physiological reactions cannot deceive people. Your body knows better than your brain. This kind of physiological attraction is uncontrollable. Lu Jiao's words were decisive. Chen Yuan was shocked when he heard this. But isn't this too fast? Lu Jiao slapped the steering wheel hard. What's the hurry? Real love comes suddenly. People who fall in love instantly, that's true love. Only people who have never loved before will think that love is developed slowly over time.
Chen Yuan frowned and his eyes rolled slightly.
Brother Yao, what you said makes sense. Isn't that a little bit true? I'm telling the truth.
A man falls in love with a woman at first sight. He is determined to be with her at first sight.
In an instant, your body and mind decide on her. We are all men, don't you really understand that feeling? After listening to what Lu Jiao said,
Chen Yuan nodded with sudden realization.
If it is true as Lu Jiao said,
then all his strange psychological and physiological reactions when facing Jiang Cheng before can be explained.
After a moment's silence, Chen Yuan nodded and said, I think I understand, Brother Yao.
The sound of a car starting up came from the phone. Brother, remember, in today's society, men have very few opportunities to meet good women.
When the opportunity comes, you must grab it. Okay, I understand, Brother Yao. You are indeed a researcher of numerology. You really see things very clearly and you can speak to my heart. Lu Jiao snorted impatiently. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Just cherish this girl and win her heart and soul. I'm hanging up now. I'm going to play basketball. Okay, go ahead. After hanging up the phone,
Chen Yuan leaned on the gaming chair and turned around excitedly.
This call came from Lu Jiao. It was like a timely rain, instantly extinguishing his inner panic and anxiety. Now, he is very sure. He fell in love with Jiang Cheng. Moreover, this love is instinctive and irrepressible and strong love. He didn't want to suppress this true love any longer.
I don't know what Jiang Cheng is doing now, or whether he has received his household registration book.
Right now, Chen Yuan was eager to see Jiang Cheng.
Then confess your love to her, hug her tightly in your arms, love her and want her.
Chapter 30 What a Vicious Stepmother. Huangpu District. Changning Road, Tianhai Villa Community.
The villa gate is hand-forged from pure copper, and every step is meticulously crafted. It inherits the elegance and nobility of traditional Chinese design and looks luxurious and impressive. Jiang Cheng raised his eyes and glanced at the plaque on the gate. The 4 words blessings from heaven.
It sparkles in the sunlight.
She opened the combination lock and skillfully pressed the fingerprint of her right index finger.
Beep. I thought the door would open as usual. As a result, a password prompt tone was heard. The fingerprint you entered is invalid.
Jiang Cheng frowned and pressed the fingerprint of his index finger again.
The fingerprint you entered is invalid.
Jiang Cheng was stunned for a moment and looked at his fingers.
Fingerprints are fine.
There was no water on my fingers and no peeling.
How come the fingerprint is invalid?
She sighed and simply changed to entering a numeric password. After entering the familiar 6-digit password, the door still won't open.
Your password is incorrect. After entering it several times in a row, the combination lock is locked. A shrill alarm suddenly sounded. Woo woo. Jiang Cheng suddenly realized it.
The password to the gate has been changed. Therefore, all the fingerprints and digital passwords you entered are invalid.
No need to guess.
This must be Qin Liao's work. As soon as I left home, she changed all the passwords to the front door.
What a vicious woman. I don't know if my father knows about this. But what if Dad knew? But it was my father who kicked me out of the house. In the past few years, due to Qin Lihua's repeated instigation, my father had long disliked me and his fatherly love for me was gone. When the quarrel broke out for the last time, my father waved his hand in anger, pointed at me with gritted teeth, and told me to get out of the house and never come back. Think about this. Jiang Chang felt a sharp pain in his heart. I just want to get away from here immediately. However, tell her rationally. The purpose of this trip is to get the household registration book so that I can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Chen Yuan to get a marriage certificate. Therefore, she had to suppress the grievance in her heart. She picked up her phone and called Mrs. Yang. Currently, in this home. The only person she was still willing to contact was Mrs. Yang, who had raised her since she was a child. Ask Sister Yang to help her get the household registration booklet. Sister Yang will definitely not refuse. In this way, I can avoid meeting my father in Qinlihua. Beep, beep. The phone rang for dozens of seconds. But no one answered. She called back again, but still no one answered. In desperation, she could only ring the doorbell and ask the housekeeper to come out and open the door. However, unexpectedly, I rang the doorbell several times, but no one came out to open the door. There was total silence inside the door, terrifyingly quiet. Just when Jiang Chang was standing in front of the door, puzzled, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind her. Is that Ching Chang? You're back? Jiang Chang responded and turned around. I saw my neighbor Aunt Sue coming towards me pushing a baby stroller. She smiled politely and greeted, "Hello, Aunt Sue." Aunt Sue had already heard about Jiang Chang running away from home, and she also saw the confusion in Jiang Chang's eyes at this moment. She secured the wheels of the stroller. Then he walked up to Jiang Chang and said kindly, "Ching Chang, there's no one at home right now." Jiang Chang was a little surprised. No one's home? You don't know yet, do you? Your two younger brothers have been infected with the meningococcal virus. They have had high fevers for the past 2 days. The family doctor is helpless and sent the children to the Municipal People's Hospital in the middle of the night yesterday. There was a hint of worry in Jiang Chang's eyes. Meningococcal virus, is it serious? Aunt Sue adjusted her reading glasses on the bridge of her nose and sighed. It's quite serious, but you don't have to worry too much. This is a common disease among children recently. As long as it is treated in time, it will be cured after a while. Jiang Chang nodded solemnly. So are all my family members in the hospital now? They should all be here. When I went out this morning, I ran into Sister Yang and Butler Lu. They were taking the prepared meals to the hospital. Jiang Chang breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder I can't get through to Mrs. Yang on the phone. I guess she is busy taking care of her two younger brothers now. In this family, her only concern was Sister Yang. The others had nothing to do with her. In the past, she loved her two younger brothers very much. After all, the youngest son was innocent, and the younger brother was also their father's children, and they were related to her by blood. But under the stepmother's repeated malicious instigation, not only did his father dislike him, but his two younger brothers also began to hate him. The so-called family affection has long been exhausted. Jiang Chang's nose felt a little sour. She blinked quickly, forced a smile and said, "Okay, I understand. Thank you, Aunt Sue." Aunt Sue looked at Jiang Chang lovingly. "Cheng Chang, you must take good precautions. There are so many viruses out there now. Not only are children easily infected, but many adults are also not immune. Yeah, you should take care of yourself too." After leaving Tianhai Villa community, Jiang Chang felt very lost. Since I haven't got the household registration booklet yet, the marriage certificate with Chen Yuan will have to be postponed. She couldn't wait to get the marriage certificate with Chen Yuan. Not just because my dad kicked me out of the house. Also, because she is getting older, she longs to have her own little family. Chen Yuan is a good man. He is handsome, tall, masculine, and has a good personality and character. Marry a man like this, start a family, and have a lovely baby later. This is the perfect life in her mind. She doesn't care about other material things at all. Jiang Chang was standing on the street, hesitating whether to go back to Chen Yuan's house. The incoming phone ring suddenly rang. She picked up the phone. The voice of my best friend Songji came from the receiver. "I'm off duty today. Do you want to go out for dinner? We haven't seen each other for a long time. I missed you so much.
Jiang Chang glanced at the time on his phone.
Okay, Gigi, where are we going? The old place, Manly's Cafe. Okay. 40 minutes later. Manly's Cafe restaurant. When Jiang Chang walked into the restaurant, Songji has already ordered the food. The table was filled with sirloin steak, eel-egg shreds, salmon sushi and Italian seafood soup.
As soon as Jiang Chang sat down, he immediately picked up the knife and fork and started cutting the steak.
I'm so hungry.
I didn't eat breakfast and now my stomach is rumbling. Songji drank his coffee slowly and said with a smile, eat more if you're hungry.
I think you've lost some weight. Jiang Chang pinched his cheeks. Really? I feel like I've gained a lot of weight.
I haven't been controlling my diet lately.
Hey, you should eat too, Gigi, don't just drink coffee. Songji put down the coffee and sighed. I have no appetite. I've been too busy lately. I work in a hospital and face all kinds of patients all day long. I'm in a bad mood and my complexion is not good either.
Jiang Chang raised his eyes and looked at Songji.
Songji has neat short hair and a pretty face. The skin is white and rosy, with a healthy glow. The whole person looks full of energy.
Jiang Chang curled his lips and said, you still look bad? You look full of energy and blood, and in very good condition.
Songji's eyes lit up and he was a little surprised. Really? Don't I look bad?
I've been working overtime for a week straight and I'm seriously sleep deprived.
Jiang Chang nodded seriously. Of course, you look good.
Songji held his chin with both hands. A shy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then it seems that this is all thanks to my boyfriend. Jiang Chang chewed his steak and asked with a puzzled look on his face, is it your boyfriend's credit?
Did he cook for you?
Songji continued to smile and shook his head slightly. No, he nourishes me enough.
Chapter 31 How to Kiss a Man on the Mouth?
Although I have never been in love. But Jiang Chang also understood what Songji meant.
She opened her lips slightly and asked in surprise, can a man's nourishment really make a woman look radiant? Songji nodded happily. Of course. Didn't you say that I look good?
I work overtime in the hospital every day and still look good.
That must be inseparable from the nourishment of my boyfriend. Is your boyfriend good at that?
Well, whether it's great or not depends on the person.
Anyway, he can satisfy me, feed me, and we are very harmonious in bed, so I feel very happy.
Jiang Chang's pretty face began to turn red and hot. She had never experienced sexual intercourse before, and was both afraid and eager for it. She smiled with envy in her eyes. Then congratulations on finding such a good boyfriend. I hope you can get married and live happily ever after.
Hearing Jiang Chang say this, Songji's eyes suddenly turned colder. She bit her lip and sighed, I also want to be happy forever, but, to be honest, I don't have much confidence in love. You know, I broke up with my ex-boyfriend because he cheated on me and betrayed me. He was cheating on me 4 times. His betrayal hurt me a lot. Jiang Chang took a breath of cold air. There was a hint of heartache in his eyes. Then how did you get over the pain? Songji smiled bitterly, I have never gotten over it. The damage caused by betrayal is permanent. To be honest, I suspect I have developed misogyny. Androphobia? Yes, I hate men very much. Jiang Chang's hand holding the knife and fork suddenly froze. She frowned slightly and asked carefully, then why did you find this boyfriend again? Songji covered his face with his hands. She lowered her eyes and smiled, a little embarrassedly, I can't help it. Although I hate men, I crave dicks. Jiang Chang chuckled. I couldn't help but laugh so hard that I shook. Gigi, you really are. I don't know what to say to you. Songji pouted. He reached out and hit Jiang Chang's arm. Oh, is it that funny? I'm a straightforward person and don't like beating around the bush. As women, and straight women at that, we really can't live without men, both physically and psychologically. Aren't you the same? Well, okay, I won't deny it. Songji continued to drink coffee. Oh, by the way, I haven't asked you recently, have you found a boyfriend? Are you still single? God, you have been single for 25 years, when will it end? I heard she was looking for a boyfriend. Jiang Chang was stunned. She put down the knife and fork in her hand, hesitated for a moment and said, oh, stop laughing at me. I'm telling you, I'm not single anymore. I'm going to get a marriage certificate soon.
As soon as these words came out,
Song Ji's eyes widened instantly. Oh my god, is this true? Don't tease me. Jiang Chang wiped the corners of his mouth with a tissue. She cleared her throat and said slowly, it's true. I'm not lying to you.
I also think it's too sudden, just like a dream, but it's so bizarre.
When fate comes, it can't be stopped.
Songji rubbed his hands excitedly.
Then tell me about your love story. How did you meet? Is the man tall? Is he handsome?
Jiang Chang's eyelashes trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with joy. She held her chin with one hand and said, about half a month ago, I had a big fight with my dad and he kicked me out of the house. I felt really bad, so I went to the bar to drink alone, and the result was. Jiang Chang recalled the past half a month ago. She told Songji in detail how she met Chen Yuan. The more Songji listened, the more excited he became. His eyes lit up with surprise and joy.
I couldn't help but bang my head on the table. Holy crap! You're so awesome, sis. You finally took this step. You've lived too conventionally for so many years. You're 25 years old and you've never even held a man's hand. Now you have finally taken down your first man. I am so happy for you. Tell me quickly, what is this man like? Is he good at sex? Can he satisfy you? Look at how charming you are. He must be great in bed, right? Isn't it super exciting? Does it feel good to be a woman?
Songji made a series of shocking remarks. This made Jiang Chang's heart beat faster and his cheeks burned hot. Her full chest rose and fell violently. She patted her chest, smiled shyly and said, oh, no, we haven't reached that stage yet.
Songji frowned and pretended to be angry. Jiang Chang, are you stupid? How can you resist sleeping with the man you already have? Look at what you said. What do you mean I slept with him?
I'm still a complete novice when it comes to love.
If anyone wants to sleep, it should be him who sleeps with me, right? Songji sighed, feeling disappointed. You are still too conservative. You should learn to take the initiative. Since you have decided to get married, why not try it in advance? Go to bed early and enjoy the early. This is not a feudal society.
Jiang Chang tapped the table lightly with his fingers.
After thinking for a moment,
she said slowly, actually, one night, I took the initiative to flirt with him, and he seemed to want to kiss me, but I was too nervous and kept rejecting him. Then his phone rang, and we were interrupted. Songji rolled his eyes speechlessly.
Jiang Chang, do you have to be so cowardly? Can you face up to your own feelings and physical needs?
You don't steal or rob, you're not a mistress, and you don't covet other people's men.
He's your own man, why are you so nervous? Jiang Chang nodded in agreement. Well, you have a point.
Since you think what I said is right, then you should be bolder and quickly enjoy the joy of becoming a real woman. Jiang Chang heaved a sigh of relief as if he had made up his mind. Gigi, you have a lot of experience in love, so please teach me.
Songji patted his chest cheerfully. No problem, what can I teach you?
Jiang Chang bit his lower lip and whispered, well, teach me how to hug or kiss him first, and we can talk about the other things later. Songji raised the corners of his lips and smiled seductively.
Okay, I'm going to teach you how to kiss a man on the mouth now. You have to practice it for me tonight. Jiang Chang blushed and said, okay.
Songji narrowed his eyes and smiled.
But I can't guarantee that after you kiss him, he will pick you up by the waist and throw you onto the bed. Chapter 32 Men all like to be kissed by women. The blush on Jiang Chang's face has not faded.
She leaned forward and hit Songji's arm.
Oh, don't talk about this, just teach me quickly.
Songji rubbed his temples, thought for a moment and said, well, there are 3 ways for you to kiss a man on the mouth.
Which 3? Tell me.
The first way is to pounce on him and kiss him forcefully when he isn't paying attention.
Jiang Chang's beautiful eyes widened and he quickly shook his head. Not good, right? This is too fierce. I can't do it. Why not? Let me tell you a secret.
In fact, all men like to be kissed by women. The kind that pushes them into a corner and kisses them crazily, especially domineeringly. If he likes you, he will not only not resist, but will also be as obedient as a kitten and enjoy the process of being kissed by you.
Jiang Chang swallowed.
His eyes rolled slightly, his expression somewhat embarrassed.
No, I'm not sure if he likes me yet.
So, this method won't work.
Let's talk about the second method. Song Ji sighed helplessly. Okay, let me tell you about the second method.
The second method is similar to the first one, but it's a little more euphemistic.
Oh, tell me about it. The second way is to look at him lovingly and ask him directly, "Can I kiss you?"
If he says yes, you just go ahead and kiss him.
What if he says no?
If he says no, don't listen to him.
He's just trying to resist, so go ahead and kiss him anyway. Jiang Cheng put his hands on his hips, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Come on, is this any different from the first one? Aren't they just as fierce? I don't want it.
Song Ji groaned, looking speechless.
After thinking for a few seconds, she sighed and said, Okay, there's really nothing I can do about you.
Then I'll suggest the third option.
The third option is the most subtle and suitable for a conservative woman like you. Go ahead, I'm all ears.
The third method is to blink your big innocent eyes, look at him with a confused face, and ask him a question.
What's the problem?
You can ask him how long 1 meter is. He will subconsciously open his arms and gesture to you how long 1 meter is. At this time, you can take the opportunity to get into his arms and hug his waist. Jiang Cheng tilted his head, his face full of question marks.
Is this possible? Song Ji raised his chin, looking very proud. How is it? Isn't this method both interesting and romantic? Jiang Cheng touched his hair and nodded gently. It's quite interesting, but it's still a little too proactive.
Song Ji raised her eyebrows and slapped the table.
What I want is the initiative. Who told you to reject me last time? And what's wrong with a woman taking the initiative? It's your man, you can kiss him as you like. Jiang Cheng picked up the coffee and took a sip. After a moment of silence, she blinked her beautiful eyes and said expectantly, After I get into his arms, should I say something? Song Ji chuckled a few times.
You just hug his waist, look up at him, and say, I'm just teasing you, I just want to hug you. Facing a beauty like you, he will definitely not be able to control himself, and will immediately become hard, lower his head to kiss you madly, and then you.
Jiang Cheng quickly made a hush gesture.
She smiled shyly and snorted, Oh, shut up, stop talking, there are people around.
Song Ji glanced at the people around him.
She pursed her lips and lowered her voice. At the moment, this method is most suitable for you. You take the initiative to hug him, and he takes the initiative to kiss you.
You are going in both directions. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement.
I couldn't help but give Song Ji a thumbs up.
Gigi, I have to say, you are really experienced in teasing men. Song Ji smiled and squinted his eyes.
These are just trifles. When you have tasted the sweetness of men in the future,
you will learn it all by yourself. Maybe you will know more than me and have more tricks in bed. With your looks and figure, any man will be unable to stop lusting after you once you have sex. Jiang Cheng frowned and gritted his teeth. The expression is like an angry kitten.
Gigi, you're here again, you're so dirty.
Stop talking, let's change the subject and talk about something else.
The two of them chatted back and forth, talking about men, work, childhood, interesting things during their student days, and finally about their visions of future married life. The two people who originally had nothing to talk about could not stop talking once they started.
When I came out of the cafe, it's already 6 o'clock in the evening.
Due to the traffic jam and the fact that it was not on her way, Jiang Cheng refused Song Ji's offer to take her home.
After watching Song Ji drive away,
Jiang Cheng hailed a taxi on the side of the road. After getting in the car, she had just sat down when the text message alert on her mobile phone rang. She pulled her phone out of her bag and opened the text message. When I saw the text message was from Dad.
Her brows suddenly tightened and a feeling of sadness surged in her heart. After a few seconds of silence,
she clicked on the text message with trembling fingers.
Changcheng, where are you now?
You've been away from home for more than 10 days, and you haven't called or texted me. You even blocked my WeChat and phone number.
I'm really worried about you. You didn't drive away your car, and you didn't live in the house under your name. Where did you go? Your mother said that you found a boyfriend and lived with him? Is this true? Don't do anything stupid and self-deprecating just because you're angry with Dad. Don't forget, you're a girl, and if you live with a man casually, you'll be the one who suffers. When I saw the glaring word mom,
Jiang Cheng's originally sad heart was instantly filled with hatred.
In her heart, there is only one mother.
That's her own mother. Not every woman is worthy of being her mother. How can someone like Qin Lihua, who has ulterior motives and a vicious heart, deserve the title of mother?
Recalling the years she spent with Qin Lihua, all Qin Lihua brought to her was scheming and hurt.
She tried her best to exclude her and even wanted to kill her.
Now, the anger in my heart is like a flood that broke through the dam.
Jiang Cheng clenched his teeth tightly. His fingers tapped the phone screen rapidly.
That bitch Qin Lihua is not my mother. From the day you kicked me out of the house, our father-daughter relationship ended. Don't worry about where I am and don't contact me again. Also, keep an eye on your wife.
If she dares to send someone to break into my house in the middle of the night again, I will never let it go like I did last time. At worst, I'll perish with her.
If she doesn't want me to have a good life, then neither of us will live. After sending the message,
Jiang Cheng immediately opened the settings on his phone. I set up a text message blocker for text messages from my father Jiang Guangbi.
Then,
she threw her phone into her bag and leaned limply against the car window.
They say a child without a mother is like a weed. It is said that if there is a stepmother, there will be a stepfather.
Now, she felt it thoroughly. Tears as big as beans fell from her beautiful eyes, flowed down her cheeks, and into her white and sexy collarbone.
Now,
the strength that I tried so hard to pretend has disappeared. She was like a wounded little white rabbit, and all she wanted was to run back to her warm home.
Can the car go faster? Faster.
She wanted to go back to Chen Yuan's home as soon as possible, snuggle into his arms, and cry her heart out.
Chapter 33. She cried pitifully. At the same time, Fuan Road, Haipu Garden Community. Click, click. After typing on the keyboard for an entire afternoon, Chen Yuan was surprised to find out he actually typed out 10,000 words.
This was the first time he had written 10,000 words a day since he started writing novels. Ever since Jiang Cheng mercilessly pointed out his shortcomings in novel writing last time, he has followed Jiang Cheng's advice and opened the rankings of novel websites every day, scanning the lists frantically to learn how to write popular books.
1 week ago,
he stopped updating the flop book Return of the Swordmaster. Then I quickly registered a new writer account and started a new book. The title of the book is, A Domineering President Falls in Love with Me, a Divorced Mother with 3 Kids.
That's right. He decided to give it a try. Be brave and try to write a female-oriented article. Since writing books is to make money, then you must keep up with the trend. He writes whatever type of book is the most popular at the moment. As for personal hobbies, that is something you are qualified to consider only after you make money. The Domineering President is an enduring genre in female-oriented novels. In the past 2 years, many novels about domineering CEOs have been made into short dramas, which quickly became popular on the entire internet once they were released. Especially popular novels such as A Domineering President Falls in Love with a Middle-Aged Woman, which have a huge audience and peak traffic. After being made into short dramas, they became popular overseas. Not only the producers and broadcasting platforms made a lot of money, the novelist also made a lot of money. Although it is a bit difficult to understand why these novels and short plays became so popular. But think about it carefully. It seems to make sense. After all, no matter how old a woman is, she has a dream in her heart that the domineering president falls in love with me. From an 80-year-old grandmother to an 18-year-old girl, everyone longs to have a domineering president of their own. After turning off the computer, Chen Yuan rubbed his temples tiredly. Then he looked up and glanced at the clock on the wall. What the hell? It's already 6 o'clock? He turned his head sharply and looked out the window. It's almost dark. Why hasn't Jiang Cheng come back yet? She left at 9 in the morning, and it's been 9 hours now. Does it take so long to go home and get my household registration book? You're not coming back, are you? Chen Yuan suddenly felt a little flustered. He frowned and walked out of the bedroom stiffly. The house was cold and quiet, with no movement at all. There was no light in the living room, so the light was a little dim. A ray of afterglow of the setting sun was reflected on the ground, stretching Chen Yuan's figure long and making him look lonely. Chen Yuan looked around. His brows were filled with worry and anxiety. Obviously Jiang Cheng's things can be seen everywhere. However, the house looked desolate and deserted. He looked gloomy, and couldn't help but start to wander in his mind. Jiang Cheng. Will she come back? Perhaps she has reconciled with her father now. After all, they are father and daughter. What father doesn't love his daughter? What father would really be angry with his daughter? The harsh words said between a father and daughter in anger can be taken back. But if a woman impulsively agrees to a man's proposal, does it really count? If Jiang Chang really won T come back. So what are the 10 days I spent with her? A short-lived romance? Or is it a beautiful dream that will eventually end?
Chen Yuan had never been so worried about gains and losses.
Right now. He really wanted to call Jiang Chang.
Ask her where she is and if she is coming home yet. But when he picked up the phone, he felt extremely conflicted again. He didn't know if he was qualified to call Jiang Chang. Although they had been living together for more than 10 days and had talked about getting married many times. But he and Jiang Chang were not officially together after all, and there were no hugs or kisses between lovers. There was no physical relationship either. If Jiang Chang has reconciled with his father and returned to his family.
So, call her now out of the blue. Isn't that disturbing her?
After hesitating for a while, Chen Yuan finally put down his phone. But then he changed his mind.
What if Jiang Chang comes back?
When she went out in the morning, Jiang Chang ran to the bedroom and told him to wait for her to come back and get the marriage certificate after getting the household registration book.
Think of this.
Chen Yuan suddenly seemed to realize something and immediately turned around and walked into the kitchen. If Jiang Chang comes back later,
we can't let her go hungry. Half an hour later,
Chen Yuan, who was cooking in the kitchen, suddenly heard a hurried knock on the door.
Boom, boom, boom.
His dark eyes widened, and a hint of joy flashed in them.
After wiping his hands roughly on his apron,
he stretched out his long legs and walked quickly towards the door.
Crack.
The door opened. It turns out that Jiang Chang is back.
Jiang Chang, why are you here so late?
Before he could finish his words, Chen Yuan suddenly froze.
Jiang Chang's face didn't look good.
The eye circles and nose tip were red, the lips were bloodless, and the makeup on her face was a little smudged. It was obvious that he had just cried. Chen Yuan frowned slightly and asked with a worried look on his face, Jiang Chang, what's wrong with you?
What happened?
Jiang Chang lowered his eyes and pursed his lips gently.
Because I just cried.
Her eyes were exceptionally bright, and she looked beautiful, yet also a little pitiful.
Chen Yuan, I didn't get the household registration book.
Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand indifferently.
Well, it's just a household registration booklet. If you didn't get it, then you didn't get it. There's no need to cry about it. When I saw you like this, I thought you had an accident. I just hope you're okay. Speaking of.
He grabbed Jiang Chang's arm and pulled her into the house.
Crack. After closing the door, Jiang Chang shrugged his nose and asked in confusion, Chen Yuan, why does the house smell weird? What is this smell? Chen Yuan pointed towards the kitchen. Oh, I'm making dinner. It will be ready soon. Go wash your hands. Hearing Chen Yuan say this, Jiang Chang finally came back to his senses.
She raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Chen Yuan.
When I saw Chen Yuan's dress clearly, the corners of her lips curled up, and she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chen Yuan, why are you wearing my pink apron? Also, there are black and white spots on your face. What are these? Did an explosion happen in our house? Chen Yuan smiled and touched his nose. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you.
I haven't cooked for a long time, so I'm a little rusty, hee hee.
Jiang Chang gave Chen Yuan a half-smiley look. Silly, go wipe it off. 10 minutes later. At the dinner table.
Look at the rice and stir-fried vegetables in front of you. Jiang Chang blinked, his expression somewhat complicated.
Chen Yuan, this is the meal you cooked?
Chen Yuan curled his lips and stretched out his hand to make a gesture of invitation.
How is it? Doesn't it look appetizing? Please taste it and see how it tastes.
Jiang Chang said oh and took up his chopsticks to taste each one.
After swallowing, she nodded with an embarrassed expression.
Not bad, the rice is steamed very well, not too soft or too hard, just the right texture.
Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked expectantly, where are the dishes? Are the dishes I cooked delicious? This dish. Just tell me, isn't it delicious? Jiang Chang forced a smile and said bluntly, to be honest, it's not very delicious.
The stir-fried celery is overcooked.
It would be more delicious if it were crispier.
The broccoli is okay, but there's too much salt, so it's a bit salty.
What about the cola chicken wings? Coke chicken wings, look at it yourself, can this still be called cola chicken wings?
This is simply charcoal grilled chicken wings, almost burnt into charcoal.
Chen Yuan's dark eyes darkened and he sighed.
Well, it looks like my cooking skills still have a lot of room for improvement. Jiang Cheng smiled and shook his head.
It's okay, I'll do it from now on.
I like cooking, and I also like watching you eat the food I cook.
Chapter 34. Come here and hug me. Chen Yuan paused, feeling secretly happy.
Since Jiang Cheng said so.
It seems that getting a marriage certificate still counts. Chen Yuan coughed and asked tentatively, Jiang Cheng, can you tell me what you did today?
Why didn't you get your household registration book? Jiang Cheng pouted and sighed softly. Because my dad and his family were not at home, and Qin Li would change the password to the front door, I couldn't get in.
Ah? Is that so? Well, isn't it a bit miserable?
My 2 younger brothers are sick and hospitalized. My father, Qin Li, the housekeeper, and aunt at home are all in the hospital. Everyone in the family revolves around my 2 younger brothers.
When I was sick before, I didn't get this kind of treatment. No one cared about me. Speaking of. Jiang Cheng blinked, tears welling up in his beautiful eyes. Chen Yuan's dark eyes darkened and he looked at Jiang Cheng with some heartache.
Jiang Cheng, from what you said, your family's financial situation should be very good, and you have a housekeeper and an aunt at home. It seems that what you lack is not material conditions, but the care and love of your family.
Jiang Cheng hummed softly.
Yes, that's true. Ever since my mom passed away, I've felt very lonely and insecure. Especially after my dad got married and had 2 more sons, I always felt all alone in that family. Chen Yuan picked up a chicken wing and handed it to Jiang Cheng.
Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. You have me from now on, and I will treat you well.
Jiang Cheng smiled faintly.
Well, you'd better. After saying.
She picked up the pitch-black chicken wing and put it into Chen Yuan's bowl. Chen Yuan smiled and shook his head, then put the chicken wing into his mouth.
By the way, Jiang Cheng, where did you go later? Why didn't you come home earlier?
Oh, I went out to eat and drink coffee with my bestie.
Chen Yuan frowned, looking a little puzzled. Having dinner and drinking coffee with your bestie, shouldn't that be fun? Why did you come back crying?
Jiang Cheng touched his red and swollen eyes. On the way back, I saw the text message my dad sent me. I don't know why, but I couldn't control my tears.
Please don't laugh at me.
Chen Yuan suppressed the smile on his face. His black eyes were slightly narrowed, his gaze was tender and affectionate.
How could I laugh at you?
I feel sorry for you.
Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes slightly, pursed his lips and said, Is it just heartache? Besides heartache, is there anything else? Something else? Oh, it's okay, eat your meal. After dinner.
Chen Yuan went to the kitchen to wash the dishes as usual. Jiang Cheng went to the balcony to get some clean underwear and nightgown, then went to the bathroom to take a shower.
An hour later.
Jiang Cheng was sitting on the carpet, leaning against the sofa, watching TV boredly.
At this time,
Chen Yuan came out of the bathroom wearing only a pair of shorts. Jiang Cheng glanced at him casually. Chen Yuan's upper body was naked, with broad shoulders, narrow waist, tight muscles, and he looked very manly. The words that Song Ji said in the afternoon to tease men suddenly rang in Jiang Cheng's ears. She thought, sooner or later she would have to take this step.
Then why not be bolder?
Ever since she rejected Chen Yuan's kiss last time, Chen Yuan has never taken the initiative to get close to her again.
In that case, then let her take the initiative.
Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng cleared his throat and said, Chen Yuan, wait a moment. Chen Yuan paused and turned to look at Jiang Cheng.
What's wrong?
Jiang Cheng stood up and walked in front of Chen Yuan.
Well, I have a question for you. Oh, go ahead and ask.
Jiang Cheng raised his chin slightly and said seriously, how long is 1 meter?
Show me how long it is.
Chen Yuan was stunned by the question.
Although a little confused, he looked at Jiang Cheng's serious expression.
He still spread his long legs naturally.
My step is about 1 meter.
Jiang Cheng's beautiful eyes widened in surprise.
Oh, your step is so long? Chen Yuan chuckled.
Yes, I'm 1.83 meters tall, and my legs are quite long. Let me show you again, from the bottom of my feet to my waist, it's about 1.2 meters long.
looking at Chen Yuan bending over and gesturing. Jiang Chang was so numb. This doesn't follow the routine at all. How could this happen? Shouldn't Chen Yuan just open his arms? She couldn't help but complain in her heart. This song Ji. What kind of crazy idea is this? Not useful at all, not romantic at all. How is this flirting with men? It's like doing a math problem. Seeing Jiang Chang pouting and not saying anything, Chen Yuan smiled and continued, is it because I didn't measure accurately enough? Well, there is a tape measure in the cabinet. I will use it to measure for you. Look, the bricks on the floor are 80 centimeters. 80 centimeters plus 20 centimeters is exactly 1 meter. Speaking of, Chen Yuan walked towards the sideboard with enthusiasm. Jiang Chang snorted and said unhappily, forget it, forget it. That's not necessary. After saying, she turned around, walked to the carpet, sat down, pouting her lips, and ignored Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan stood there and frowned. He was a little confused. What happened to Jiang Chang? Why did you suddenly ask such a stupid question? After all, she graduated from a key university, how could she not even know how long 1 meter is? Answer her seriously. She was unhappy instead. Not only was he unhappy, he also looked a little embarrassed. What does she mean? After thinking about it for a while, Chen Yuan suddenly seemed to realize something. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiang Chang with a half smile. Jiang Chang, you wouldn't. Jiang Chang pursed his lips, what do you want to say? You don't want to hug me, do you? Jiang Chang bit his lip, no. After all, Chen Yuan had been in love before and had some experience in love. Looking at Jiang Chang's appearance, he already had the answer in his heart. His eyes were deep and he looked at Jiang Chang with a profound gaze. After a few seconds of silence, Chen Yuan curled his lips and said in a straightforward voice, come on, hug me. I am already your man, if you want to hug me, you can do so anytime. Jiang Chang covered his blushing cheeks. She slowly stood up and walked in front of Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan calmly opened his arms, waiting for Jiang Chang to enter his arms. Jiang Chang lifted a strand of hair from his forehead and lowered his eyes without looking at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan smiled when he saw this. Not coming yet? All right then. After saying, he grabbed Jiang Chang's arm and pulled her into his arms. The two hugged each other tightly. The moment when the bodies are pressed tightly together. Chen Yuan's whole body stiffened, and his deep black eyes suddenly widened. My mind went blank and my breathing stopped for a moment. This moment. He could clearly hear his own heartbeat. Jiang Chang's body is so soft and smells so good. So white and tender, so full. Jiang Chang, I. What? If you want to hug me, just hug me properly and don't say anything. Oh, okay. Chapter 35, The Man's Embrace is Really Warm. Jiang Chang's cheeks were stained with a crimson blush. She leaned softly in Chen Yuan's arms, feeling his hard and firm chest. I have to say, a man's embrace is really warm and gives me a sense of security. Being held in Chen Yuan's arms, it seemed as if time had stopped, and there were only her and Chen Yuan left in the world. After hugging for a few seconds, Jiang Chang suddenly felt something was wrong. She looked up at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, why is your heart beating so fast? It's frightening. Also, your body is so hot, are you having a fever? Jiang Chang's voice is charming and soft. Chen Yuan's ears felt numb after hearing this. Look at her beautiful eyes again, which are pure and charming, revealing a kind of breathtaking beauty. The delicate lips opened and closed, which was very seductive. A charming aroma emanates between lips and teeth. The two plump snowballs were even more attractive and were pressing against Chen Yuan's chest at this moment. White, tender, soft and elastic. The ditch is so deep that it seems to be about to burst out. Chen Yuan's throat rolled and his eyes were full of lust. I'm fine. As a normal man, I just had a normal physiological reaction. After saying, Chen Yuan stared straight at Jiang Chang's lips, excitement and anticipation revealed in his eyes. Just as he lowered his head and wanted to kiss Jiang Chang's lips, Jiang Chang suddenly screamed. She suddenly broke free from Chen Yuan's arms. Oops. Chen Yuan's body was stiff, and he stammered, What happened? Chen Yuan, you hurt me. Chen Yuan frowned, looking confused. Really? Where did it hurt you? Jiang Cheng's face turned red like a burning cloud.
She bit her lower lip lightly, feeling both shy and annoyed, and cautiously pointed at Chen Yuan's lower body.
That hurt me. Chen Yuan glanced at his lower body. He smiled wickedly, the lust in his eyes unabated. Oh, you're talking about this, then do you want to try it?
Jiang Cheng hurriedly shook his head. No, I don't want to.
After saying,
she walked quickly to the sofa and sat down as if escaping. She tried to maintain her composure and focused her eyes on the pictures on TV.
However,
at this moment, the deer in my heart had already lost its direction and started running around.
Oh my god. The one belonging to Chen Yuan. It's so big. Isn't this too scary?
If I couldn't help kissing him just now, looking at his attitude, I'm afraid he would lose control and have sex with me directly.
But I have never slept with a man. The first time. Will it hurt? Who can tell me whether it hurts or not? If it hurts, how much does it hurt? Will he die from excessive blood loss? The main reason is that Chen Yuan's is really too big. Woo.
I never expected that my first man would be so tall and majestic, and that guy would be so spectacular.
For myself. Is this a good thing or a bad thing?
Chen Yuan saw through all of Jiang Cheng's thoughts. Chen Yuan stood there, put his hands on his hips, and smiled helplessly.
Jiang Cheng, if it was another woman, I definitely wouldn't.
Jiang Cheng covered his cheeks and said in a voice as soft as a kitten, "Know what? I won't suppress my desires so painfully."
Chen Yuan, what are you talking about? Shut up.
Chen Yuan lowered his head and glanced at his abdomen. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "It's true, you have never experienced sex between men and women, you don't understand men."
Jiang Cheng blinked in confusion.
Then tell me, why can't you suppress it with other women, but you can with me? Chen Yuan's jaw was taut and his eyes were deep.
Because I cherish you very much. I can see that you were scared just now. Are you afraid of me or of the pain?
Faced with such a direct question, Jiang Cheng was speechless for a moment. She lowered her eyes and said in a very soft voice, "Chen Yuan, don't think too much.
I just feel that it's a bit too fast. I'm not mentally prepared yet." Chen Yuan took a deep breath again. Okay, I respect you and I won't force you. When you are mentally prepared, we can do it.
Jiang Cheng nodded slightly and hummed.
Chen Yuan turned and walked towards the kitchen.
After taking a bottle of iced drink from the refrigerator, he immediately unscrewed the lid and started drinking it in big gulps. The cold drink poured down his throat. It slightly extinguished the fire in his body.
Just at this moment,
the cell phone suddenly rang like a death sentence. While drinking his drink, Chen Yuan slowly walked to the dining table to get his cell phone. The caller ID said Dad. Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat and his expression was horrified.
Oh shit. It's all over. Yesterday was the day to transfer living expenses to my adoptive parents, but I actually forgot about it.
He quickly put down the drink in his hand and pressed the answer button.
The gruff voice of adoptive father Chen Xinghua came from the receiver. What are you doing now, little bastard? Do you still remember your parents? Who raised you? You bastard.
You haven't called me in so many days, and you haven't transferred my living expenses on time.
You are such a jerk. You can forget anyone but your parents. Don't you know how to be grateful? You idiot.
Chen Yuan sighed speechlessly. He pulled the corner of his mouth and said patiently, "Dad, I was wrong. I have been too busy with work recently and forgot about this.
I will transfer the living expenses to you right away."
There was a spitting sound from the other side.
Ah, Puff, you rascal, don't forget to transfer living expenses again.
Your mother and I are old and in poor health.
We raised you, so it's only natural for you to support us.
Chen Yuan agreed repeatedly.
Okay, Dad, I know all this. I will support you and my mom. Also, how are you and Lin Wei getting along now?
It's been more than a year since you graduated.
When do you plan to get married? Hearing Lin Wei's name, Chen Yuan's brows tightened instantly and his face darkened. He hesitated for a moment and said, "We get along well. I haven't mentioned marriage to her yet." The voice of my adoptive father cursing came from the receiver. Fuck you, get out of here. When are you going to get married? The most important thing for you right now is to get married as soon as possible. Continue the incense for our Chun family and pass on the family tree. You old bastard, did you take it to heart? Stop being such a fool every day. You have to get married now. The adoptive father's voice was rough and harsh. Chen Yuan's head was buzzing after hearing this. He frowned and interrupted quickly. All right, Dad, I got it. I'm hanging up now. I'll transfer your living expenses now. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yuan sighed repeatedly, his face full of worry. Chen Yuan, why is your father so rude? Why does he start swearing right away? You must have had a hard time these years, right? Jiang Cheng's gentle voice sounded. After calming down, Chen Yuan turned to look at Jiang Cheng, forced a smile and said, It's okay. I've been used to it since I was a child. Chen Yuan, I feel really bad for you. Chen Yuan waved his hand indifferently. Don't feel bad for me, I'm really fine. Seeing Jiang Cheng still frowning, his eyes were full of heartache. Chen Yuan smiled and changed the subject. Jiang Cheng, you are amazing. You can actually understand the dialect my father speaks. People in Yanggu, my hometown, like to use inverted sentences when speaking. Isn't that interesting? Jiang Cheng forced a smile and pulled the corners of his mouth. Inversion sounds interesting. Chen Yuan picked up the drink and continued drinking. Jiang Cheng was silent for a moment and said, Chen Yuan, why didn't you tell your dad that you and Lin Wei had broken up? Also, we decided to get a marriage certificate. Chen Yuan thought for a few seconds. He looked at Jiang Cheng steadily and said seriously, because I don't want you to be wronged. I love you. Chapter 36 Tell me you love me. 3 words, I love you. It was like a grand firework display, exploding in Jiang Cheng's heart. Jiang Cheng's cheeks felt hot. Her beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. Chen Yuan, are you telling the truth? You love me? Chen Yuan's eyes were deep and he nodded seriously. Of course, you don't believe it? It's not that I don't believe it, I just think it's so sudden. It's normal that you don't believe it. Even I can't believe it myself. I actually fell in love with you so quickly. I thought that after breaking up with Lin Wei, I would be emotionally devastated and would never fall in love with any woman again. But I really did fall in love with you, and I don't know why. Maybe love has no reason. Faced with such a straightforward and sincere confession, Jiang Cheng was at a loss for a moment. She bit her lower lip lightly, blinked her charming eyes, and looked at Chen Yuan with shyness and surprise. Chen Yuan, thank you for your love. Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked expectantly, What about you? How do you feel about me? Jiang Cheng clenched his hands, his eyes moving. I have a crush on you. Maybe because I've never been in a relationship, I'm not sure yet whether I like you or love you. Okay, I understand. Chen Yuan, can you tell me what is liking and what is loving? What is the difference between liking and loving? Chen Yuan walked over to Jiang Cheng and sat down. After pondering for a moment, he said slowly, liking someone means completely obeying your physiological needs and taking off your clothes one by one. And loving someone means helping you put on your clothes, and would rather suffocate to death than force you. Jiang Cheng's heart was pounding. She licked her lips with the tip of her tongue and said in a soft voice, Oh, that's it. Chen Yuan curled his lips and said in a non-serious tone, So what do you think, did I like you or love you just now? Jiang Cheng turned his face away and refused to answer. Chen Yuan approached Jiang Cheng and whispered, If it's not love, what else could it be? If I had just forcefully kissed you and then slept with you, you would have been scared, but you wouldn't have been able to refuse, right? But I didn't. I respected your wishes and forcibly suppressed my desire. Jiang Cheng tucked his hair behind his ears. She raised her beautiful eyes and rolled her eyes at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, you underestimate me. Other women may not be able to refuse, but I can. Don't forget, I have 10 years of fighting experience. In terms of skills, you can't beat me. Chen Yuan raised the corners of his lips slightly and smiled in a rogue manner. Oh, how could I have forgotten about that? Jiang Cheng raised his fist and said angrily, So, don't try to bully me just because you have experience in love. Chen Yuan raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I won't dare to do that anymore. Jiang Cheng patted his chest, which was rising and falling violently, and said seriously, Okay, let's get back to business. What business? Let's talk about the same topic again. I want to know why you obey your father so much. He obviously treats you very badly. Not only does he not care about you when he calls you, he also yells at you. Chen Yuan let out a long sigh. I can't help it. Who made me owe them? What do you owe them? Can you please stop being such a coward?
Chen Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head.
I'm not a coward, I just have no choice. If I were a trafficked child, I would sever ties with my adoptive parents without hesitation. But I'm not like that. I'm a child abandoned by my parents. My biological parents don't want me.
Although my adoptive parents treat me badly, they at least gave me food to eat and raised me, so I should be grateful to them.
Chen Yuan's words.
Jiang Cheng felt very uncomfortable after hearing this. Jiang Cheng turned to look at Chen Yuan and said softly, Chen Yuan, are you sure you were abandoned by your parents? If you were a disabled child or had an incurable disease, your parents might have cruelly abandoned you.
But you are so healthy and have a good appearance, how could your parents be willing to abandon you? Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes, full of sadness. Maybe it's bad luck?
Jiang Cheng pursed his lips and said unwillingly, I don't believe you will be abandoned.
Maybe you were abducted by human traffickers? Maybe your biological parents are desperately looking for you. I often see news about abducted children being found by their biological parents. The moment of family reunion is really touching. Chen Yuan lit a cigarette and took a puff.
He hesitated for a long time, and said in a low voice, I have also seen a lot of news like what you said, but unfortunately, I am not so lucky, and no one will look for me.
Are you really sure? Chen Yuan. Yes, I'm sure.
I was skeptical about what my adoptive parents said, so I privately asked the neighbors in my hometown to confirm it.
The answer I got was that I was sold by my biological parents. After saying, Chen Yuan's face darkened and his expression became more painful.
He took long puffs of his cigarette, and the air was filled with the bitter smell of tobacco. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng didn't dare to ask any more questions.
I'm sorry to have touched upon your heart. Chen Yuan waved his hand casually. It's okay. Everyone has their own destiny. I accept the arrangement of fate.
Jiang Cheng frowned and thought.
Her intuition told her. Chen Yuan's life experience shouldn't be like this. What if Chen Yuan was a trafficked child? So, is it possible that the adoptive parents and neighbors have been in collusion for a long time? There are even neighbors who have paid to buy children. What is even more terrifying is, could it be that the trafficker and the buyer of the child are the same person? Or are they from the same village? After all, human nature is so unfathomable.
In this world, there is no creature more terrifying than humans.
Looking at Chen Yuan's sad look,
Jiang Cheng swore secretly in his heart. We must investigate Chen Yuan's background and help him solve the mystery of his life.
If the result is really as Chen Yuan said,
then I would never mention the issue of my background again, live with him wholeheartedly, and make up for the love he had missed over the years.
But what if the result is exactly the opposite? Chen Yuan is not a child abandoned by his parents.
Then I have done a good thing for him, helping him find his real parents and his roots.
Monday, 2 p.m. Fucheng Road. Tangchengyiping Community, large flat in Building A. Lin Wei was leaning leisurely on the sofa, drinking coffee and watching TV. The doorbell suddenly rang urgently.
She frowned, stood up reluctantly, and walked slowly towards the door with her coffee.
Why did the cleaning lady come so early today? Can't you wait until you go out to clean? What bad luck! I hate hearing the noise of a vacuum cleaner. Crack. Open the door.
Lin Wei raised her chin and said with an unhappy look on her face, remember, don't come to clean so early next time.
I will notify you before I go out. There was a fat woman standing outside the door.
She looked at Lin Wei with a curled lip and a look of disdain.
Oh, the little girl is quite arrogant, she's actually glaring at people with her nose. Lin Wei was suddenly shocked.
She frowned and looked at the fat woman in front of her.
The fat woman looked to be around 50 years old. She has fair skin, a plump figure, and is wearing a lavender new Chinese cheongsam dress. Who are you? Why aren't you Mrs. Liu? The fat woman said nothing.
He just glanced at Lin Wei with disdain, then held his head high and walked straight into the house.
Lin Wei was immediately furious. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, I'm asking you, Auntie, who are you? Which cleaning company are you from? Did I ask you to clean for me? The fat woman still didn't speak.
She clenched the documents in her hand and looked around with a scrutinizing gaze.
Chapter 37, So sad, the second-generation rich persona collapses. Lin Wei felt extremely angry.
She sneered, her eyes full of mockery.
Auntie, don't you see where this place is? This is one of the most high-end residential areas in the whole Magic City. Any house here costs hundreds of millions. Do you think someone like you is suitable to stay here? Get out of my house right now. The fat woman clicked her lips impatiently. You ignorant little brat. After saying,
she slowly unfolded the document in her hand. Lin Wei was so angry that her eyebrows raised.
Who are you scolding? You fat old woman, you're not going to leave, are you? I'm calling the police right now and have them chase you away. At this time,
the fat woman suddenly waved her hand and threw the documents in her hand into Lin Wei's arms.
You little brat, are you still trying to be rich? Open your eyes and see how much rent you owe me? Hearing this, Lin Wei was stunned at first, then sneered. What nonsense are you talking about? I bought this house myself, not rented. You've come to the wrong door, auntie.
The fat woman narrowed her puffy eyes.
He stared at Lin Wei with sharp eyes. Take a look first.
It's written in black and white on the contract that Zhou Wanhao rented this house.
I heard the fat woman say Zhou Wanhao's name. Lin Wei was stunned.
He immediately put down the coffee in his hand and opened the contract with a suspicious look on his face.
Her fingers trembled as she flipped through the contract quickly. When I saw Zhou Wanhao's signature on the last page of the contract, Lin Wei panicked instantly.
Her eyes trembled, as if she was struck by thunder, and her brain felt dizzy.
How could this be possible? Impossible, this must be fake. Zhou Wanhao said it himself, this is the house under his name. How can it be rented? Auntie, please tell me, are you mistaken? The landlady crossed her arms and said with a nonchalant expression, Girl, are you crazy? You deserve to be cheated for believing a man's lies. Lin Wei was dumbfounded. Her face turned pale and she could no longer smile. The landlady continued, Zhou Wanhao has been in arrears with my rent for a year and a half.
When he comes back, please tell him to pay the rent quickly, otherwise I will sue him immediately.
Lin Wei stood there in a daze. I was stunned for a while. She swallowed and said in a trembling voice, Then, how much rent does he owe you? The landlady groaned. My house is 430 square meters.
The monthly rent plus property fees is 120,000 yuan, and the annual rent is 1.44 million yuan.
He has owed it for a year and a half, a total of 2.16 million yuan. Hear this number. Lin's legs were trembling, his eyes full of fear. More than 2 million? That much? How about this, for Mr. Zhou's sake, I'll give you another week to pay the rent. Lin Wei was surprised and asked, Mr. Zhou? Mr. Zhou is Zhou Wanhao's. The landlady was too lazy to argue with Lin Wei anymore. Her eyes were fierce and she said impatiently, If you still don't hand it in after a week, I will not only kick you out of here, but also take you to court. After saying, the landlady snatched the contract from Lin Wei's hand. Then he frowned, glared at Lin Wei fiercely, and walked away without looking back. Bang! Lin Wei seemed to be petrified. The whole person stood there in a daze. Although she has always been suspicious of Zhou Wanhao's assets, but she never thought about it. This large flat that she was so proud of was actually rented by Zhou Wanhao. So, what about the Ferrari worth tens of millions that Zhou Wanhao drives? Is it his own? Is Zhou Wanhao's character as a rich second generation real? Also, is Mr. Zhou that the landlord mentioned just now Zhou Wanhao's father? Can anyone tell me? What else is real in this world? After calming down,
Lin Wei suppressed her inner anger, picked up her phone, and sent a WeChat message to her best friend Sun Ling.
Luing, are you free? I want to see you. The message has just been sent.
Sun Ling's reply came.
Okay, I was just about to call you. If we don't meet today, I don't know if we'll have the chance to meet again in the future. Then let's meet in the cafe? Good. Half an hour later. Hongyi Road, Maochuanj coffee shop. Lin Wei's exclamation attracted the attention of everyone in the cafe. Oh my god, is this true?
Sun Ling quickly stretched out her hand and made a hushing gesture.
Wei Wei, keep your voice down. Lin Wei was surprised and leaned forward and said, Luing, did Director Wu really agree to give you so much? A transfer of 70 million, plus the high-end apartment in Lujiazui, And some cash and gold bars?
Sun Ling smiled with satisfaction.
It's true. He'll give it to me tonight. Hearing this, Lin Wei's eyes lit up instantly and she was filled with envy. Luing, all these added together should be about 100 or 200 million, right?
Sun Ling nodded excitedly. Well, at least 200 million, depending on how much cash and gold bars old Wu gave us.
Luing, I'm so happy for you, you're so lucky.
Sun Ling cried with joy, with tears in her eyes. It can be said that after all the hardship comes happiness. This is what I have gained by spending 7 years of my precious youth.
Lin Wei suddenly seemed to think of something. He grabbed Sun Ling's hand and asked in a low voice, by the way, Ling, did Director Wu offer to give it to you? Did he not make things difficult for you?
Remember you said last time that if he didn't agree to give it to you, you would threaten him with the recording in your hand.
Don't do such a stupid thing, he is the powerful Director Wu.
As soon as these words came out, Sun Ling's hand, which was stroking the diamond ring, suddenly froze. She rolled her eyes slightly and bit her lip.
After hesitating for a moment,
driven by her strong self-esteem, she finally chose to conceal the matter. She shook her head and said proudly, of course not. Old Wu still loves me. After all, we have been together for 7 years.
He won't be willing to embarrass me.
Lin Wei breathed a sigh of relief.
That's good.
Congratulations, Ling, you're about to become a single wealthy woman.
I envy you so much.
Sun Ling smiled contentedly.
Now,
she no longer felt jealous or competitive towards Lin Wei, and all that remained in her heart was the reluctance and lingering feelings of separation between the two best friends.
Wait till you get a large sum of money tonight. In the future, she can also find a young, tall, and handsome man to fall in love with.
A man like Chen Yuan is the most perfect man. Maybe there is still a chance to hook up with Chen Yuan. Anyway, Lin Wei has broken up with Chen Yuan. She was happy to take out some money to support Chen Yuan, take Chen Yuan away from the magic city, and then find a city she liked to settle down. She used to often hear Lin Wei talk about how strong Chen Yuan was in that aspect. 3 times a night, even 4 or 5 times. It made her almost die of hunger.
My saliva is about to flow out, and it's not just saliva that is flowing out. Well now, the chance has come.
If she could really keep Chen Yuan as her sponsor, she could be a bride every night and enjoy the pleasures of bed to her heart's content.
Chapter 38 I regret breaking up with Chen Yuan. Seeing Sun Ling didn't say anything. Lin Wei waved her hand and pouted, what are you thinking about? Look at your intoxicated look.
Sun Ling quickly withdrew her thoughts. She narrowed her eyes and smiled, shook her head and said, oh, nothing, I'm just a little excited. When I think about getting the money tonight and not having to serve the old man anymore, I feel happy for myself. Lin Wei picked up the coffee and took a sip.
The bitter black coffee is just like her mood at the moment. Luing, the fates of different people are so different.
You are about to become a rich woman and lead a happy life, while I am still struggling in misery.
Hearing Lin Wei say this,
Sun Ling immediately suppressed the smile on her face and looked at Lin Wei with some sympathy.
Wei, don't say that. You are still young and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Lin Wei was stunned.
His face looked a little ugly.
She stared at Sun Ling intently, frowned and said, Ling, do you know something? I asked you to meet today because of Zhou Wanhao's matter.
You should have guessed it, right? Sun Ling sighed lightly and nodded.
Well, I know what you want to ask me. Then tell me quickly, have you investigated Zhou Wanhao's assets?
It's been investigated thoroughly. Old Wu asked his administrative secretary to investigate. The result should be correct. Lin Wei quickly put down the coffee in her hand.
She clenched her fists and asked nervously, what are the results of the investigation?
Sun Ling picked up her mobile phone and opened an electronic document.
Here are the results of the investigation. Take a look. Lin Wei took the phone and looked at the electronic document of several hundred pages with a frown. After a moment, she scratched her head and said with difficulty, Ling, this is too much, right?
I don't understand these company charters and contracts, as well as these professional terms.
You must already know the result, right? Why don't you just tell me directly?
Sun Ling looked a little embarrassed.
Wei,
Lin Wei grabbed Sun Ling's hand and said hurriedly, hey, don't worry about anything, just tell the truth, I am mentally prepared. Sun Ling looked at the people around her. She leaned closer to Lin Wei and whispered, "Well, Zhou Wanhao is actually a fake rich second generation, and his family situation is also very special."
Hearing this, Lin Wei's shoulders shook instantly.
A pair of beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with gloom.
She bit her lip and said in a trembling voice, "Luoying, how much money does he have to his name? Also, why is his family situation so special? Zhou Zhenting, the chairman of Shanghai Mining Company, is not Zhou Wanhao's biological father." "What? How could this happen?"
Sun Laying nodded gently. According to the investigation, when Zhou Wanhao was 16 years old, his parents divorced, and his mother took him to marry Zhou Zhenting. His original surname was not Zhou, but he later changed it to his stepfather's surname.
A moment.
Lin Wei felt a black screen in front of his eyes and a splitting headache.
No wonder Zhou Wanhao became a rich second generation overnight.
It turns out that his mother married a rich man.
Lin Wei was stunned for a few seconds, and said unwillingly, "Then the stepfather is also a father. Isn't Zhou Zhenting a billionaire? How can Zhou Wanhao be a fake rich second generation if he is his son?"
Sun Laying smiled sarcastically.
"What do you mean by a billionaire? That's all made up on the internet. So what is his net worth?" "I'm not sure. Although it looks like a big company on the surface, it's not easy to do business in the real economy right now. It's definitely not as big as what they say online."
Lin Wei still didn't give up. She was full of doubts and said in disbelief, "Even if the family assets are not as much as rumored online, it doesn't mean that his son is a fake rich second generation, right?" Sun Laying shook her head helplessly. "The key is that Chairman Zhou has his own biological children.
He has 3 sons and a daughter, and he already has 4 or 5 grandchildren.
No matter how his property is divided, it will never be the turn of Zhou Wanhao, his stepson." Lin Wei's heart was completely chilled. Her legs felt weak and her palms were sweaty.
After a long while,
she gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Then Zhou Zhenting's character is too bad. After all, Zhou Wanhao's mother married him. For the sake of his wife, he should be nicer to Zhou Wanhao."
Sun Laying laughed a few times as if she was hearing a joke. "Wei, you are so innocent. Why am I so naive? Think about it.
When Chairman Zhou married Zhou Wanhao's mother, he must have been attracted by her beauty. She was a beautiful young woman with charm. But after the initial excitement wore off and the novelty wore off, he naturally got bored.
How could he possibly be good to her son?" Lin Wei's eyes drooped and his expression was dejected. "You're not unreasonable." Sun Laying continued, "There's nothing we can do about it.
Men only love their own offspring and won't love other people's offspring.
This is an ironclad fact. Luoying, has Zhou Wanhao become a marginal figure in the Zhou family now?"
"That's right, Chairman Zhou doesn't recognize him at all."
"How much money does Zhou Wanhao have to his name?"
Sun Laying stretched out her hand and gestured a number. "All his bank cards combined only have over 3 million. Lin Wei's face was filled with disappointment. "So little." Sun Laying paused and added, "He still has debts. The debts are as high as 15 million. He likes gambling, and most of the money was lost in the casino." Lin Wei was so angry that her face turned purple and her lips trembled.
"What? He's 15 million in debt? So, Wei, I suggest you leave him. Open your eyes in the future and find a genuine rich second generation."
Lin Wei suddenly slumped in the chair. His hands were shaking, his expression was distorted, and he felt completely hopeless.
She could never have imagined it. The rich second generation she hooked up with after much effort. He turned out to be a fake, a gambler, and a complete liar. For this fake, she used all her skills and all her clinical experience to serve him and please him. For this fake, she even betrayed her boyfriend Shen Yuan, whom she had been in love with for 4 years. Now think about it. What a sad and ridiculous thing this is. How stupid she was to be played around by a fake. Chen Yuan is such a good man. He is handsome, tall, very capable in bed, and a little bit bent. What else even more rare is?
Chen Yuan has always loved her wholeheartedly and taken care of her meticulously, just like her servant and bootlicker. Chen Yuan never lied to her or played tricks on her.
All I have is a burning heart. Pity.
But she lost such a good man.
Think about this.
Lin Wei felt extremely regretful.
I couldn't help but clench my fists and beat my chest hard.
Seeing this, Sun Laying quickly stopped her.
Wei, don't do this.
Lin Wei said with a painful expression. Luing, I regret so much, I regret breaking up with Chen Yuan. Sun Ling patted Lin Wei's hand comfortingly.
Wei, don't think so badly. You've only been with Zhou Wanhao for over a month, haven't you? It's not too late to break up now. It's a good thing you didn't get tricked into getting married by Zhou Wanhao.
If you had, it would have been troublesome. Lin Wei's eyes were red and tears welled up in her eyes.
Alas, this is the only way. By the way, Wei, how much did you earn financially during the time you were with Zhou Wanhao? It's better not to mention money. When it comes to money.
Lin Wei was so angry that her teeth were grinding.
Don't mention it, I didn't get a penny, just a 20,000 yuan bag. Chapter 39. Jiang Chang gets jealous for the first time.
Sun Ling curled her lips, looking surprised. Well, it seems that Zhou Wanhao is really stingy.
If you have decided to break up with him, then ask him for a breakup fee. No matter how much, you have to ask for something, otherwise you will have wasted your time.
Lin Wei nodded stiffly.
Well, I'll try. After continuing to chat for a while,
Sun Ling glanced at the time on her phone.
Wei, I have to go home and pack my things.
I have to go to Liziyuan village in the eastern suburbs tonight. Lin Wei was a little surprised.
Why are you going to the countryside in the eastern suburbs? It's so far. Go get the money. I have an appointment with old Wu.
Lin Wei frowned, a little puzzled. Why do we have to meet in such a remote place?
Can't we just go to the apartment and give it to you?
Sun Ling reached out and poked Lin Wei on the forehead. I say you are naive, but you still refuse to admit it.
What is Lao Wu's status? He is a big shot in the officialdom, and his every move is watched by countless eyes.
He can't give me money in an open account, especially cash and gold bars. He must find a secluded place to give it to me in person.
Oh, so that's how it is.
Well, I'll get the money tonight and leave the Magic City in 2 days. I'll put the house up for sale first and sell it when I find a satisfactory price. A trace of reluctance flashed in Lin Wei's eyes.
Ling, then we won't be able to meet as often as we do now. Yeah, but I'm not never coming back. We can still keep in touch.
Ling, I hope that next time you return to the Magic City, you will be accompanied by a handsome young man.
That's for sure. To be honest, I've been feeling really pent up for the past 7 years. I need to quickly find a young and strong man to help me get rid of my anger, ha ha ha.
Sun Ling raised her red lips and smiled wildly.
This moment.
There was no more anxiety and confusion on her face. All that remains is the satisfaction and calmness of seeing thousands of things pass by. A bright future is beckoning her.
After tonight.
The sky is high and the sea is vast, she can pick any handsome guy she wants and travel the vast ocean at will.
Fucheng Road. Tangchengyiping Community, large flat in Building A. Crack.
The door opened and Zhou Wanhao walked into the house in a neat suit.
Wife, I'm back.
The living room was quiet, without any movement. He put down his car keys and changed into slippers at the entrance hall. Lin Wei's slippers were not in the shoe cabinet, which meant that Lin Wei did not go out.
Wei, I'm back, where are you? Shouted again. Still no one answered.
Zhou Wanhao frowned slightly, feeling a little strange. Every time he came home, as soon as he opened the door, Lin Wei would trot over to greet him. She threw him seductively, swayed her body, acted coquettishly towards him, and threw herself into his arms, nuzzling him. While moaning softly, she stretched out a finger and hooked it around his belt.
I wish I could pull him to the bed right away. What happened today? Why didn't Lin Wei run over to greet him?
With a hint of doubt, Zhou Wanhao walked through the living room and went straight to the bedroom. The bedroom door was open. Lin Wei was wrapped in a bathrobe, sitting in front of the dressing table, applying body lotion.
Zhou Wanhao leaned against the doorframe and coughed. Ahem, I'm back, didn't you hear me calling you?
Lin Wei slowly turned her head and smiled faintly.
Oh, you're back? Zhou Wanhao looked a little nervous. Wei, what's wrong with you? Are you unhappy? Lin Wei twisted her waist, looking angry. Well, of course I'm unhappy. You haven't been home lately, and I don't know what you've been doing. Maybe you've been dating a girl behind my back. Seeing Lin Wei like this, Zhou Wanhao breathed a sigh of relief. She is being petty. Women.
Once you have slept with a man, you will become more and more clingy and more inseparable from him. Zhou Wanhao curled up the corners of his mouth and smiled.
Silly, what can I do? Aren't I still busy with company matters? As for dating girls, you are enough for me.
Lin Wei pouted and snorted.
I don't believe it. Men's words are deceiving. Zhou Wanhao walked to the dressing table and kissed Lin Wei on the face. Baby, what do you want me to believe?
Lin Wei spread out a palm and said in a delicate voice, your baby has no money to spend, please transfer some money to me.
Zhou Wanhao's expression paused.
The pair of black eyes behind the gold-framed glasses became increasingly sharp.
He cleared his throat and said seriously, you have no money? Really?
Lin Wei nodded aggrievedly.
How could it be false? If I had money, I would definitely not ask you for it.
You know I'm not that kind of materialistic woman.
We've been together for so long, this is the first time I've asked you for money, right? Well, how much do you want? 100 or 80,000 is enough. I don't want more. I'm not the kind of woman who loves to spend money. Hearing Lin Wei say this, there was a hint of anger in Zhou Wanhao's black eyes. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. She is indeed a gold digger.
Not only is he materialistic, he is also extremely hypocritical.
I just bought her a bag worth 20,000 yuan 2 days ago, and she actually asked for an exorbitant amount again, asking for 100,000 or 80,000 yuan from me.
She actually has the nerve to say that she is not a materialistic woman.
If it weren't for my current bad situation, I would be heavily in debt and have little money in my pocket. I definitely don't want a gold digger like her. After a moment of silence, in order to calm Lin Wei down, Zhou Wanhao forced a smile and said, okay, since you have no money to spend, your husband will transfer it to you. I will transfer 30,000 to you first, and you can spend it first, okay?
Lin Wei hummed helplessly.
Okay then, thank you, husband. I love you.
Zhou Wanhao leaned over and grabbed Lin Wei's butt hard.
This time Lin Wei did not twist her body. She didn't kneel down either, but looked up at him with her tongue sticking out and her eyes dazed.
Lin Wei just smiled perfunctorily.
Okay, husband, you're tired after a day, go take a shower and rest. P.S. Please collect an urge for more updates, thank you very much. I wish you all own luxury cars and mansions, and become as rich as a country's top leader. Chapter 40 Stop harassing my boyfriend. 10 o'clock at night. Fuan Road, Haipu Garden Community. Crack. Zhang Chan walked into Chen Yuan's bedroom holding a cup of chrysanthemum and cassia seed tea. Chen Yuan, you have a sore throat, don't you? I cooked for you.
He didn't finish his words. Jiang Cheng suddenly bit his lip. I saw Chen Yuan lying on the computer desk without moving, as if he had fallen asleep.
Jiang Cheng slowed down his pace and tiptoed to the computer desk.
On the computer page is the novel that Chen Yuan is currently serializing.
Obviously. Chen Yuan fell asleep while writing. He works during the day and has to run a side job at night. He is really exhausted. Jiang Cheng couldn't bear to disturb him. After gently placing the cup and her hand on the table, she turned and left. Just at this moment. Bite. Ding ding. The text message alert tone on Chen Yuan's phone suddenly rang.
A hint of nervousness flashed across Jiang Cheng's beautiful eyes. She didn't want to wake Chen Yuan up, so she quickly picked up the phone and pressed the volume button. After turning the volume down to the lowest setting, she was about to put her phone down.
However, a casual glance. She was surprised to find out. These text messages were actually sent by Chen Yuan's ex-girlfriend Lin Wei. Why did the ex-girlfriend send a text message to Chen Yuan so late at night? You've already broken up, why are you still contacting Chen Yuan? After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but click on the text message. Chen Yuan, I miss you so much. Do you miss me? It's been so many days, and you didn't even contact me once. You bastard, you fool. Don't you love me anymore? No, I know you have always loved me. You love me as much as your life. I order you now to remove my phone and WeChat from the blacklist immediately. Tell me you still love me. I will think about it and give you another chance to love me. Read the content of the text message.
Jiang Cheng pursed his delicate lips tightly. A strong feeling of jealousy suddenly rose in my heart. She stared at the text message for a long time. Her brows were furrowed, her face was gloomy, and her eyes were becoming more and more angry.
Tell her rationally.
This is Chen Yuan's private matter, she shouldn't interfere, she should pretend not to see it.
But I don't know why. She felt very unhappy, angry, and jealous. When I think about the fact that Lin Wei had dominated Chen Yuan for 4 years, and used all kinds of PUA and mental torture on Chen Yuan, I feel really sad. He also took away all of Chen Yuan's first times and possessed Chen Yuan's body countless times. Jiang Cheng suddenly felt furious. She held the phone tightly, her fingers tapping the screen rapidly. Sent a few text messages. Lin Wei, how lonely are you? Only in the middle of the night would you send a message like this to someone else's boyfriend. You really have no shame. I hope you can respect yourself. If you feel itchy, just scrub it hard with a steel wool. Stop harassing my boyfriend. After sending the text message angrily, Jiang Cheng put the phone back where it belonged. She lowered her eyes and stared at Chen Yuan with a complicated expression for a while, then turned and walked out of the bedroom. Bang! There was a slight sound of a door closing. Chen Yuan slowly raised his head. He was not asleep just now, he just took a short nap on the computer desk. Half asleep and half awake, he vaguely heard someone walk into the bedroom and stand beside him for a while. There is no need to guess, it must be Jiang Cheng who came in. Because there are only him and Jiang Cheng at home. Chen Yuan yawned and stretched slowly. He glanced at the computer desktop and found a steaming cup on the table. I picked up the cup and saw that it contained freshly brewed chrysanthemum and cassia seed tea. Slurp. Chen Yuan took a sip, and his dark eyes lit up instantly. Not bad, it tastes good. Light floral scent, sweet aftertaste. Jiang Cheng cares too much about himself. Not only does she prepare delicious meals for herself every day, but seeing that she has been suffering from internal heat recently, she also specially brews this kind of tea that clears the liver, improves eyesight, and reduces internal heat. TSK. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Chen Yuan crossed his legs, drank tea happily, and held his cell phone in his hand. I was just thinking about opening TikTok and watching some short videos. The text message alert tone suddenly rang. Ding ding. Ding ding ding. He took a sip of tea and slowly clicked on the text message. The moment I saw Lin Wei's name, Chen Yuan's brows suddenly tightened, his expression was full of disgust, and his stomach began to feel nauseous. Grass. I forgot to block her text messages. He sighed and clicked on the text message with disgust in his eyes. Chen Yuan, what are you talking about? I know you're still mad at me, but you can't deliberately make up such outrageous lies just to piss me off. Silly, I know you too well. You can't find another woman, and of course, you can't find a woman as beautiful as me. I admit that I am sorry for you. I shouldn't have betrayed you. I am your first love. I know how deep your love for me is. You love me to the core. Will you just forgive me this time? I want to give you another chance to love me. Looking at these words makes me sick to my stomach. Chen Yuan's face was gloomy, his brows were tightly knitted, and the space between his eyebrows was twisted into the shape of the Chinese character. He bit his back teeth and casually ran his fingers downwards. Result. When you see the above text message. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and almost spit out the tea in his mouth. Holy shit. How did I text her back? I even replied several times. I replied 3 minutes ago. Is this my reply? I was clearly sleeping on the table just now. Why would he reply to her message for no apparent reason? Could it be that I replied while I was sleepwalking? Can't it? This tone doesn't sound like something I would say. Chen Yuan slapped his forehead hard and turned his head to look in the direction of the bedroom door. He reacted suddenly. These text messages should be replied by Jiang Cheng, right? No more running. Who else but Jiang Cheng? 3 minutes ago, Jiang Cheng came in to serve tea. No wonder I vaguely felt that someone was standing next to me for a while. That should be the time when the text message was sent. Think about this. Chen Yuan's frown instantly relaxed. Looking at the contents of the text messages Jiang Cheng replied to, his dark eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously, and he couldn't help feeling secretly happy inside. He blocked Lin Wei's text messages without hesitation. Then he stood up and walked quickly out of the bedroom. In the living room, Jiang Cheng was sitting on the carpet drinking a cold drink. The jealousy in his beautiful eyes had not yet dissipated, and the flame of anger in his heart was still burning. I saw Chen Yuan coming over. She immediately turned her face away, bit her lip and said nothing.
Chen Yuan smiled smugly upon seeing this.
Jiang Chang, are you jealous? Jiang Chang snorted, his pretty face slightly reddened as he said, how could I? Don't talk nonsense. Chen Yuan walked over to Jiang Chang and sat down.
He tilted his head and looked Jiang Chang up and down, with a hint of inquiry in his deep black eyes.
And you said you weren't jealous. If you weren't jealous, why did you send those text messages? I've never heard you mention the national quintessence before, but you just said something about Linwei.
If you feel itchy, just use a steel wool to scrub it hard.
By the way, you even went out of your way to emphasize that I'm your boyfriend. This is clearly a declaration of sovereignty. I think you are really jealous.
Faced with Chen Yuan's series of teasing,
Jiang Chang was both embarrassed and annoyed.
A blush appeared on the beautiful cheeks. She bit her lip and tried to stay calm. Chen Yuan, you think too much.
Oh? Why am I overthinking it? I'm not jealous, I'm just angry. Angry?
Jiang Cheng blinked his pure and charming eyes, nodded seriously and said, that's right, I was just angry that Lin Wei sent text messages to harass you, so I replied to those messages for you. The smile on Chen Yuan's lips deepened. He raised his eyebrows slightly and stared at Jiang Cheng with an expression that seemed to see through everything.
I know exactly whether you are jealous or not.
Jiang Cheng was so angry that he raised his fist and said fiercely, Chen Yuan, don't be so narcissistic.
Chapter 41. My wife is actually a top wealthy woman. I don't know why. At this moment, Chen Yuan suddenly felt that the blush on Jiang Cheng's face was the most beautiful scenery he had ever seen in his life.
In this materialistic age, the streets are full of gold diggers who are two-faced.
For example, ex-girlfriend Lin Wei.
When she was in college, Lin Wei was the recognized campus beauty goddess. She loved to wear a white dress on weekdays, but in fact, she was a dissolute and materialistic woman. On the other hand, Jiang Cheng.
She has a hot body and likes to wear sexy clothes.
But her heart is more conservative and cleaner than anyone else. On her face, one can see the shyness of a young girl.
This is really rare.
Chen Yuan coughed and said in a light tone, Jiang Cheng, I'm not sure whether you love me or not. But through what happened just now, I'm sure that you are jealous and you have a possessive desire for me.
Pa!
Jiang Cheng slapped Chen Yuan on the face. Chen Yuan smiled in a rogue manner. He raised his hand and touched his face, which didn't hurt.
Jiang Cheng, you are so good at fighting, why are you so reluctant to use your strength?
As the saying goes, beating is love and scolding is care.
I just thought you were flirting with me. Jiang Cheng snorted speechlessly. Chen Yuan, you're going too far. How did I go too far?
Ever since we hugged each other that day, you've become more and more unbridled and mean.
Chen Yuan smiled and raised his eyebrows, his eyes playfully saying, oh? Do I have it?
Jiang Cheng raised his beautiful eyes and rolled his eyes at Chen Yuan.
Look at yourself in the mirror.
You look so shameless now. The corners of your mouth are almost stretched to your temples. Chen Yuan leaned close to Jiang Cheng's ear, his eyes full of lust.
We have decided to get married. Do I still have to act like a gentleman to my wife?
I love you, so I like to show off my talents in front of you. Jiang Cheng pouted his tender red lips.
He hit Chen Yuan's waist in annoyance.
I'll let you keep saying these disgusting words, humph. Chen Yuan hissed and covered his waist in pain.
Ouch, it hurts, it really hurts this time.
Jiang Cheng raised his chin and pouted, stop pretending, I didn't use any strength at all. Chen Yuan frowned, his expression somewhat painful.
I'm not lying to you.
I was injured on my waist and had dozens of stitches.
I can't stand your beating. Jiang Cheng turned around and asked doubtfully, is this true?
Chen Yuan nodded seriously.
Really, I'm not lying to you.
If you don't believe me, just look for yourself. Jiang Cheng lowered his head and took a close look at Chen Yuan's waist. A scar about 20 centimeters long suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. The scar was uneven and winding, like a poisonous snake coiled around the waist. Since the scar is flesh-colored and located on the left waist, it is easily hidden by the arm, so it is difficult to be found without careful observation. Jiang Cheng was shocked, his beautiful eyes trembling as he asked, Chen Yuan, when did you get injured? Chen Yuan looked at Jiang Cheng and smiled calmly.
I did it when I was a kid, maybe 5 or 6. How did it happen? It's so serious. My adoptive father beat me with a shovel.
He has a hot temper and when I don't obey, he will punish me with force. Jiang Cheng clenched his fists in anger.
Your adoptive father is going too far. He is simply abusing you. How could he have the heart to beat you so badly, just a 5 or 6-year-old child?
Chen Yuan shrugged indifferently. He didn't expect that he would hit me with a shovel and my skin was torn to pieces.
My intestines fell out and I almost died from excessive bleeding.
I was too thin at that time and weak to withstand the beating.
My adoptive father rushed me to the village clinic and I needed dozens of stitches to stop the bleeding. After listening to Chen Yuan's description,
Jiang Cheng's nose felt sore and his eyes suddenly turned red. She blinked quickly, her eyes full of heartache as she said, I didn't expect you to be so pitiful when you were a child.
You suffered so much inhuman violence and abuse. Your life experience is really rough.
Chen Yuan reached out and touched Jiang Cheng's hair.
It's okay, it's all over. Am I not living a good life now? What's good? You're having a very tiring time right now, too. After saying,
Jiang Cheng seemed to suddenly remember something, grabbed Chen Yuan's arm, and stared at Chen Yuan seriously.
What's wrong? Jiang Cheng. Chen Yuan, let me ask you, are you very short of money now?
Chen Yuan touched his nose and said in confusion, No, why are you asking me this suddenly?
How much alimony do your adoptive parents ask you for every month? $5,000. 5,000 yuan? Your resignation application should be approved soon, right? You won't have a regular salary anymore. Can you afford the alimony with just your side job?
Chen Yuan nodded, Don't worry, I can do it.
Jiang Cheng frowned and thought for a moment. I just saw that you seem to be writing a novel for women. Why don't you write that book, Return of the Swordmaster? Oh, I've stopped updating that flop book. No one reads it anyway.
In order to make money, you force yourself to write something you don't like.
Chen Yuan shook his head decisively. No, I just like writing.
I am not limited to male or female content.
Jiang Cheng sighed softly. After a few seconds of silence,
she pointed at Chen Yuan's phone and said, Chen Yuan, copy your bank card number to me. Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, looking confused.
Why do you want my bank account number? I'm useful, you quickly copy it. What's the use?
If you are short of money, I will transfer it to you directly through Alipay. You don't need to send your bank card number.
I have linked my bank card to Alipay.
Oh, stop talking nonsense and just send it to me.
Jiang Cheng's eyes were sharp and his expression left no room for doubt. Seeing that he couldn't defeat Jiang Cheng,
Chen Yuan shook his head helplessly, picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and sent his bank card number to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng turned around, picked up his phone, and tapped the screen quickly. Chen Yuan leaned back on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and watched TV out of boredom.
After dozens of seconds, bite. Chen Yuan's text message alert suddenly rang.
He slowly exhaled a smoke ring, slowly picked up his phone and clicked on the text message. The moment I saw the content of the text message clearly,
Chen Yuan couldn't help but take a breath. His eyes suddenly widened, full of shock.
Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, your personal card number 5374 transferred 1 million yuan in real time within the bank at 22:30 on May 10, with a balance of 1,021,000.18 yuan. The other party is Jiang Cheng. For details, please call 99636.
Chen Yuan stared at Jiang Cheng in disbelief. Jiang Cheng, why did you transfer 1 million to me?
Jiang Cheng stared at the phone screen and said without looking up, I'll transfer some pocket money to you so you don't have to work so hard on your side job.
I don't want you to be so stressed. Chen Yuan was stunned. He stood up suddenly. Jiang Cheng, where did you get so much money? Didn't you say your mother only left you more than 3,000 yuan? Didn't you say you didn't take anything with you when you left home?
Jiang Cheng smiled speechlessly. I'm not talking about more than 3,000 yuan, I'm talking about more than 3,000 yuan.
Chen Yuan froze, swallowed his saliva and said, You mean, more than 30 million? Jiang Cheng nodded gently. That's right.
So you don't have to put so much pressure on yourself. The two of us are not short of money for the time being, so there is no need to work so hard to make money.
Jiang Cheng, you. What do you mean by I?
You can spend this million first, and I'll transfer it to you when you're done.
Also, when will your resignation letter come through? Chen Yuan stood there in disbelief. He coughed and said with a stuttering voice, Yes, it should be soon, but I don't know the exact date yet. Jiang Cheng rested his chin on his hands.
A hint of disappointment flashed across her beautiful eyes. Well, I hope I can come down soon, so you don't have to leave early and come back late. People don't have to go to work, they go to work when they have to. P.S. Please urge for more updates and bookshelf. I wish all godfathers own luxury cars and mansions, and become as rich as the top leaders of a country. Chapter 42. You are so charming when you are shy. Jiang Chang, why are you so nice to me? Look at what you said. I'm your wife who you're about to get married to. Isn't it my duty to treat you well? But I didn't give you anything. Jiang Chang blinked his beautiful eyes and asked with doubt in his eyes, Chen Yuan, are you stupid? Feelings are mutual, not one-sided giving or taking. Chen Yuan was stunned when he heard this. He spread his hands, very puzzled. I mean, I have never bought you anything, bags, jewelry or anything like that. Jiang Chang smiled indifferently. I don't care about those material things. You've been very good to me. In the past 10 days we've been together, you've been very gentle, considerate, and caring to me. Hearing Jiang Chang say this, a strong feeling of emotion surged in Chen Yuan's heart. He looked at Jiang Chang in disbelief. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Why is there such a big gap between people? When I was with Lin Wei before, I felt sorry for her all the time, because I couldn't give her a better material life, and I felt guilty. So I have been working hard to make money. Every time I get paid or make money from a side job, they would be the first to buy clothes, bags, jewelry, and cosmetics for Lin Wei. But I have never been willing to spend money and just want to save it for Lin Wei Hua. Even so, Lin Wei was still full of complaints about herself, despising herself for being poor and not being a rich second generation. My care and concern for Lin Wei are worthless in Lin Wei's eyes. Let us look at Jiang Chang again. Jiang Chang is such a warm-hearted and considerate girl. Not only did she never despise herself for not having money, she also regarded her true heart as a treasure. Even to avoid making myself too tired, transferred 1 million directly to my own card. This is a good woman who is 1 in a million. You can't let yourself down no matter what. Think of this. Chen Yuan frowned and said with a firm look, Jiang Chang, I will definitely treat you well. Jiang Chang snorted and curled his lips. Hey, isn't it just transferring some money to you? Are you touched already? It's not because of the money, but because you deserve my kindness. Meeting you is God's blessing to me, and I will cherish you. Jiang Chang felt a little embarrassed and his pretty face turned red. Chen Yuan, you'd better do what you say. Chen Yuan had a smile on his face and his eyes were gentle. Jiang Chang, I like to see you shy the most. It's very beautiful and charming. Chen Yuan, you're here again. I don't want to bother with you anymore. I'm going back to my room and sleeping. After saying, Jiang Chang stood up and stretched slowly. 2 plump snowballs were trembling gently, and the 2 long legs were white and tender. The plump peaches swayed from side to side. After returning to the room, Jiang Chang tossed and turned in bed. I can't sleep at all. The scary-looking scar on Chen Yuan's waist kept appearing in her mind. She couldn't help but think of Chen Yuan's life experience again. She was not sure how long she could stay with Chen Yuan. Although there has been no movement from her father yet, based on her understanding of him, he would most likely oppose her marriage to Chen Yuan. What if her father suddenly comes and takes her away by force? Even belittle and hurt Chen Yuan. So what to do? Think about it. Jiang Chang feels that he should help Chen Yuan solve the mystery of his life. What if Chen Yuan is a trafficked child? Then if his biological parents are found, Chen Yuan can escape from the clutches of his adoptive parents. Chen Yuan then had true love from both his father and mother. In that case, if she left Chen Yuan could still live a good life, and his biological parents would give him a lot of love. Think about this. Jiang Chang immediately picked up the phone. I opened WeChat and found my college classmate Li Yihan in the contacts. After graduating from university, Li Yihan was admitted to the public security department. As a police officer, she should know very well how to help Chen Yuan find his biological parents. Jiang Chang's fingers tapped the screen rapidly. Sent 2 WeChat messages to Li Yihan. Yihan, are you asleep? I have something very important to ask you. The message has been sent. 2 minutes later, I received a reply from Li Yihan. No, I'm on duty at the bureau tonight. What's the matter? Jiang Chang, tell me. Jiang Chang made a long story short. He replied with a message that was concise and to the point. It's like this, Ihan, I want to help a friend solve the mystery of his origin. I heard that I can go to the public security department to draw blood and do a DNA test. How do I do it? Tell me about it. The chat box shows that it is typing. Haha, isn't this a coincidence? I happen to be working for the Anti-Trafficking Office of the Ministry of Public Security. I'm responsible for DNA collection and matching, helping abducted children find their biological parents. See this message. Jiang Chang was very excited and couldn't wait to type. Great. Then tell me quickly, what should I do? Do I have to draw blood? Is there any other way? Li Yihan's reply was very timely. You can either donate blood or hair. Jiang Chang considered for a moment. Ihan, does he need to go to the police station in person? My friend is a little reluctant to look for his biological parents. He firmly believes that he was sold by his biological parents, so he has never taken the initiative to look for his parents. Li Yihan on the other end sighed. She was no longer surprised by such things. Jiang Chang, your friend's behavior is very normal. In the 2 years that I have worked at the Anti-Trafficking Office, I have met many children who are unwilling to come forward to look for their parents. They were trafficked when they were young, and deep down they are in great pain and have very low self-esteem. Jiang Chang frowned. Isn't Chen Yuan the kind of child she was talking about? He left his biological parents at a young age, and his adoptive parents beat and scolded him. Beating and abuse were commonplace, and he never felt real care and love. To the point of extreme inferiority complex deep down in my heart. When his ex-girlfriend took the initiative to pursue him, he thought that was true love, and he treated her wholeheartedly and gave his all without reservation. The result was only PUA and betrayal. Jiang Chang sniffed, his eyes moist. After calming down, she continued tapping on the screen. Ihan, if that's the case, then he doesn't have to go to the bureau in person? Can I go in his place? Li Ihan replied to the message immediately. Yes, the Anti-Trafficking Office of the Ministry of Public Security strongly encourages reporting of illegal acts such as child trafficking. You can just bring your friend's DNA test sample here. Jiang Chang heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Chen Yuan himself doesn't have to go to the bureau. He can't know this in advance. What if the result is bad and it proves that he is really a child sold by his biological parents? That would be like rubbing salt into his wounds. Ihan, should I bring the blood sample or the hair? It's all right, Jiang Chang. If you want a blood sample, use a clean cotton swab to take a few drops of blood. If you want hair, make sure you take hair with hair follicles. What is hair with follicles? Oh, it must be the hair that has just been plucked from the head. It can't be the hair that has fallen naturally. There are no hair follicles on the hair that has fallen naturally, just some proteins. It is impossible to collect DNA from it. Okay, I understand. Jiang Chang, tell me when you are coming over. Okay, Ihan, go ahead and do your work. I won't disturb you on duty. After sending the message, Jiang Chang threw down his phone and breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced warily at the bedroom door. A light snoring sound came from outside the door. It seemed that Chen Yuan had fallen asleep. Jiang Chang's eyes turned slightly, and his beautiful eyes lit up. Do you want to collect his DNA now? It's midnight. Chen Yuan should have fallen into a deep sleep. After thinking for a while, Jiang Chang bit his lip and clenched his fist. It's better to do it today than to wait for a day. Now is the time. Pull his hair. Chapter 43. You still want to run away after teasing me? No way. Thinking about. She threw back the quilt and quickly got out of bed. Squeak. Gently turning the door lock, the door was opened smoothly. Jiang Chang couldn't help but complain in his heart. This guy doesn't even lock the door when he goes to bed at night? After all, I am of the opposite sex. Doesn't he have any guard against himself? Aren't you afraid that you might sneak into his bedroom while he's asleep and do something bad to him? No. I was just overthinking it. If you want to defend yourself, you have to defend yourself against him. He is a grown man, what is there to be afraid of? On the contrary, I have never experienced sexual intercourse, and I am both eager for and afraid of it. Oh my, what were you thinking about? Jiang Chang shook his head and threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. She pursed her lips to prevent herself from making any sound.
Then she stood on tiptoe and walked slowly towards Chen Yuan's bed. Collect blood sample? I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. There's a high probability that Chen Yuan will wake up suddenly because of the pain. Then collect hair. Anyway, he's already fast asleep, so it shouldn't be a problem to take the opportunity to pull out a few of his hair, right? After coming to the bed, Jiang Chang let out a light breath and secretly encouraged himself in his heart. You should only need to pull out 2 or 3 roots. You have to act quickly and grab it in your hand before he can react. Try not to hurt him. But what if I wake him up? Then I pretended to go to his bedroom to look for something, and held my hair tightly in my hands to avoid being discovered by him. Well, let us do it. Jiang Chang tucked his long hair behind his ears, then bent down and observed Chen Yuan closely. Chen Yuan is more handsome when he is asleep than during the day. He has a handsome appearance and 3-dimensional features. The eye sockets are deep and the brow bones are high. The bridge of her nose was as straight as a graceful mountain peak, her thin lips were slightly pursed, with a hint of color on them. I have to say, he is such a handsome guy. Jiang Chang stared with wide eyes. She stared at Chen Yuan's face for several minutes before she came to her senses. Oops. Why are you being so crazy at this critical moment? Let us do the real work first. There will be plenty of time to watch him later. Thinking about. Jiang Chang held his breath, concentrated, slowly reached out a hand, and gently touched Chen Yuan's hair. Chen Yuan's hair is very short. Especially the hair on both sides, which could not be grasped in the hands at all, and I had no strength to pull it out. She frowned. He touched Chen Yuan's hair again. Fortunately, the hair on the top of the head is a little longer. Jiang Chang used 2 fingers to gently push aside that patch of hair and carefully picked out a strand of it. Then she acted swiftly. With a sudden force, he grabbed the strand of hair firmly in his hand. However, at this critical moment, an accident happened. The moment his hair was pulled off, Chen Yuan let out a scream. Oh! Who the hell pulled my hair? Chen Yuan suddenly woke up, his eyes widened with anger, and he grabbed Jiang Chang's wrist. It doesn't matter if you pull it. In horror, Jiang Chang had no time to react and was directly pulled into Chen Yuan's arms. Because Jiang Chang was just standing at the head of the bed. Now, their bodies were pressed together. The location is very awkward. 2 plump snowballs fell squarely on Chen Yuan's face. After smelling the familiar body fragrance, Chen Yuan's vigilance disappeared in an instant, and the anger in his eyes also disappeared. A moment. His breathing was rapid and his heart was beating like a drum. It was as if an electric current rushed straight to the brain. The blood in my body began to boil. Jiang Chang, it's you. What are you doing in my room? Do you want to follow me? Come on, I can do it. Even though I was almost suffocating. But Chen Yuan was enjoying it very much, with an intoxicated expression. At this time, Jiang Chang suddenly came back to his senses. She pushed Chen Yuan hard, then quickly made a move and struck out hard, knocking the big hand on her wrist down with a palm. Oh! Chen Yuan screamed in pain. My hands couldn't stop shaking. No, Jiang Chang, are you really going to hit me? Jiang Chang stood up straight, his pretty face flushed with a blush, his expression was both shy and annoyed. Who let you take advantage of me? Chen Yuan sat up, holding onto the edge of the bed, his dark eyes slightly narrowed, looking at Jiang Chang with lust in his eyes. Jiang Chang, can you please be reasonable? Who is taking advantage of whom? Jiang Chang put his hands on his hips angrily. It's you. You just now actually. She bit her lip, too embarrassed to continue. Chen Yuan curled his lips and spoke in a frivolous tone. What? I buried my face in you? Oh my, it doesn't look like I took the initiative, did I? Jiang Chang stamped his feet. Chen Yuan, you. What's wrong with me? I was sleeping peacefully, but you came to my room in the middle of the night and fed me your milk. You know what, it's so fragrant, so soft, so big and so white. Chen Yuan, shut your damn mouth. Jiang Chang was so angry that his shoulders were shaking and his chest was heaving violently. Her cheeks were completely red. Chen Yuan's eyes were dark and deep as he looked Jiang Chang up and down. In the dim room, he couldn't see Jiang Chang's face clearly, he could only see her sexy curves. His throat rolled and he said in a low voice, "Jiang Chang, tell me the truth, why did you come to my room in the middle of the night? Are you greedy for my body? If so, then I."
Jiang Chang quickly shook his head to interrupt.
No, I didn't." "Then what are you doing for?"
Jiang Chang blinked quickly and said seriously, "I came in to look for something.
My eye mask is missing. You know, I like to wear an eye mask when I sleep."
A hint of suspicion flashed across Chen Yuan's eyes.
"Oh? Is that so? Why is your eye patch in my room?"
"I couldn't find it anywhere, so I came to your room to look."
"Oh, then how about turning on the light and looking for it?"
Jiang Chang immediately waved his hand.
"No, it's not here. I'll go look for it in the living room. You can go back to sleep." After saying,
Jiang Chang immediately turned around and trotted out of Chen Yuan's bedroom.
Chen Yuan was confused.
He subconsciously touched his nose, savoring the body scent and touch just now.
"Wipe. What the hell is this?"
After flirting with me, he ran away, regardless of whether I felt uncomfortable or not.
Chapter 44 Sun Laying is dead?
Jiang Chang returned to his room. She leaned against the doorframe, patted her chest and let out a long sigh.
That was a close call.
Just now, she faced Chen Yuan's ambiguous expression, his lustful eyes, his exposed upper body, and the quilt that was lifted up high on his lower body.
All of them made her heart beat. She almost fell into it.
I have lived for 25 years and still have never tasted a man. It would be a lie to say I wasn't eager.
But
at the critical moment, she did not forget the important matter, so reason prevailed in the end.
After calming down,
Jiang Chang took out the hair he was holding in his hand. Looking at the lock of hair, she was immediately surprised.
"Oh my God. Too much. There are at least dozens of them, right? How painful must this be?" No wonder Chen Yuan woke up immediately. What a sin.
Jiang Chang went to the kitchen to find a clean plastic bag and carefully put his hair in it. She planned to go to the Public Security Bureau to find Li Yihan and hand the DNA sample to Li Yihan as soon as Chen Yuan went to work tomorrow morning.
Let Li Yihan personally collect Chen Yuan's DNA information and then enter it into the database for comparison.
If Chen Yuan was really a trafficked child,
then his biological parents must have already entered his DNA information into the database. The system will automatically start comparing.
Pray to God, let Chen Yuan's life not be so miserable, and let him find his real relatives.
9 o'clock in the morning. Fucheng Road, Tangchengiping Community.
When Lin Wei woke up, Zhou Wanhao was no longer at home. She no longer cared where Zhou Wanhao had gone or what he was doing now.
A fake rich second generation is not worth her time. She yawned and turned over lazily.
Then he picked up his mobile phone from the bedside table and habitually opened WeChat to see if there were any messages.
However,
the moment the WeChat page appears, Lin Wei was startled for a moment.
"Good job. What's going on? Why is the page all red?" Those usually quiet group chats suddenly became lively.
The messages all show 99+. I've never seen such a scene during the Chinese New Year or other festivals.
Lin Wei suddenly woke up. Driven by strong curiosity, she couldn't wait to open one of the group chats. Group chat, Tangchengiping Phase 2 Property Group. Fuck, I heard a major murder happened last night. Is this true? What kind of major murder case is this? Who knows? Tell me quickly, excited. Is there anyone who doesn't know? It went viral on WeChat moments at midnight yesterday.
I heard that a woman was shot to death near Liziyuan village in the eastern suburbs.
She died a very tragic death.
She was shot several times and her head was smashed out.
TSK, what a pity.
I heard she is a pretty girl in her early 20s sex.
What kind of hatred or grudge is this? Why would they kill her so harshly? Horrified,
Lin Wei casually flipped through the chat content in the group.
I originally thought it was just a tragic murder case, nothing to make a fuss about. After all,
many such cases happen every day in this world.
She is used to it.
It has nothing to do with me anyway, so just watch it for fun.
Who would have thought?
When I saw the words on the eastern outskirts, near Liziyuan village,
her heart skipped a beat.
His eyes widened instantly, a little nervous.
Liziyuan village in the eastern suburbs. Why does this name sound so familiar? Isn't this the place that Sun Laying mentioned yesterday afternoon?
Sun Laying said that she had made an appointment with Director Wu to meet near Liziyuan village in the eastern suburbs in the evening.
When the time comes,
Director Wu will give her 70 million, as well as the high-end apartment in Lujiazui, some cash and gold bars, which adds up to at least 200 million. The young woman who was killed was talked about in this group.
Could it be Sun Laying? Impossible, impossible. Lin Wei remembers it clearly.
Sun Laying said confidently that Director Wu loved her and had feelings for her, and was willing to give her a large sum of breakup fee.
This must be just a coincidence. The woman who was killed mentioned in the group chat should be someone else. Thinking about.
Lin Wei patted his chest hard to suppress the uneasiness in his heart.
Then,
she opened another WeChat chat group.
Group chat, Shanghai Dating and Gossip Group. Fuck, can you guys get to the point? The point is not that a woman was killed, okay? Evil smile. So, buddy, tell me, what is the point of this tragedy?
The point is that this case involves a big shot, a man who holds a high position and has great power.
He is the kind of person who can call the shots in our magic city.
Ha, who sent the letter contempt?
How can such a big figure be exposed?
Saw these group chats.
Lin Wei's eyes trembled and his hands shook for a moment. Big shot? In a high position, holding great power? Why does this sound so much like Director Wu?
She swallowed and looked at the content in the group chat with horror.
Group chat, Shanghai Dating and Gossip Group. Stupid question sneer. You know that a higher-ranking official can kill people?
No matter how big a figure is, if he is caught on camera killing someone in the street, and the killing was by gunfire, he will be in trouble. The people above him will not protect him, but will take the opportunity to crush him to death.
Fuck, killing people in the street shocking. And they were photographed? Shocked. So stupid, I don't believe he is a big shot laughing.
I also think that the so-called big shot is probably just a street office director or something like that, huh?
Don't believe it?
I'll scare you to death if I tell you.
Then tell me, who is this important person? I want to tell you, but I don't dare to.
I told you that our group will be blocked in seconds. Hush. The more Lin Wei watched, the more nervous she became. A wave of intense panic swept through her body, making it almost impossible for her to breathe.
She threw back the covers and got out of bed. While staring at the content in the group chat, I walked to the balcony to get some fresh air. Group chat, Shanghai Dating and Gossip Group.
Actually, many people filmed it last night, but the video couldn't be posted.
The video has been banned. Smile. I can only tell you this, that woman is very tough and very hard to kill.
He was shot twice and his head was smashed by the butt of a gun, but he was able to run to a nearby community in one breath with his strong will to survive. That big shot was so bloodthirsty that he might as well kill the woman himself. He chased her all the way into the neighborhood and shot her 5 or 6 times in front of many people.
That woman's death was horrible.
His head was smashed, his body was full of bloody holes, and he never closed his eyes until he died. Grin.
Oh my god. That's awesome. Shocked. Request video, paid saliva. Same request, send it to me privately, I'll pay you. Don't ask. I can't send it, and I don't dare to send it.
I'm not curious about how tragically that woman died.
I just want to know who that big shot is. Brother, please reveal some information. Yeah, don't say the name, just use the letters instead. Hurry up, crazy.
Lin Wei stared at the group chat content. He looked extremely nervous, his lips were pale and his palms were full of sweat. She prayed silently in her heart. Please don't let it be Sun Laying. She is my only best friend and I have known her for so many years. Although I always envy her, jealous of her, and secretly compete with her.
But I never hoped she would die. And it was such a tragic death. I hope it's a false alarm.
I hope that at this moment, Sun Laying is sleeping safely in bed. Normally at this time, she is still asleep.
Chapter 45. I'll come to you tonight.
Lin Wei took a deep breath and continued to stare at the phone screen.
Well, I'll give you a hint. That big shot in the government, his last name is W. Your last name is W? What's your name? Where in the political world are you from? What's your name?
I don't dare to tell you even if you ask me, horrified.
I know. He's the one holding the gun, the top leader of our magic city. I've made it very clear. Nervous. If you can't guess it, you're no different from an idiot disdain. What the hell? Shocked. I know who it is, shocked. Oh my god, could it be Public Security Bureau Director Wu? Shut up, do you want to go to jail?
If you mention sensitive words again, this group will be closed angry.
Let me ask you a question. Has the director surnamed W been arrested? I heard he was taken away this morning.
There were a lot of armed special police vehicles. You can tell how big of a figure it was just by guessing with your toes.
Another big tiger is about to fall. The remaining content. Lin Wei didn't dare to look anymore. The moment the surname W came out,
she knew then that this was almost certain. Coupled with the two sentences holding a gun and the top leader of Shanghai, it can be said that it has been confirmed.
This moment.
Her hand holding the phone began to tremble violently, and her body also shook like a sieve.
Immediately following,
she felt a blackout before her eyes. His eyes were filled with fear and his face was pale.
My legs were weak and I could barely stand.
She held onto the wall, tremblingly walked into the living room, and suddenly collapsed on the sofa.
How could that be? How could that be? She was apparently fine when we met yesterday afternoon.
She was so proud and confident, and was about to get a large sum of money and become a rich woman.
How could he die overnight? She couldn't believe it was true.
She opened several chat groups in succession, and after reading everyone's more detailed descriptions of the matter, she completely gave up.
The woman who was killed.
It really is her best friend's Sun Lang.
Oh my god.
She had imagined many possible endings for Sun Lang, all of them good, all of them making her envious and jealous.
But I never thought her final end was so miserable.
A living girl had her head smashed in and a bloody hole pierced by a gun, and she died tragically in a dilapidated community in the eastern suburbs.
Oh my god. What did Sun Lang do wrong?
She is just a little materialistic and just wants breakup money.
Director Wu.
You have such a cruel heart. He actually brutally treated the woman who had been with him for 7 years.
You are not a human being, you are a beast. However, heartache is heartache, anger is anger.
At this time, Lin Wei didn't have the courage to contact Sun Lang again to confirm whether she was really dead. After all, this is a major case that has shocked the whole country.
And it involves a big political figure.
At this time, the only thing she could do was remain silent.
Pray silently in your heart.
Don't let her be summoned by the police just because she and Sun Lang are close friends.
After calming down,
she recalled every moment she spent with Sun Lang. She remembered that once when they were drinking coffee, Sun Lang joked with her with a smile, Wei, do you know what other people call women like us? They call us gold diggers. She smiled disdainfully at the time.
She told Sun Lang, they envy us. They want to be gold diggers, but they can't do it. We don't get money for nothing. We use our beauty and youth to exchange for men's money. Sun Lang nodded in agreement. You make sense, Wei.
I hope we can all have a bright future. Now recall these words again. Lin Wei couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine and a sense of fear.
Is this the fate of a gold digger like Sun Lang?
Sun Lang spent 7 years of her youth, only to suffer such a tragic ending.
And myself. At the cost of betraying Chen Yuan, he got a fake rich second generation. It's really absurd and ridiculous. Maybe there's nothing wrong with being with a man like Chen Yuan.
Although he doesn't earn much and his house is just an old and small one, he is at least a good man. His love is so exclusive and his heart is so sincere. He has such a handsome face and such a strong body.
Think about this.
Lin Wei picked up her phone, changed to a new number, and called Chen Yuan.
Beep, beep. 10 seconds later,
a familiar voice came from the receiver.
The voice is magnetic and pleasant, full of hormones. Hello, may I ask who you are?
Lin Wei immediately raised her voice and said impatiently, Chen Yuan, it's me, you bastard, you haven't removed my phone and WeChat from the blacklist yet.
Humph.
When Chen Yuan on the other end heard Lin Wei's voice, his brows suddenly furrowed and he felt sick to his stomach.
Lin Wei, are you sick? You called me with an unfamiliar number again. Don't call me to harass me again. Listening to Chen Yuan's slightly angry voice, Lin Wei knew that he was still angry.
It seems that cheating can cause great harm to men.
Lin Wei sniffed and snorted, Brother Yuan, please don't be angry with me, okay? I already know I was wrong. I know you still love me, so please don't suppress your feelings, okay? Chen Yuan on the opposite side felt a headache after hearing this. His expression was painful and his back teeth were clenched with a squeaking sound. Lin Wei, are you having a seizure or suffering from schizophrenia? If you dare to call and harass me again, I will call the police immediately. Listening to Chen Yuan's mellow and pleasant voice, Lin Wei couldn't help but gently touch her body with her hands. She licked her lips with the tip of her tongue and said coquettishly, "Hubby, please don't be angry with me anymore. I was wrong, isn't that okay? Can I go find you? We haven't seen each other for many days. Can we have sex once tonight?" Chen Yuan on the other end was immediately furious. "I can't stand it anymore. Get lost, idiot. Hey, Chen Yuan, don't. Beep, beep." Listening to the busy tone coming from the phone, Lin Wei was so angry that her eyebrows raised and she gritted her teeth. Good. Blocked my phone number again. In that case, I'll come to your house tonight. I don't believe that you will still look empty-eyed when you see me. Chapter 46, My ex-girlfriend came to my house and I was completely dumbfounded. 7 o'clock in the evening. Fuan Road, Haipu Garden Community. Chen Yuan, have you heard? A murder happened in the eastern suburbs last night. At the dinner table, Chen Yuan ate with relish. While chewing on the sizzling braised spare ribs, he said casually, "No, what murder case?" Jiang Cheng's beautiful eyes widened, with a look of surprise. The internet is buzzing with discussion today about this case, but you didn't know anything about it. It seems like you're too focused on your work. Chen Yuan puffed up his cheeks and smiled. I don't like to read gossip online. Besides, everyone in the company knows that I'm going to resign. My boss wants to give all the work in the office to me alone and squeeze out the last bit of my value. Jiang Cheng pouted, a little annoyed. What kind of a shitty company is this? It's really too much. Don't make yourself so tired. Your resignation application will be accepted soon anyway, so just stay in the company and do nothing. Chen Yuan chewed his food and nodded. Okay, I get it. Let's get back to the case. What happened last night? Jiang Cheng put down his chopsticks and moved forward. I heard that around 10 o'clock last night, a young woman was shot to death in a residential area in the eastern suburbs. What? He was shot to death? Yes, and she was shot in front of many people. The woman died miserably. She was shot several times, her body was bloody and her head was smashed. Hear this. Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment, looking a little shocked. No wonder it caused such a sensation. How many years has it been since such a shooting happened in Shanghai? I have to say, that guy is really brave. He actually dared to kill someone with a gun in the street. Jiang Cheng held his chin with both hands and nodded. I heard that the man who killed people was not an ordinary person, but an official, and a high-ranking one at that. Chen Yuan, high official? How high can he be? I saw on the internet that he was a top political figure in the Magic City, the kind who held a gun, and the one who was killed was his lover, who was only in her 20s. Chen Yuan suddenly became interested. It's quite interesting that an official in such a high position actually shot and killed his lover himself. Jiang Cheng frowned slightly and sighed softly. He was willing to kill his lover, and he did it so harshly. I guess his lover must have a lot of evidence of his crimes, so he had to kill her. In order not to leave any evidence for others, he had to do it himself. Chen Yuan gave a thumbs up in agreement. Jiang Cheng, you are quite smart and your analysis makes a lot of sense. Jiang Cheng curved his lips and smiled. He picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into Chen Yuan's bowl. Okay, let's not discuss this bloody thing anymore, let's have a good meal. After dinner, Chen Yuan went to the kitchen to wash the dishes as usual. At this time, the cell phone suddenly rang. Beep, beep. Jiang Cheng walked into the bedroom with his cell phone. She took off her clothes and pressed the answer button. The call was from the housekeeper Lu Jianjun. Jiang Cheng frowned, looking somewhat displeased. Uncle Lu, why are you calling me? I have already cut off ties with my father. A sigh came from Uncle Lu through the receiver. Chengchang, you've been away from home for so many days. Your dad really misses you. He blames himself every day. He shouldn't have said such harsh words to you when we had the argument that day.
Jiang Cheng's nose felt sore and his eyes became red. Uncle Lu, I don't believe my father would miss me or blame himself. He only loves his 2 sons now and has long forgotten that he has a daughter like me.
Uncle Lu coughed heavily. There was a slight tremor in the hoarse voice. Chengchun, that's not the case. Your dad really regrets it now.
He has realized that he was wrong.
He locked himself in the study room all day today and didn't eat a single bite of food.
Jiang Cheng bit his lip. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and a hint of suspicion flashed in her eyes.
Uncle Lu, I know you care about me, but I'm doing well now. You don't have to make up such lies to comfort me. Chengchun, everything I said is true. Uncle Lu, my dad is such a domineering and stubborn person, will he admit his mistakes? Is this a joke? Uncle Lu on the other end sighed helplessly. Chengchun, when are you going to go home?
Actually, something very serious happened at home recently, and I called you without telling your dad.
Jiang Cheng was silent for a moment.
She rolled her eyes slightly, her gaze extremely firm.
I won't go back. Since my father kicked me out of the house, I have nothing to do with that family anymore. Lu Jianjun on the other end seemed extremely conflicted.
His tone became very serious. Cheng, your dad really blames himself and feels very regretful.
He misses you very much now.
Also, remember, you are your dad's favorite child and the only child he loves. Jiang Cheng was a little surprised to hear this.
She gave a self-deprecating smile. Uncle Lu, I don't believe a word you said. Don't contact me again. Lu Jianjun on the other end sighed repeatedly. Chengchun, where do you live now? Even if you don't want to go home for the time being, you should live in your big flat. At least the environment there is better. Also, you haven't driven away any of your cars. Is it inconvenient for you to travel normally? Jiang Cheng felt a bit overwhelmed after hearing this. What did you do so early?
When he kicked me out of the house that day, he kept saying that the things in the house had nothing to do with him.
Now Uncle Lu was saying this to me again. Facing Dad's belated concern,
Jiang Cheng felt only chilled. She looked sharp and impatient. Uncle Lu, stop talking.
I can't go back to that house. Don't try to find my current address. If you do that, I will leave the country immediately. Cheng, please don't. Without waiting for Lu Jianjun to finish, Jiang Cheng decisively hung up the phone. After calming down,
she untied the headband on her head, and her long curly hair fell down like a waterfall. Then, she took the towel and walked straight to the bathroom.
10 minutes later. Crack.
The bathroom door opened. Jiang Cheng wrapped himself in a bath towel, wiped his wet hair, and walked out of the bathroom slowly.
Standing in the living room,
she turned her head to look at the kitchen, and a tall and strong figure was looming through the sliding door.
Obviously,
Chen Yuan was still busy in the kitchen. I guess after washing the dishes, he started cleaning the kitchen.
What a hard-working and family-oriented man. Such a good man actually belongs to me. Meeting him is the luckiest thing that has happened to me since I ran away from home. I couldn't help but sigh a few words.
Jiang Cheng took the nightgown and underwear he had changed out of and walked towards the balcony.
Just at this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ding ding. Ding ding ding.
Jiang Cheng paused and was stunned for a moment.
Who would come to my house so late at night? No one greeted me in advance.
During the time I've lived with Chen Yuan, no one else has come here except the 3 people who broke in the middle of the night last time.
Could it be Chen Yuan's friend? At this time,
there was a sudden knock on the door.
Knock, knock. Boom, boom, boom. Can't help but think too much.
Jiang Cheng put down the clothes in his hands and walked quickly to the door.
Crack. The moment the security door opened,
Jiang Cheng's beautiful eyes were startled, a little surprised. There was a strange woman standing outside the door, wearing scantily clad clothes and heavy makeup.
She frowned and asked, "Who are you looking for?" At this time,
Lin Wei, who was standing outside the door, was even more surprised than Jiang Cheng. Her eyes widened in shock.
He glanced at Jiang Cheng, then glanced at the layout of the living room. Her first reaction was, wrong door.
Lin Wei took 2 steps back and glanced at the house number.
You didn't go the wrong way. This is Chen Yuan's home.
She had been here several times with Chen Yuan before and remembered the house number clearly.
But what about the woman who opened the door?
Lin Wei's second reaction was, Chen Yuan sold the house to this woman.
Chen Yuan, Chen Yuan. I can't believe you're so sad after breaking up. He actually sold the house in a fit of rage. How deeply have you been hurt by me?
In order to avoid being saddened by the scene, you force yourself to stay away from everything related to me.
Why?
A foolish man trapped in love. A silly man who loves me so much that he can't help himself.
Chapter 47, I'm crying, he found a new girlfriend. Thinking about.
Lin Wei frowned inside.
Oh, I'm here to see Chen Yuan. When did he sell this house to you? Jiang Chang was confused by the question. What do you mean by selling the house to me? This house belongs to Chen Yuan, and I'm his girlfriend.
As soon as these words came out,
Lin Wei was dumbfounded, his pupils trembling.
His eyes were full of disbelief.
What did you say? You are Chen Yuan's girlfriend? Jiang Chang nodded gently, yes, that's right. Lin Wei was completely dumbfounded. Her teeth chattered and her breathing became rapid. You didn't lie to me? Are you really Chen Yuan's girlfriend?
Jiang Chang looked at Lin Wei speechlessly.
Do I need to confirm that I am Chen Yuan's girlfriend? Also, who are you? What do you want from Chen Yuan? Lin Wei was choked and speechless. Her face looked extremely ugly, and she looked at the woman in front of her in disbelief.
This woman who claims to be Chen Yuan's girlfriend
looks extremely beautiful. She has stunning looks and beautiful facial features.
A pair of eyes are big and bright, pure and charming. Her skin is as white as snow, without any blemishes.
The figure wrapped in a bathrobe is very hot. Swan neck, slender waist, and comic legs. Two white and tender snowballs, soft and trembling, look extremely large, with deep cleavage.
Even though I was reluctant.
But Lin Wei had to admit it. This woman is prettier than her and has a better figure than her. A woman of this beauty. Could she really be Chen Yuan's girlfriend?
It's only been 10 days since we broke up.
How could Chen Yuan find a girlfriend like this in such a short time? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It's probably just a duplicate name. Lin Wei swallowed and asked tentatively, what does your boyfriend look like? Is he at home now?
A hint of displeasure flashed across Jiang Chang's beautiful eyes.
He's working in the kitchen. What do you want? Lin Wei glanced into the living room. Oh, is it convenient for me to meet your boyfriend? I don't mean anything else, I just want to confirm something.
Jiang Chang raised his chin slightly, his eyes sharp.
It's inconvenient. If I'm not mistaken, you are Lin Wei, my boyfriend's ex-girlfriend. Hearing the other party calling out your name.
Lin Wei was instantly shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. His shoulders trembled and the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously.
How could this be?
Chen Yuan just broke up with me for more than 10 days, how could you be his girlfriend?
Jiang Chang folded his arms. He glanced at Lin Wei casually. Oh, maybe this is fate. When fate comes, it can't be stopped.
Lin Wei was so angry that veins popped out. She clenched her fists and her whole body was shaking uncontrollably.
Just at this moment,
the sliding door of the kitchen was suddenly opened.
Shua!
Chen Yuan wiped his hands with a rag and walked out of the kitchen slowly.
Jiang Chang, who's here? Who are you talking to?
He didn't finish his words. Chen Yuan's voice stopped abruptly. The moment he turned around and saw Lin Wei, his face darkened and his eyes were full of disgust.
Lin Wei, what are you doing here? Lin Wei rushed into the living room impatiently. Her eyes were full of anger, and she pointed at Chen Yuan and said, Okay, Chen Yuan, we just broke up a few days ago? You found another woman, and you even lived with her. Chen Yuan frowned, looking indifferent. Lin Wei, we've broken up.
Whether I find a girlfriend or not has nothing to do with you. Lin Wei stamped her feet, her lips trembling.
Chen Yuan, you are a liar and a scumbag. You said you loved me before, you took good care of me and obeyed my every word, but I wonder if you were just pretending to be so affectionate. Chen Yuan was so angry that he laughed. He shook his head and glared at Lin Wei with disgust. Lin Wei, you better understand who is the scumbag between us? You are the one who cheated on me. You slept with other men behind my back. In the 4 years we have been together, I have never betrayed you. Lin Wei was stunned for a moment. Her nostrils flared and her eyes were blazing. Chen Yuan, do you think I will believe it? Chen Yuan's eyes were cold. What do you believe in? I believe you didn't betray me.
I just realized now why you were so determined when we broke up and didn't even try to persuade me to stay.
It turns out you already found your next boyfriend. Chen Yuan took a step forward.
His eyes were like knives as he glared at Lin Wei fiercely.
Lin Wei, stop messing around here and get out of my house right now.
Lin Wei raised her red lips and sneered.
Look at how angry you are. I was right, wasn't I?
You and her have been together for a long time, so you are so eager to break up with me.
I still feel guilty about you and can't forget you. Chen Yuan was so confused. Talking to an idiot about reason is like playing the lute to a cow. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Lin Wei anymore.
He pointed at the door with a fierce look.
Lin Wei, get out right now.
Lin Wei was petrified instantly.
It's this moment. She had to believe it.
Chen Yuan really doesn't love her anymore. Chen Yuan already has another woman.
In an instant, she felt furious.
The anger level reached its peak and the fire in the chest could no longer be suppressed. She gritted her teeth and poked Chen Yuan hard in the chest.
Chen Yuan, you scumbag. You heartless beast. You said you don't love me anymore? Then what's the point of our 4 years of relationship?
You slept with me for 4 fucking years, and now you change your mind.
Facing Lin Wei's series of crazy attacks,
Jiang Cheng on the side was no longer calm. Her face darkened, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in her beautiful eyes.
She didn't want to interfere in the matter between Chen Yuan and Lin Wei. But this crazy woman Lin Wei actually dared to attack Chen Yuan. She couldn't stand this. Only you can poke your man's chest. Lin Wei's action just now directly touched Jiang Cheng's reverse scale.
Jiang Cheng wrapped the bath towel around himself, then kicked off with his feet and suddenly jumped into the air. She swung her right arm violently and hit Lin Wei's head hard.
Bang! The elbow is as sharp as a knife and every cut draws blood. Oh! Accompanied by a shrill scream.
Lin Wei fell straight to the ground.
Chapter 48. My man, do you dare to touch him?
Lin Wei grimaced in pain and saw stars. Subconsciously raised his hand and touched his forehead. She discovered with horror. A big bump was growing on her forehead at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a crack appeared.
Immediately following,
a warm stream flowed out from her forehead, along her nose, and onto her lips.
An ominous premonition came over me.
Lin Wei touched her lips with trembling fingers and was shocked to find that her hands were covered with bright red blood.
This moment,
she suddenly felt threatened by death. She covered the bloody wound on her forehead with all her strength and looked at Chen Yuan with tears in her eyes.
Chen Yuan, she hit me. She actually dared to hit me. Look at what kind of woman you found. A tigress who beats people up at the slightest disagreement. Chen Yuan, my head is bleeding and it hurts so much, are you just not going to care about me?
Chen Yuan, if you're still a man, fight her back for me.
Beat her to death. Chen Yuan had already seen Jiang Cheng beating people. At this moment, facing Lin Wei's miserable condition.
He is used to it. He stood there motionless, lowering his black eyes and looking at Lin Wei with a cold expression.
Lin Wei, you have brought this upon yourself. Who told you to come to my house and act crazy? She hit you this time just to teach you a lesson. Don't do whatever you want in the future. Lin Wei's face was grim and his pupils were trembling.
She supported herself on the ground with her hands and stood up with difficulty. A pair of red eyes stared at Chen Yuan.
Chen Yuan, she beat me up and I was bleeding, and you're still on her side? Why have you suddenly become so cruel and heartless? Is this still the you I know?
In the past, if I accidentally fell, you would get super nervous and feel extremely distressed. When I cross the road on a rainy day, I don't want my shoes to get wet, so I ask you to carry me on your back, and you will immediately squat down obediently.
Have you forgotten all this? Chen Yuan's brows tightened.
There was a hint of displeasure in his dark eyes. He curled his lips and sneered.
Lin Wei, do you still remember how good I was to you in the past? But what did I get in return?
It was your betrayal.
You climbed into his bed again and again just to hook up with the rich second generation. Lin Wei's tears rolled down. Tears mixed with blood flowed into his mouth.
This fishy and salty smell,
making her eyes even angrier.
She wiped the blood from her mouth carelessly and said bitterly, Chen Yuan, we have been together for 4 years. You have loved me so much in these 4 years. I don't believe that you really don't love me now.
I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Speaking of.
She was about to open her arms and throw herself into Chen Yuan's arms. She didn't believe that Chen Yuan could refuse her hug.
At this time,
Jiang Cheng suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of Chen Yuan.
The moment she met Jiang Cheng's gaze,
Lin Wei shuddered all over instantly. He looked terrified, with his hands on his head, in a defensive posture.
But, even though he was frightened by Jiang Cheng's elbow,
but she still refused to give in.
You, get out of my way. This is a matter between Chen Yuan and me. It has nothing to do with you.
Jiang Cheng slowly folded his arms. She raised her eyebrows slightly, with a hint of provocation in her beautiful eyes.
How is it none of my business? Chen Yuan is my man now, do you dare to touch him? Lin Wei's teeth kept chattering.
His lips turned pale and his temples were throbbing. She glared at Lin Wei with resentment in her eyes.
You are so arrogant. Chen Yuan is your man? Then you have to ask Chen Yuan if he still loves me. You can't imagine how much Chen Yuan loved me before.
He loved me like his life, loved me to the point of being humble, and loved me like a dog to me. Jiang Cheng smiled faintly, his eyes full of disdain.
So what?
It just means that he is a good man, devoted to his girlfriend and very considerate. It's a pity that such a good man is mine now.
He no longer belongs to you. After hearing this,
Lin Wei was so angry that her face turned purple. The blood in her body rushed to her head like boiling water, making her almost unable to stand. If it weren't for the fact that the woman in front of him was so skilled in martial arts,
she will definitely rush forward. Tear this woman to pieces alive. She suppressed her anger and said unconvincedly, let's wait and see.
Time will prove that Chen Yuan loves me and he is just playing with you. Because I know better than anyone how deeply Chen Yuan loves me.
Facing Lin Wei's provocation, Jiang Cheng was not angry at all.
Instead, she curled her red lips slightly and smiled confidently.
Lin Wei, wake up. You have completely lost Chen Yuan.
You used to belittle him as worthless, but now I treat him as a rare treasure.
Do you think he will come back to you to get back together? Unless he is a mentally retarded person.
Chen Yuan on the side couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle.
At this time, Jiang Cheng grabbed Chen Yuan's arm.
While stroking the muscles on Chen Yuan's arm, he said contentedly, every good man deserves to have a top-notch life, don't you think?
Chen Yuan.
Chen Yuan nodded seriously.
Well, only by leaving the wrong person can you welcome the right person. Jiang Cheng, meeting you is the greatest luck in my life. After saying,
Chen Yuan looked at Jiang Cheng with a smile on his face, then turned around and glanced at Lin Wei.
You won't know until you compare. I was shocked. Whether it is appearance or figure, the two people are totally not on the same level.
Jiang Cheng had just finished taking a bath. Although she was not wearing any makeup, her facial features were still beautiful and charming, and her eyes were pure and charming. Her skin is as white as snow and her figure is very plump. One look at it can arouse a man's primitive desires.
Look at Lin Wei again.
Although she wore heavy makeup and very revealing clothes, her facial features were very average and her face shape was not smooth.
What about the figure? Compared with Jiang Cheng, she looked particularly dry. What's more, Jiang Cheng's body and mind are so clean and pure.
And Lin Wei had already been stabbed to pieces long before she met him. He also treated her like a treasure and pampered her like a goddess.
Chen Yuan couldn't help but click his tongue.
His eyes were firm and his gaze left no room for doubt.
Lin Wei, I'll answer you one last time. From the day we broke up, we no longer have any relationship. We'll be strangers for the rest of our lives. Get out of my house now, immediately, right now.
Looking at Chen Yuan's cold and ruthless eyes,
listening to Chen Yuan's cold and resolute words,
Lin Wei's eyes suddenly became extremely empty, revealing a sense of numbness and despair. Her eyes were wide open and her voice was weak.
Okay, Chen Yuan, don't regret it. You will pay the price for your actions today.
Chen Yuan curled his lips and pointed at the door.
Stop talking nonsense and get out of here.
Lin Wei grinned, turned her head and glared at Jiang Cheng. My best friend was killed, and my man was taken away by you.
I have nothing to worry about now. After saying,
she gritted her teeth and left without looking back.
Chapter 49. She kissed me on her own initiative, and I couldn't bear it. Bang! After closing the door,
Chen Yuan stood in the living room with a frown and a complicated expression, motionless.
Jiang Cheng patted Chen Yuan's arm. Chen Yuan, what's wrong with you?
Chen Yuan's eyes rolled slightly, but he said nothing.
Jiang Cheng frowned and continued, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling sorry for Lin Wei?
If you felt sorry for her, you would.
Chen Yuan suddenly came back to his senses.
He shook his head slightly, his face heavy as he said, if it weren't for this, how could I possibly feel sorry for her?
What is that?
Chen Yuan sighed and said seriously, Lin Wei just said that her best friend died.
Jiang Cheng picked up the towel and continued to wipe his hair. Oh, is it strange that her best friend died? People die every day in this world.
Chen Yuan thought for a moment, and his black eyes suddenly widened.
Jiang Cheng, didn't you say that there was a shooting last night?
I suspect the woman who was killed was Lin Wei's best friend, Sun Ling.
Jiang Cheng's heart skipped a beat. She stopped what she was doing and asked nervously, it can't be such a coincidence, right? How did you figure that out? Because I know that Lin Wei's best friend is the lover of a certain official. Is this true? Really? That official's surname is Wu, and he's the head of the public security department of the Magic City. Jiang Cheng's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Oh my god, the official mentioned on the internet is surnamed Wu, so it seems your suspicion is correct.
A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Yuan's dark eyes.
He looked nervous and said in disbelief, I never thought that my buddy's words would come true. What's the prophecy?
My buddy Lu Jia once calculated the fortunes for me, Lin Wei, and Lin Wei's best friend Sun Ling. He said that Lin Wei and Sun Ling both have extremely bad fortunes, with many disasters and will definitely die.
Jiang Cheng blinked, looking surprised. Then from the incident of Sun Ling being killed, it can be seen that your buddy is very accurate in fortune-telling. Chen Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, I didn't believe it at the time. I thought he was talking nonsense, but I didn't expect it to be true. Jiang Cheng suddenly grabbed Chen Yuan's arm. What about Lin Wei? Will Lin Wei also?
Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment.
He sighed and waved his hand casually, it's all her own fault. It's all her own choice. I don't care about her fate. Okay, let's not talk about those irrelevant people. Jiang Cheng bit his lip, yeah, okay. At this time, Chen Yuan suddenly lowered his head. He glanced at Jiang Cheng's arm nervously. Jiang Cheng, your elbow is a little red and swollen.
Jiang Cheng touched his elbow and pouted, oh, there's nothing I can do. I haven't practiced mixed martial arts for several years.
Now I'm thin-skinned and tender, not tough at all. Come here quickly, I'll apply some medicine on you. No need, right? It's just a little redness and swelling, it will go away in a couple of days. No, I can't bear to do that. After saying, Chen Yuan took Jiang Cheng's hand and walked towards the sofa without saying anything. After watching Jiang Cheng sit down on the sofa, Chen Yuan found a bottle of ointment for bruises and injuries from the drawer of the sideboard. He squatted down in front of Jiang Cheng, dipped a cotton swab in a small amount of ointment, and gently applied it on Jiang Cheng's elbow. After applying once, he blew on it gently and then applied it a second time. Jiang Cheng lowered his eyes and looked at Chen Yuan steadily.
Chen Yuan, I didn't expect you to be sincere to me.
Chen Yuan said without even looking up, of course I really mean it.
Jiang Cheng narrowed his beautiful eyes and smiled charmingly.
To be honest, Lin Wei just said that you truly love her and are just playing around with me. I felt a little uneasy. And now? Now you care about me so much. My elbow is just a little red and swollen, but you are so nervous. And I hit Lin Wei's forehead and it was bleeding, but you didn't go up to care about her. It seems that what you said about loving me was not a lie.
Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows and glanced at Jiang Cheng.
I never tell lies.
Jiang Cheng smiled happily. Looking at Chen Yuan's handsome face, three-dimensional facial features, and thin lips with graceful curves. And this strong body full of hormones.
Jiang Cheng couldn't help swallowing. She bit her lower lip lightly and said in a charming voice, Chen Yuan, raise your head. What? I'm applying medicine on you. Don't move. Hey, lift it up.
Chen Yuan felt helpless and had to stop what he was doing and look up at Jiang Cheng.
Jiang Cheng suddenly leaned over. She pouted her red lips and kissed Chen Yuan on the mouth like a chick pecking at rice. Baji.
Chen Yuan's whole body stiffened and his breathing stopped. The whole person was petrified for a moment. His throat rolled and he touched his lips in disbelief.
Jiang Cheng, you.
Jiang Cheng's pretty face turned slightly red. His expression was one of smugness.
What do you mean by I?
I'll give you a kiss as a reward.
Okay, continue applying the medicine to me.
Looking at Jiang Cheng's tender and sexy lips. Looking at the two huge snowballs so close. Look at that deep cleavage.
Smell the alluring body fragrance.
Chen Yuan's breathing became rapid, and his deep eyes were instantly filled with lust. He curled his lips and smiled.
Jiang Cheng, are you done? Is this the end?
Jiang Cheng's beautiful eyes widened and his look was confused.
What else? What else do you want?
Chen Yuan stretched his throat, his eyes full of desire.
You call that a kiss? That's not how you kiss. Do it again. I'll show you how to do it. Speaking of.
He stared at Jiang Cheng's red lips and was about to lean forward. His eyes are eager, like a tiger pouncing on its prey.
See this posture.
Jiang Cheng quickly raised his arms in front of him, assuming a blocking posture.
Chen Yuan, don't get excited. I understand. I understand everything. Chen Yuan, what do you know?
Jiang Cheng lowered his eyes, covered his chest and said, although I have never been in a relationship, I know what you men will do once you kiss.
There was a wicked smile on Chen Yuan's lips. What will happen?
Jiang Cheng bit his lip and said in a soft voice, yes, I can do that.
If you knew that, why did you flirt with me?
Oh, you looked so handsome when you were applying the medicine on me, so I couldn't help but kiss you. Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes and stared at Jiang Cheng intently. There is an unshakable desire in his eyes.
He coughed and lowered his voice. When are you going to give it to me? Since we both want it, why don't we do it now?
Jiang Cheng blushed and waved his hands quickly. Shut up, if you try to force yourself on me, you know you're no match for me. Chen Yuan's eyes were filled with love and he smiled in a ruffian way.
If I come to force it, would you really be willing to do it to me?
Jiang Cheng touched his red cheeks. She rolled her eyes slightly, thought for a moment and said, how about this, let's do it on the night we get the marriage certificate. Anyway, I have lived for 25 years and have never experienced sex, so these few days won't make a difference.
Chen Yuan, why? Because I want to give you the best of myself on the best day.
Just like entering the bridal chamber on the wedding day in ancient times, I want to give myself a more grand ceremony.
Chen Yuan didn't say anything.
He just looked at Jiang Cheng with lustful eyes.
Jiang Cheng bit his lip lightly and said tentatively, Chen Yuan, you don't think I'm a little conservative and old-fashioned, do you? I admit that I have never had physical intimacy with a man, and I am a little afraid of this aspect.
Chen Yuan shook his head lovingly.
I won't. Really? Really not. I just think you are a very good woman. I want to cherish you.
Jiang Cheng's eyes were as charming as silk. The rose's red lips curved into a beautiful arc. She reached out and touched Chen Yuan's hair.
Okay, don't worry, just wait a few days. Once we get the certificate, I'll give you whatever you want. Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Really?
Jiang Cheng nodded seriously. Well, after we get the marriage certificate, as your wife, all I can do is give it to you, give it to you, give it to you.
After hearing this,
Chen Yuan smiled with a doting look on his face. Although you have no experience in love, your mouth is very sweet.
Jiang Cheng covered his face in embarrassment. When we get married, you will teach me how to do it. Okay, then I will definitely teach you everything I have learned in my life, but what?
However, in the few days before we get the marriage certificate, I also want to understand how to make you feel less pain. If it is bound to hurt, how can I reduce the pain a little?
Jiang Cheng shyly hit Chen Yuan. You'd better let me suffer less. Chapter 50, Woman, stop enduring, come on. After applying the ointment to Jiang Cheng,
Chen Yuan went to the balcony to get a mop and carefully wiped the dust off the living room floor. He knew that Jiang Cheng loved cleanliness and would clean the house spotlessly every day. Just now, Lin Wei rushed in and made a lot of trouble, making the originally clean ground dirty.
Chen Yuan, let me wipe it.
Jiang Cheng stood up from the sofa and reached out to take the mop from Chen Yuan.
Chen Yuan shook his head decisively.
No, your elbow is red and swollen.
Go to the bedroom and rest. I will do all the housework from now on.
Look at such a diligent and thoughtful good man.
Jiang Cheng's eyebrows were curved and he smiled happily.
She stretched and walked slowly into the bedroom. Chen Yuan mopped the living room floor twice, then went to the balcony to get some clean underwear and pajamas and went into the bathroom.
10 minutes later. Crack.
The bathroom door opens. Chen Yuan, who had just finished taking a hot shower. At this moment, I feel refreshed and comfortable all over. He casually stroked his short hair and looked up at the wall clock.
It's only 8:30? It's still too early to go to bed. Well, since the data of the new book is good, let's strike while the iron is hot and write another 4,000 words.
I'll try to earn more royalties this month so I can buy Jiang Cheng some skincare products or clothes. Chen Yuan muttered as he turned and walked towards his bedroom.
Just at this moment. In the second bedroom opposite.
Suddenly there were bursts of panting sounds. The sound was intermittent, rising and falling. It sounds charming, soft, tender and lingering, and particularly alluring. Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised.
Jiang Cheng? What is she doing? Wipe. It's only 8:30, is she doing something in bed? Oh my god. If she needs anything, she can just tell me directly. It's not like I can't satisfy her. Why do we have to solve it in such a secretive way? Leaving a man like me who is full of vigor and vitality unused, he is hiding in the bedroom. Hey, isn't it good to face up to your own physiological needs? Even if we did it before getting the marriage certificate, I would still love her and cherish her. There's really no need to endure this pain. Thinking about.
Chen Yuan shook his head and held his forehead, sighing helplessly. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly walked to the door of the second bedroom. He coughed lightly and raised his hand to knock on the door.
Knock, knock. Boom, boom, boom. Waited for a long time. Not only did no one come to open the door, the moans inside became even louder.
The voice is so alluring and charming, and every word touches the soul.
One wave is higher than the other. Which man can tolerate such a sound?
Chen Yuan's breathing tightened and he couldn't help but reach out and grab the door handle. He pressed down tentatively.
Crack.
The door was not locked and was opened directly. Chen Yuan cleared his throat and slowly raised his eyes to look into the room.
He was surprised to find out there was no one on the bed.
A corner of the quilt was lifted up, and several large lace bras and black gauze thongs were casually thrown on the head of the bed. There was no sign of Jiang Cheng on the small lazy sofa between the bed and the window. He paused, then turned his head sharply to look at the door.
Really?
Jiang Cheng was standing by the closet looking at him.
Jiang Cheng, what are you doing?
Chen Yuan scratched his head, looking confused. Jiang Cheng let out a light breath and rolled his eyes at Chen Yuan.
Stupid, what do you think I'm doing?
Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Jiang Cheng from top to bottom. He found that the bath towel that Jiang Cheng was wrapped in was gone, and instead, there was a gauze tight vest and a pair of sports shorts. Her long curly hair, like a waterfall, was tied into a neat and refreshing high ponytail. She was not wearing shoes, and her two white and tender feet were stepping on the yoga mat. Chen Yuan smiled somewhat awkwardly.
Oh, so you were exercising. Didn't you take a shower? Why are you exercising again?
Jiang Cheng crossed his arms and stretched them upwards. She groaned, her breath a little unstable, and said, "Hey, don't mention it.
I'm a little depressed." What's wrong? What are you depressed about?
I find that my limbs are becoming more and more stiff and inflexible, and I'm becoming very clumsy. I just elbowed your ex-girlfriend, and my elbow still hurts a little.
Chen Yuan waved his hand indifferently. Oh, is that all? What's there to be depressed about? You're not a fighting athlete anymore, so it's good to keep your body fair and tender.
Jiang Cheng frowned slightly and shook his head. No, I have to start training, starting with body-shaping exercises.
Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you when you're in danger.
Chen Yuan touched his nose and smiled.
I'm a grown man, do I still need your protection? Jiang Cheng stopped what he was doing.
She stepped off the yoga mat barefoot.
Standing in front of Chen Yuan.
She raised her beautiful eyes and reached out to hook Chen Yuan's chin.
Chen Yuan, don't underestimate me.
Although there is a huge difference in strength between men and women, professional fighters are an exception. The strength of an average adult male's punch is 180 pounds.
Do you know how many pounds my punch is? How many pounds? Over 500 pounds. Chen Yuan was stunned and shocked. Fuck, is it so exaggerated?
Jiang Chang raised his fist.
The kitten grinned. Of course. Ordinary people don't know how to use force. They only use brute force.
That kind of force is light and does not pose any threat to others.
Professional fighters are different. We know how to use force and how to inflict heavy blows. Chen Yuan's dark eyes lit up instantly.
His eyes were full of appreciation and admiration. He grabbed Jiang Chang's pink fist and admired it from close range. I never thought that your white and tender little hands were so strong. That night you actually knocked down 3 muscular men with your bare hands.
A blush crept up on Jiang Chang's pretty face. She didn't pull her hand away.
He just looked at Chen Yuan seriously and said softly, 1 strength is worth 10 skills.
Those muscular men in the gym are just fancy guys who eat protein powder to train themselves up.
In terms of strength, they are not as strong as ordinary men. Chen Yuan took a breath of cold air instantly.
He clicked his tongue.
She stroked Jiang Chang's pink fist with interest.
Jiang Chang, I have to say, you are truly a heroine.
Not only are you beautiful and have a perfect figure, but you are also a master of martial arts.
Meeting a treasure girl like you is the luckiest thing in my life.
Jiang Chang suddenly pulled his hand away. She turned her face away, feeling ashamed and annoyed.
Oh, we're talking about fighting, but you're saying these cheesy things again. It's not too late to save them for your wedding night.
Chen Yuan put his hands on his hips lazily. She looked at Jiang Chang with an ambiguous expression, with unshakable affection in her eyes.
Wedding night? I won't say such nonsense on your wedding night.
I will save my strength to give you a few more times so that you can enjoy the greatest happiness of being a woman.
Jiang Chang bit his lip and stamped his feet. Chen Yuan, if you say something like that again, I will punch you out. Don't disturb me while I am doing my body shaping exercise. Chen Yuan smiled playfully and pretended to beg for mercy. Okay, I won't dare to do that, Your Majesty. Oh, I have a question. What's the question? I want to know, if a fighter as good as you goes up against those professional bodyguards, the kind of men in black standing next to the big guys, who will win or lose between you and them? This question aroused Jiang Chang's interest. She blinked, and her beautiful eyes lit up. After a brief thought, she crossed her arms and said, every profession has its own expertise. I haven't sparred with professional bodyguards yet, so I don't know how skilled they are or what their special moves are. If I have a chance in the future, I can give it a try. Looking at Jiang Chang explaining seriously. The delicate lips opened and closed. The tongue is pink and cute. A charming aroma emanates between lips and teeth. The figure wrapped in the body shaper is curvy, graceful, and sexy. There was desire, inquiry, appreciation and admiration in Chen Yuan's eyes, and his heart had completely fallen without him realizing it. For him, Jiang Chang is like a book that can never be finished. She is so charming and mysterious. It is worth his careful savoring in the long yet short second half of his life. Chapter 51, Husband, I was beaten. At the same time. Fucheng Road, Tangchungyiping Community. After getting off the taxi, Lin Wei walked into the community in a daze. She raised her hand and touched her forehead and felt that the bump had become even bigger, but fortunately the bleeding had stopped. Everything that just happened at Chen Yuan's house seemed like a dream. She still can't believe it. She dressed up carefully, put on heavy makeup, sprayed perfume, and changed into sexy and charming clothes. I originally planned to knock on Chen Yuan's door tonight. Chen Yuanhui was so excited that he jumped up with joy and couldn't wait to hold her in his arms. He kissed her madly, wishing he could rub her into his body. Then, Chen Yuan would kneel down on one knee and beg her to get back together. She took advantage of the situation and after hesitating for a while, she reluctantly agreed to Chen Yuan's request. Then they can naturally have a big fight and the two of them can be as loving as before. But I never expected it. What greeted her was not the long-awaited reunion. It was Chen Yuan's indifference and insults, and the beating from the woman named Jiang Chang. Unexpectedly. After the breakup, in just a dozen days. Not only did Chen Yuan not feel trapped by love and cry every day missing her, but he found another woman and lived with her. What is even more annoying is, the look in Chen Yuan's eyes when he looked at the woman was full of love and doting, and his gaze was almost glued to the woman. This was something she had never seen before. Think about this. There was an irrepressible rage flashing in Lin Wei's eyes, and he looked like an enraged lion.
Lived for 24 years. She had never hated as much as she did at this moment. She hated so much that she wanted to kill someone.
This moment.
The overwhelming hatred has swept through her whole body. In a relationship, what people fear most is losing is not love, but habit.
In the previous 4 years,
Lin Wei has become accustomed to Chen Yuan's meticulous care for her, his obedience to her, his love for her, and his pampering of her like a princess.
And now, Chen Yuan actually transferred this love to another woman. This is something she absolutely cannot tolerate.
She can ignore her own dog, but when she waves, the dog must come over obediently.
Based on the principle of destroying it if you can't get it,
Lin Wei secretly made up her mind to return the humiliation she had just suffered to Chen Yuan 100-fold or 1,000-fold.
Bite. Walk into the elevator.
Lin Wei already had an idea in mind.
Layer. 5 floors. 10 floors. The elevator door opened.
She walked quickly to the door of her house. He straightened his clothes and skillfully entered the combination of the combination lock.
Crack. The moment the door opened, Zhou Wanhao's voice rang out in the living room. Wei Wei, you're back? Where have you been? I sent you a WeChat message but you didn't reply.
Lin Wei said nothing. She put her handbag on the cabinet beside her and kicked off her high heels.
Then,
she collapsed to the ground, wrapped her arms around her knees, and curled up like a shrimp.
Lin Wei's abnormal behavior. Zhou Wanhao was frightened instantly. Zhou Wanhao frowned, jumped up from the sofa, and walked quickly to Lin Wei's side. Wei Wei, what's wrong with you? Hubby, I don't have any strength at all, please carry me to the sofa. Lin Wei's voice was weak. It seemed as if he would die in the next second. What's wrong with you? Do you have a fever? Zhou Wanhao looked nervous and quickly bent down and picked up Lin Wei. After watching Lin Wei sit down on the sofa, Zhou Wanhao was shocked to find out
there was a big blue and purple bump on Lin Wei's forehead, with a crack on it and bloodstains on his face.
Wei Wei, how did this happen? Hubby, Tell me quickly, how did this happen? Did you fall accidentally, or were you beaten by someone?
Lin Wei pursed her lips, her eyes full of grievance.
Tears as big as beans fell down. Honey, I was beaten. After hearing this, Zhou Wanhao was instantly angry. His black eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth and said, Who hit you? Tell me. Lin Wei sniffed hard. It's my ex-boyfriend Chen Yuan. Zhou Wanhao's eyes widened with anger, his black pupils trembling. Fuck it. Why did he hit you? You guys have already broken up, is he here to harass you?
Lin Wei lowered his eyes and shook his head. No, I left 2 lipsticks with him. They were limited edition Chanel lipsticks. They were very expensive. I was reluctant to give them away, so I wanted to ask him to return them.
Then what?
I never expected that he would be so tempted by my beauty that he would pounce on me. The veins on Zhou Wanhao's temples suddenly bulged.
He slept with you?
Lin Wei shook her head firmly.
Of course not.
I resisted desperately, and when he saw that I didn't obey, he got angry and punched me.
Zhou Wanhao stood up suddenly.
He clenched his back teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent.
Wei Wei, tell me the guy's address, I'm going to kill him. Lin Wei's eyes rolled slightly.
There was a barely perceptible hint of smugness in his eyes.
Fortunately, I didn't break up with Zhou Wanhao. Otherwise, who can avenge me now? Even if Zhou Wanhao is a fake rich second generation, his network of contacts must be extraordinary.
I heard that his stepfather's eldest son is a big boss who has connections in both the black and white worlds.
You can borrow Zhou Wanhao's help. He pressed Chen Yuan to the ground and rubbed him hard.
Once his spirit is worn down and his dignity is trampled upon, Jiang Chang will definitely leave him.
When the time comes,
he would remember my good points and come to me dejectedly to ask for reconciliation.
Just like before, loving myself wholeheartedly. Compared to that woman named Jiang Chang, Lin Wei hates Chen Yuan more. Think of this. Lin Wei sniffled and cried bitterly. She took Zhou Wanhao's hand and said pitifully, Husband, I know you love me. Your woman was bullied and you wanted to stand up for me.
But calm down first and don't go rashly.
Zhou Wanhao clenched his fists and his eyes were full of anger.
The muscles at the corners of his mouth kept twitching. He exhaled, gnashing his teeth and said, I can't calm down. I didn't even hit you once, how dare that poor loser to hit you? Lin Wei stood up quickly. He reached out and gently stroked Zhou Wanhao's back. She said calmly, "Honey, do you think this is okay?" The neighborhood where Chen Yuan lives is an old, run-down place with no surveillance. You can take 2 bodyguards with you. Zhou Wanhao adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose. With bodyguards? Yes, didn't you say your brother has a lot of bodyguards? You can bring 2 with you, that shouldn't be a problem, right? Zhou Wanhao nodded. No problem. Lin Wei looked serious and continued, all of you put on your masks, knock on Chen Yuan's door, don't say anything, don't ask anything, just beat him up, and then leave quickly. Zhou Wanhao raised his thick eyebrows, somewhat puzzled. Wei, are you afraid that I will take the responsibility? Don't worry, teaching a poor loser a lesson won't affect me. My eldest brother has connections in the police station. Lin Wei hugged Zhou Wanhao's arm. She raised her face and looked at Zhou Wanhao with tenderness in her eyes. Honey, I'm worried about you, just do as I say, just in case. After a little thought, Zhou Wanhao patted Lin Wei on the shoulder. Okay, wait at home, I'll go right away and I have to help you get rid of this anger. Chapter 52, So Beautiful and Cruel, I Love It So Much. 10:30 at night. Fuan Road, Haipu Garden Community. Chen Yuan, who had just finished his side job, turned off his computer and walked out of the bedroom yawning. He went to the living room, took out a bottle of cold drink from the refrigerator and started drinking. Dynamic music came from the second bedroom, and I could feel my ears being surrounded by speakers even when standing in the living room. Chen Yuan smiled and shook his head. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Zhang Chang is such a determined woman. I started doing body shaping exercises at around 8 o'clock, and have been doing it for 3 hours now. Not only was there no intention of stopping to rest. Instead, it is accompanied by dynamic music. This rhythm gets more exciting the more you practice. No wonder she was able to persist in practicing martial arts at a very young age. Most women do not have this kind of courage that is not afraid of hardship or fatigue. Chen Yuan leaned leisurely on the dining table, drinking a drink while enjoying the sound of Zhang Chang exercising. Just at this moment, there was a sudden and rapid knock on the door. Knock, knock. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Yuan frowned and looked towards the door with vigilance. Late in the evening. Who is this? Could it be Lin Wei again? Grass. Is she done yet? He just got hit by Zhang Chang's elbow and his forehead was bleeding. How dare you still come? Is this woman crazy? Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The knocking on the door intensified. In order to prevent Zhang Chang from being disturbed, Chen Yuan gritted his teeth and walked to the door in an unpleasant manner. Crack. The security door opened. Chen Yuan's pupils dilated and he was a little surprised. The person who appeared in front of him was not Lin Wei. Instead, there were 3 men wearing black masks. The man in the lead was not tall, slightly fat, and wore a pair of gold-framed glasses on his nose. The 2 men behind were both dressed in black. They were tall and strong with extremely well-developed muscles. Looks like a professional thug or bodyguard. After taking a look at a few people, Chen Yuan's dark eyes narrowed, his face showing displeasure. Who are you looking for? At this time, Zhou Wanhao outside the door suddenly took a step forward, raised his head slightly and stared at Chen Yuan. His eyes were fierce and murderous. Looking for you, you must be Chen Yuan, right? Chen Yuan crossed his arms with a cold expression. Yes, what do you want? Zhou Wanhao clenched his fists and glared angrily. Boy, who gave you the courage? How dare you harass my girlfriend? And you even dare to hit her? After hearing this, Chen Yuan understood instantly. These 3 people came for Lin Wei. The man with glasses who was talking to her should be the rich second generation that Lin Wei was dating. He sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Oh, you mean Lin Wei? I harassed her? What a joke. I haven't contacted her once since we broke up. She's the one who harassed me time and time again. Zhou Wanhao felt instantly furious. His eyes were blazing with fire and veins on his forehead were throbbing. She would harass you? You poor fucking loser. Open your eyes and look at yourself. Is there anything about you that would make her harass you? After saying, the anger in Zhou Wanhao's heart was like boiling water, and he could no longer suppress it. He pumped his fist violently,
smashed towards Chen Yuan's face. Chen Yuan had anticipated this and quickly dodged Zhou Wanhao's fist, immediately following.
With the advantages of height and body shape, Chen Yuan swung his right arm violently and punched Zhou Wanhao hard on the temple.
Bang! Zhou Wanhao suddenly felt dizzy and unsteady on his feet.
He stumbled and fell to the ground. He was suddenly furious and his eyes trembled. The two scarlet eyeballs were about to pop out. He immediately glared at the two bodyguards behind him and signaled them to take action.
"Kill this guy, kill him."
The two bodyguards received the order.
"Rush forward immediately."
After all, the two men are professional thugs who have been in the underworld for many years. They are extremely brutal and ruthless, and their lethality is extremely strong.
The two men attacked at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. The sweep of his arm brought up a gust of wind and hit Chen Yuan. Bang! Bang bang! Chen Yuan didn't have time to react.
He was hit by several heavy punches. There was a sharp pain in my chest and jaw. He had a painful expression on his face, bent over and covered his chest, with blood gushing from the corner of his mouth.
At this critical moment, a pleasant voice suddenly sounded behind me. "Stop!"
Chen Yuan bent his body and turned to look at Jiang Chang. The moment Zhou Wanhao and the two bodyguards saw Jiang Chang, their eyes trembled in surprise.
They never expected it. There is actually someone else in Chen Yuan's home. And she is a very beautiful woman.
She has delicate features, cherry lips, and a beautiful nose. A pair of eyes, pure and charming, sparkling with watery light, seem to have a magical power to captivate people.
The figure is even more amazing.
The slender waist can be grasped with one hand, and the snowball is about to pop out.
Her skin is as white as snow and her legs are smooth and slender.
Such a stunning beauty can easily make one's blood boil just by looking at her. Just when several people were stunned,
Jiang Chang walked slowly to Chen Yuan's side and asked softly, "Chen Yuan, can you stand up?" Chen Yuan nodded slightly.
He raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth.
"Jiang Chang, you."
Jiang Chang raised his chin towards the back.
"Chen Yuan, please move back."
Chen Yuan slowly stood up, frowning, and looked at Jiang Chang with concern. Jiang Chang's eyes were gentle and his gaze was firm.
"It's okay, just go back to the bedroom."
Jiang Chang smoothed the hair beside his ears, his expression calm and his voice gentle and calm.
That tone.
It was like talking to Chen Yuan about the daily weather. Seeing this, Chen Yuan hesitated for a moment, then retreated behind Jiang Chang with a nervous look.
Seeing that Chen Yuan seemed to be fine,
Jiang Chang took a step forward calmly. She raised her eyebrows slightly, with a hint of provocation in her beautiful eyes.
Next second,
the two bodyguards looked at each other.
Even though he was reluctant to do anything to such a beauty, but out of professional instinct, the two men raised their fists and pounced on Jiang Chang.
Chen Yuan did not retreat back to the bedroom, but walked around Jiang Chang and walked quickly towards the kitchen.
Shua!
After suddenly opening the sliding door of the kitchen,
he rushed to the cupboard.
He quickly picked up the kitchen knife from the chopping board with one hand and quickly opened the cupboard door with the other hand. He was rummaging around in there for the chopping knife that he hadn't used for a long time, which was specially used to chop ribs. Listening to the fierce fighting in the living room, Chen Yuan's heart was in his throat, his whole body was shaking, and he was sweating profusely from nervousness. He clenched his back teeth. His eyebrows were raised and his eyes were full of murderous intent.
"Dead hand, find it quickly. Damn it. Let us go all out today. Either you die or I live.
I can't just watch Jiang Chang get beaten to death.
So what if he's a gangster bodyguard? As long as I am still alive, I will fight them to the death and kill them." Shua! Finally found it.
Pick up this cutting knife that is shining with cold light.
Chen Yuan couldn't wait to rush out of the kitchen. However,
when he raised two shining knives high and chopped towards the outside viciously,
he was shocked to find out there was no one else in the living room except Jiang Chang. It's already empty.
In the corridor outside the door, the sound of footsteps and heart-wrenching wails could be faintly heard.
Obviously, in just less than a minute,
the three men had been brutally slaughtered and had to flee in panic. Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment, his mouth opened so wide that two eggs could fit in. He was like a petrified person.
He stood there stiffly, unable to move. At this time,
Jiang Cheng sighed softly and clapped his hands with a look of disgust.
Really? What are you doing? Are you guys using me as a sparring partner? I couldn't help but complain.
She walked to the door with a frown and closed the security door forcefully.
Bang. Then,
she turned around slowly while tidying up her messy clothes.
The moment I saw Chen Yuan,
she couldn't help but shudder all over, and then burst out laughing.
Chen Yuan, what are you doing? Ha 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 ha. Do you have to be so funny? Oh my, you look so fierce like this. Don't do this, I'm so scared, ha ha.
Chen Yuan slowly came back to his senses. He slumped down and dropped his arms, hiding the 2 knives behind his back. His face was pale and he looked at Jiang Cheng in shock.
Jiang Cheng, I thought. Chapter 53, Living in my wife's mansion, it's so cool. The smile on Jiang Cheng's face did not diminish. Why?
I thought you couldn't beat them, so I wanted to get 2 weapons to help you fight them. Jiang Cheng slapped his forehead speechlessly.
Your weapons are these 2 kitchen knives?
Chen Yuan calmed himself down and let out a long sigh.
He raised the chopping knife in his hand and said seriously, this is not an ordinary kitchen knife. This is a chopping knife specially used for chopping ribs.
Although it can't cut iron like mud, it is also very sharp.
It can chop people to pieces? Jiang Cheng chuckled as if he was hearing a joke.
He smiled and gave Chen Yuan a thumbs up.
Okay, awesome. Chen Yuan, you are such a cute boy.
Chen Yuan curled his lips, looking embarrassed. He turned around and placed the 2 knives in his hands on the dining table.
Bang.
He narrowed his dark eyes and looked straight at Jiang Cheng, his eyes full of admiration and worship.
Jiang Cheng, you are really awesome, I admire you so much. What do you admire about me?
Jiang Cheng walked to the dining table, took out a few tissues, and carefully wiped the sweat off his body. Chen Yuan's eyes followed Jiang Cheng closely.
There is unbreakable love in his eyes. I admire your skills. You are so skilled in martial arts and invincible. You are truly a heroine of the generation.
Jiang Cheng raised his beautiful eyes and rolled his eyes at Chen Yuan.
That's a bit exaggerated. Chen Yuan quickly shook his head. No, I'm not exaggerating at all. I can't believe that even professional bodyguards are no match for you.
You took care of them in no time. Jiang Cheng folded his arms and looked at Chen Yuan. It's not that they are so powerful, it's that you are scared. I saw that you were pale and there was a sense of impending death in your eyes. Chen Yuan touched his nose and smiled bitterly.
Fuck, how can I not be scared? I'm just an ordinary person.
I can barely handle someone of my size, but facing a professional bodyguard with a muscular body, I really can't resist. Jiang Cheng reached out and poked Chen Yuan in the chest.
If I'm not here, no matter who bullies you, you can't be a coward, understand? If you are cowardly, you are doomed.
If you fight to the death, there will still be a glimmer of hope.
I'm not a coward, I'm just worried about you.
Jiang Cheng frowned slightly, with a look of question marks on his face.
Why are you worried about me?
Chen Yuan looked at Jiang Cheng steadily. I am worried about your safety.
It doesn't matter to me. If I die, I die. At worst, I can just start over. But it doesn't matter to you. I want you to live well.
Jiang Cheng blinked and his pretty face turned slightly red. Don't worry, I'm better at protecting myself than you are. Chen Yuan smiled, his eyes shining.
That's right. Tell me quickly, how did you manage to kill all 3 of them in such a short time? Did you use elbow strikes?
Jiang Cheng rubbed his elbow and shook his head. For those of us who have practiced martial arts, elbow strikes are indeed a killer move.
The elbow bone is the hardest bone in the human body.
As the saying goes, it is better to take 10 punches than 1 elbow strike. The more Chen Yuan listened, the more excited he became.
He clicked his tongue and asked anxiously, besides elbow strikes, what about other killer moves?
Jiang Cheng raised his hand to untie the hairband on his head. A waterfall of long curly hair fell down in an instant. She gently tangled her hair with her fingers and said slowly, in addition to elbow strikes, there are also inch punches, Krav Maga, neck breaks, naked chokes, cross arm bars, etc., all of which are deadly moves.
Chen Yuan instantly turned into a little fanboy.
His dark eyes shone as he looked at Jiang Cheng in worship.
Fuck, that's really awesome. Can you teach me a move someday? If I could learn any of these moves, I wouldn't be so scared just now. Jiang Cheng smiled and shook his head. This is not something you can learn overnight. It takes years of practice. If you want to learn, you have to start with strength training. One strength is equivalent to 10 skills. When your strength is up, you can knock out ordinary people with a high kick. Chen Yuan grabbed Jiang Cheng's arm. With an excited look on his face and eager to learn, he said, "You are so awesome. No wonder you were able to kill them in seconds just now. Then you should teach me quickly. I am a grown man and I cannot always ask you to protect me." Jiang Cheng glanced at the messy living room. He crossed his arms and said helplessly, "The most important thing right now is not to teach you kung fu." "What's the most important thing?" "Move place." Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Moving? Why are we moving?" Jiang Cheng sighed, his brows furrowed. "There have been too many troubles recently. First, Qi Lihua sent someone to break into our house in the middle of the night, and then your ex-girlfriend ran in and made a scene. That wasn't enough, and those people just now came to our door again. I've really had enough. Why is it so difficult to live a peaceful life?" Jiang Cheng's complaints. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan's brows were furrowed, and his face was filled with worry. He patted Jiang Cheng on the shoulder and sighed, "Blame me, blame me. I caused all the trouble tonight. I didn't expect Lin Wei to be so lingering after the breakup. Those 3 people just now were also here for Lin Wei." Jiang Cheng's beautiful eyes were startled, a little surprised. "They came here for Lin Wei? I just beat them up. Will they send more people back and come back to attack us again?" Chen Yuan swallowed his saliva and said nervously, "Is there any law in this? Can the rich second generation do whatever they want? Or should we call the police?" Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and waved his hand. "Forget it, it's better to have less trouble than more. Let's get away from this troubled place first. We will move now." Chen Yuan looked at Jiang Cheng in shock. "Move now? Where can we move to at this time of night? It's too late to rent a house now." Jiang Cheng said decisively, "Go to my house." "Your home? Aren't you and your father?" "It's not my father's house, it's the house under my own name." Chen Yuan's pupils trembled, his eyes full of disbelief. "You have a house under your name? Is that true? Where is it? What does it look like?" Jiang Cheng bit his lip, looking a little impatient. "Hey, stop talking nonsense and just follow me. You'll know when you get there." After saying, she grabbed Chen Yuan's hand. He pulled him and walked out the door. Chen Yuan looked around, bewildered. "Why are you in such a hurry? There are so many things at home. Don't we have to pack our luggage?" Jiang Cheng pouted and stamped his feet lightly. "Oh, no, I have everything there." Chapter 54, Super Luxurious Large Flat of 1,000 Square Meters. 20 minutes later. Downstairs unit. Day. In the dim and quiet neighborhood, the crisp sound of high heels could be heard. Jiang Cheng was wearing a hip-hugging red dress, carrying a handbag, and walking in front with graceful steps. Chen Yuan followed behind with some difficulty. He was panting, walking heavily, and carrying 2 oversized suitcases in his hands. "Jiang Cheng, walk slower and wait for me." Jiang Cheng paused, looking angry. "I told you not to bring anything, but you refused to listen and insisted on bringing anything, and you brought so much all at once." Chen Yuan put a luggage bag on the ground. He freed one hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He panted and grinned, "You have to bring some important documents, such as your ID card and bank card, right? Otherwise it will be inconvenient to go out." Jiang Cheng raised his beautiful eyes slightly. He looked at the 2 big bags with disgust. "How can you bring your ID? These 2 big bags are so bulging that they are about to burst. What did you put in them? Did you stuff all the pots, pans, and utensils in there?" Chen Yuan smiled with an embarrassed look on his face. "Ha, that's not the case. Just some daily necessities and some clothes to change into, and some food in the refrigerator. We still have a lot of spare ribs and pig's trotters left from the last time we bought. If they are kept in the refrigerator for too long, they will no longer be fresh, so let's take them with us and cook them as soon as possible. Also, I'll also give you some of your favorite snacks." Jiang Cheng felt a bit overwhelmed after hearing this. She bit her lower lip and waved her hand impatiently. Okay, I know you're a good man who knows how to budget and make a living. Let's go quickly. Do you need me to help you carry one?
Chen Yuan shook his head for the sake of saving face.
No, it's not heavy, I can carry it.
Jiang Cheng flipped his hair and walked quickly towards the gate of the community. Chen Yuan gritted his teeth, exerted all his strength, stretched out his long legs, and followed in big strides.
He doesn't want Jiang Cheng to know.
Except for what he just said. He also brought 2 laptops, for mechanical keyboards for typing, and a complete set of equipment for live streaming his gaming sessions. And the chopping knife that can be used for chopping ribs and for self-defense.
Such a lot of stuff.
If Jiang Cheng saw it, he would probably be so angry that he would throw it into the trash can.
Walk out of the community.
The two hailed a taxi on the side of the road. After putting the 2 luggage bags in the trunk,
Chen Yuan and Jiang Cheng got into the back seat of the taxi. Bang!
Closed the car door. The taxi driver asked politely while turning the steering wheel slowly.
Hello, passenger. Where are you going?
Jiang Cheng leaned back in his chair, his red lips slightly parted.
Fucheng Road, Tangchengiping Community.
Yes, passenger. The taxi driver turned the car around and drove smoothly onto the main road. Jiang Cheng lowered his head, opened the clasp of his handbag, took out a lipstick from the bag, and applied it carefully on his lips. The 2 sexy lips become more tender. She pursed her lips and turned her head to glance at Chen Yuan.
Chen Yuan, why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face?
Chen Yuan's black eyes trembled, and his face was full of question marks.
Jiang Cheng, did I hear you right? We are going to Tangchengiping Community? Is your house there?
Yes, that's right.
Is it the Tangchengiping by the Huangpu River? Or some other residential complex with the same name?
Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes at Chen Yuan in annoyance.
That's it, nothing else. Chen Yuan swallowed, his expression full of disbelief. Fuck. Isn't that the top luxury house in Shanghai?
I heard that it costs hundreds of thousands per square meter, and each unit costs hundreds of millions.
Many celebrities have bought houses there.
A house of 300 to 400 square meters costs hundreds of millions. Jiang Cheng glanced at the driver. Then he tugged at the corner of Chen Yuan's clothes, signaling him to lower his voice.
Chen Yuan, don't make such a fuss. That community is not as good as it is said to be online. It is just average.
It was built in 2004, so it is 20 years old now. It just has the advantage of being adjacent to the Huangpu River. Chen Yuan took a breath of cold air instantly. He leaned close to Jiang Cheng's ear and lowered his voice. How many square meters is your house?
It's not the same as the ones celebrities have, right? A large flat of more than 300 square meters? The hot breath sprayed on Jiang Cheng's ears.
This made Jiang Cheng's ears itchy and his pretty face turned slightly red. She lowered her eyes and moved aside.
After coughing,
she stretched out a white finger and waved it in front of Chen Yuan.
Chen Yuan nodded gently and whispered, 100 square meters?
Not bad, very spacious, enough for the 2 of us to live in. That area is very expensive, and an ordinary person can't afford a house of 100 square meters in their lifetime.
Jiang Cheng was amused.
She raised her hand and hit Chen Yuan's arm. Then he pursed his lips and said in a very soft voice, 1,000 square meters, it's a large duplex flat. Chen Yuan's pupils dilated instantly, his face full of surprise. He covered his open mouth and stared at Jiang Cheng in disbelief.
Really?
Jiang Cheng crossed his arms and groaned.
Silly boy, you'll know when you get there. Chen Yuan's eyes widened and he kept patting his chest. After calming down,
he shook his head and clicked his tongue. Jiang Cheng, I never thought you'd be a top-notch rich woman. Damn, after reading novels for so many years, it turns out that the beautiful rich women in novels are right next to me. Jiang Cheng glanced at the bustling night scene outside the car window.
He waved at Chen Yuan. I can't say I'm a rich woman, but there are countless wealthy people in Shanghai. You are too modest, Jiang Cheng.
A 1,000 square meter apartment in Tangchengiping would cost hundreds of millions.
Even among the rich, only a few can afford it, right?
Jiang Cheng raised his red lips and smiled charmingly.
Okay, stop sighing. If you like, we can live there forever. At this time,
Chen Yuan seemed to suddenly think of something and grabbed Jiang Cheng's arm.
Jiang Cheng, something's wrong with you. Huh? What's wrong with me?
Since you are so rich and own a 1,000 square meter duplex, Why did you tell me at the beginning that you were kicked out of the house by your father and you were homeless? Jiang Chang bit his lower lip lightly, his eyes flickering. She thought to herself. She couldn't just tell Chen Yuan that she fell in love with him the moment she saw him in the bar, right? She couldn't just tell Chen Yuan that when they first met, she was in love, her heart was pounding, and she felt as if her whole body was struck by an electric current, right?
If you say that. Isn't this a bit too direct? The most important thing is,
she is still not sure whether the feeling is love at first sight or lust at first sight.
Or is it simply because she has reached a certain age and her body is controlled by hormones, causing her to start craving men like crazy? After thinking for a few seconds,
Jiang Cheng said with a straight face, I didn't want my dad to find me at that time. I wanted to completely sever ties with him, so I didn't live in the house under my name.
Chen Yuan was confused. What about now? The situation is different now.
My stepmother already knows that I live in your house.
Plus, your ex-girlfriend is always haunting you.
Not only did she come to your house to make trouble, she also sent a few bodyguards to beat you up.
In order to stay away from all this trouble, I decided to move. Chen Yuan nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said in a deep voice, I hope Lin Wei won't bother me anymore. After we move to Tangcheng Yiping, she won't be able to find me.
My resignation application will be accepted soon, so I don't have to worry about her finding me at work.
Hearing resignation application,
Jiang Cheng suddenly turned to look at Chen Yuan and said seriously, by the way, you should take a day off tomorrow.
Ask for leave? Well, it's already early in the morning.
Your ex-girlfriend got you up all night and you got punched several times.
Take a day off tomorrow. Get some sleep, take care of your body, and you can keep me company.
Chen Yuan paused and nodded seriously.
Okay, then I'll take tomorrow off. Chapter 55 I am your woman, you must be possessive of me. 40 minutes later. Fucheng Road, Tangcheng Yiping Community. Building B is a large flat, with a duplex on the top floor on the 47th floor. Beep. The elevator door opened.
The private elevator hall with its own entrance is magnificently decorated and covers an area of 20 square meters.
Walk to the hand-carved copper bulletproof entrance door. Jiang Chang raised his chin towards Chen Yuan. Put the bag down first and input your fingerprint. Yeah, okay.
Chen Yuan put down the bag in his hand. Following Jiang Cheng's instructions, he stretched out his right palm and pressed it on the electronic display screen of the combination lock.
After entering your fingerprint,
the two heavy entrance doors slowly opened. Chen Yuan raised his eyes and glanced. What you see at first glance is the extremely luxurious hall, as if you are in a magnificent castle.
The dazzling crystal chandelier is like falling stars.
Various valuable furniture and ornaments look luxurious and artistic. The living room connects north and south, and you can see the bustling and beautiful night view outside the balcony at a glance when standing at the door.
What are you standing there for? Come in quickly. Jiang Chang pulled Chen Yuan's arm. After entering the door, Chen Yuan couldn't help but exclaim as he changed his shoes. Fuck, this is too luxurious. This is a prime location where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. You actually live in a 1,000 square meter duplex. So this is how you rich people live. I often read in novels that the mansion of a rich woman is so big that one can ride a bicycle on the balcony, and the male protagonist will get lost while walking around. I thought it was too exaggerated, but it turns out it's all true. Chen Yuan looked like a fool who had never seen the world. Jiang Chang was so shocked that he bent over with laughter. She hit Chen Yuan and said unhappily, "Shut up, how can it be so exaggerated? Even if you are a person with poor directions, you can't get lost in a house of 1,000 square meters, right? Unless it is a manor villa covering thousands of acres." Chen Yuan clicked his lips, his eyes shining. In short, I now completely believe what my buddy Lu Jiao said, novels are based on reality, and reality is far more absurd than novels. Jiang Cheng took off his high heels. Two beautiful white feet gently slipped into the slippers. She bent down. Find a pair of men's slippers from the closet. Come on, put on your slippers. Then pack these two bags. Didn't you say there are frozen pork ribs and pig trotters in them? We need to take them out and put them in the refrigerator quickly, otherwise they will melt over time. Chen Yuan suddenly came back to his senses. He immediately changed into slippers and opened two oversized duffel bags. Look at the bag full of things. He suddenly couldn't help shaking his head and laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha.
Jiang Cheng frowned slightly, with a look of question marks on his face.
Chen Yuan, why are you grinning like an idiot? Chen Yuan squatted on the ground, looked up at Jiang Cheng and said, do you feel that?
In this scene, I look like a poor relative who came to the city from the countryside to seek refuge with you? Carrying large and small bags filled with some worthless things.
Jiang Cheng burst out laughing. It seems, indeed, a little bit similar.
Chen Yuan lowered his head and continued to smile.
However, he laughed so much that he couldn't laugh anymore.
The hands that were packing the luggage suddenly froze for a moment, and a bitter look appeared at the corners of his mouth.
After a few seconds of silence,
he coughed and said hesitantly, Jiang Cheng, the economic gap between us is too big.
I feel I am not worthy of you.
In fact, you can definitely find a better man than me. Jiang Cheng was stunned for a moment. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and she stared at Chen Yuan in surprise.
Chen Yuan, what nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean I can find a better man than you?
Chen Yuan said without hesitation, even if a man is financially stronger than me, he should at least be on par with you, so that you won't suffer any loss. There was a hint of anger in Jiang Cheng's eyes. She squatted down, blinking her beautiful eyes, and looked straight at Chen Yuan.
Chen Yuan, look into my eyes.
Chen Yuan's throat rolled and he looked up to meet Jiang Cheng's eyes.
Jiang Cheng, you. Chen Yuan, do you still remember how I commented on those gold-digging women at the beginning?
Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment, his brows furrowed.
What do you want to say? Why did you bring up gold diggers?
Jiang Cheng bit his lip, looking serious. I told you at the beginning that there are many gold diggers in this society. They like to find faults in men who have no money or power but are very kind. But they find good points in men who are rich and powerful but very immoral. Chen Yuan nodded in confusion.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. But does it have anything to do with what I just said?
It does matter.
What is it?
Jiang Cheng sighed and said seriously, what I want to say is that a rich and powerful man is not necessarily a good man, and is not necessarily suitable for me. He might even cheat me, plot against me, or even play with my body and feelings. Although you are not very financially capable, you are a good person, and I like you as a person.
Jiang Cheng's words.
Chen Yuan was very surprised to hear this.
He was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. At this time,
Jiang Cheng suddenly stretched out a white finger and hooked Chen Yuan's chin.
She pursed her lips and said with grievance in her eyes, Chen Yuan, let me ask you, when you said you loved me last time, were you sincere?
Chen Yuan said truthfully, yes.
Okay, then let me ask you again, if you really love me, are you comfortable leaving me to another man? Aren't you afraid that another man will play with my body and emotions?
Chen Yuan's brows tightened and he pulled his throat.
To be honest, I will definitely be worried.
Jiang Cheng pouted.
The kitten snorted angrily. That's it. Don't say such stupid things again. If you really love me, treat me well and don't let me down.
Chen Yuan's eyes were deep and he nodded stiffly.
Yeah, okay.
Chen Yuan, you have to possess me and believe from the bottom of your heart that I am your woman.
Don't push me into the arms of other men. Do you understand? Idiot.
Faced with Jiang Cheng's fierce confession, Chen Yuan's heart beat faster and his eyes were filled with unquenchable love.
I understand. I will.